Yeah.
Mm.
You got a freestyle battle rap history, Perry?
Sorry, what was that a sentence? A
You had a
freestyle
rap
rap battles of history.
Do you have a history of freestyle rap?
Do I have a history of it? No, well, a little.
You have?
Yeah, I used to like it. I used to find it kind of fun.
I
Yeah,
used to
yeah,
write
yeah.
those epic rap battles of history.
Yeah, bro. That's what I thought you were referencing.
Sorry,
at
yeah, no,
first.
that's what you're.
Yeah. No, I used to rap battle with Risk, actually.
Did you?
Yeah,
Neil's top.
Neil's top. And
Yo,
let me
yo,
tell
yo,
you,
yo.
he's got some bars, especially if you're doing it in Danish. He
ESL
wins that
watch
by
party.
default.
He always wins a Danish,
Yeah.
doesn't he? He'll always have that.
I'm like, yeah, you claw, pull up in my car. You see the rhyme there? Pretty
Yeah.
good. And there was some Danish in it, so if Risk is watching, that one was for you, bud.
He's definitely watching.
He's definitely
He's
watching.
a Counter-Strike aficionado. He'll be there day in, day out.
This could actually be the round for the shotgun. It's just
Okay,
pistols.
that is
There's no armor.
That is the headline.
This
of
is
this
the
round.
moment. The headline is Nova's out for simple.
Okay, if he gets more than one, Henry, I want you to give it the beans. I want the
Alright.
full ravioli.
Oh, he's
Don't
muting.
damage-
He's getting ready. He's
Don't
gearing
damage the
himself
vocal
up.
cords, but
Nah, fuck him up, Henry.
oh, he's gonna need to get some kills here.
All right, simple. What have you got for me? The Desert Eagle. Not the weapon we're looking for necessarily. Looking to soar the skies with the Nova shotgun instead. Waiting patiently on the A-bomb site. It's Glocks, P250s, no Kevlar. Prime opportunity to farm some cash with the shotgun as they make their way through towards the arch side. It's open for now. In-game leader XCB looking to plug the holes. And the first kill will come through here. Should be quite an easy one. I'm building this up with the shotgun, but it doesn't look like we'll see it be activated unless they are funneled round towards the arch. Kaze considering his options here. And a chance! Oh, the first connect.
That's
it's absolutely
nice.
stunning.
Oh.
Simple. Looking for the second. Can he make even more cash here? It's just a single kill. They actually might end up losing the round. Maybe the shotgun was the catalyst to their defeat. 7 seconds remaining. Bomb will be planted. And my God, we might be onto something here. JL in a 1 versus 1.
Wait, what was the gun he
And
was
it's the
able to pick
Nova
up?
to save the day, potentially.
And he's on for the ace. Retrieve the Nova as his sidearm. Mosier might be about to do it to him. It's just JL. Left
Oh,
to lead.
no.
Pick an angle, and so JL
That's
will deny
unfortunate with
the
the
ace
armhole.
clutch. The Nova nearly lets Na'Vi down. But in the end, it will
That's
be
sad.
an Artis Vincia round.
So we won't be using the Nova again, I would imagine.
Oh, well, that's where you're wrong, actually.
straight
'cause
in,
you
next
see
round.
when there it is.
No
He's
fucking
done it.
way.
He's
Bro,
done it.
are you joking?
I told you, man.
I'm
on
out.
Inferno,
I'm
he's
out.
crazy.
I'm out.
He's buying shotguns all the time.
What is
It's all
he
gone to shit, man. It's all going
That doesn't
wrong.
make any sense.
No, but
Why
this,
would you
he
do
was
that?
doing this even in
Why?
Cologne, just
Yeah, I
buying the
know.
shotguns on Inferno.
It's not a good gun.
He's losing his mind.
is.
Simple's
It's
going
a bad
insane.
Bad gun.
Simple, dude, you're 220k on the fantasy team, man. Like, come on, I'm gonna just need you to use a fucking real gun for 5 rounds. You know, that's all we're asking.
Why would you do that? Like, I guess it's fine. Like,
Psychological warfare.
sure.
He's gonna break Cyclone's spirit if he gets another one with a rebought Nova shotgun.
Right, here it is. The big Nova. Simple himself.
Like, it's entertaining, don't get me wrong. I'm really invested in the game now. It wasn't so much before. This is actually getting me excited. We'll see what this will do for them. If they give this round up due to a simple shotgun whiff, who knows where it leads us to. But for now, he's on the front foot. He's ready to fight, challenging a long range. Shotgun in hand. It's a beautiful thing as they're trying to push him up in towards Banana. 2 CTs residing, lying in wait. Lexi B and JL. In terms of their utility,
Okay.
still have the smoke, the HE, the flash. Double smoke, in fact. So if they drop one now, about the 45
we're
second
Gucci
mark,
go.
which is likely about to happen, they can lock them out for the entirety of the round. If they smoke now, before they come through, that is.
Now being the operative word. Alexi's so stubborn. He wants to
Yeah,
drop
you
it
should
at
use it now.
30. Now they'll just go through the flames. Mercury doesn't take a lick of damage from that. He does eat the flash. Hidden on poolside. Good find. They've cleared out Alexi. JL got so much to deal with here, but he has taken the bomb carrier down. He will fall. Facilitates a plant.
Retake with the Nova.
Different
now.
situation if Ime doesn't get that. I feel like JL gets 0.
The retake's not needed. The Nova never matters. And it's just Jam Young left. He's got no time to work with. So this round is Navi's all damn day.
He's going to get an AK though, right? There it is. Got
Yeah,
an
he'll
AK
trade out to
47.
the AK. Yeah,
That makes sense. That would be mad.
yeah,
Do
drop that
otherwise.
AK over, Stumple.
Yeah.
Behind another one.
Alex,
Oh,
they got you an AK.
Oh,
no,
he did
come
it!
on now.
He did it!
No.
That's my boy!
No.
That's my guy!
We've all had a laugh. I know it's been 3 weeks of Pro League, but come on now. Not 3 shotguns in a row. That's just not...
The lighters are out. He dropped it.
I can't
The
believe it. He
planes
gets
are
the
flying
AK.
overhead. Stumple banners are out in the streets.
Fair enough. Like, this is amazing. Like, I respect the hell out of it.
Stumple.
I don't appreciate it, but I respect
You
it.
can feel the tension in the room. It's there.
But he also knows that they're probably eco. Like, he just wants
Yeah,
to go get
it's
$900 to
perfect.
do as a kill.
It's perfect. Really. Now we just need to see a couple.
Yeah, you got, what is it, bid at 5,000, simple on 44K.
Nice and idea
So,
on the boost. Get your deagle up.
Anything, a little
Eco,
bit of
but that's
bonus
smart.
money if you get a few kills, advance
Working
into the
out
offer
before
the
that.
next round, full buy round for
Yeah.
Cyclone at that point, and you kind of
man.
already have
It's
control of
so
the half.
funny for me. Like, I don't know, just seeing Simple's
So it's
little
not even like a
face cam
terrible
down in the
gamble
bottom.
for someone.
And like, there he is, the GOAT, by the way, like just running around with the Nova. Oh.
I mean, he's definitely he's giving it the beans. Just feels like the shotgun's all he needs. So 7-3, soon to be 8. Cyclone.
Is it
took
Alexi
over
that
the
takes
shoelaces
first point
after
contact,
what was
though?
an impressive second round conversion.
Oh, this is...
Never mind about that bonus
It's all
money.
good, man. The next time will be better, Simple. That's all you got to tell yourself.
Oh,
Oh, God. A
not
couple
quite
of
as funny when
kills
that
out of the Deegs.
It's fine. Bits in pit.
Bits in pit. And everything might just be under control with Alexi lending a helping hand. It's a done deal for Na'Vi.
He's picked up the shotgun. Okay, he's not.
Be cool, man.
He wouldn't buy it again, though, would he? Get the AWP now, maybe.
Nah. Get
No,
the
now
Nova,
you
it's
get the
only
AWP.
1,000 and I think $50. Oh, he got
It's
the
over.
AWP. Which is kind of like a shotgun
In a
if
way.
you squint.
Yeah. Next best thing, I suppose. 8-3, Cyclone. Haven't got a whole lot done since the early stages of this first half. It's their pick. They currently are posting 3 rounds compared to Navi's 8. We've got a few more rounds.
Now,
left to
there
play.
is
They've
a
got an
second
themselves and
series.
Hamikaze, and going for that mid-control, jumping in towards the
I
underpass.
think it's
As we'll see, Simple
heroic.
with
No,
the sniper
heroic
rifle
was
now
last
towards the
series.
apartments.
Yeah, but I'm worried.
M80
I'm worried his game's
versus
gonna be all
who's it,
thrown
Apex.
off. You know, this isn't
Which isn't
kind of
really
the
bad.
weapon
I
he's
wanna
been
see a
warming
bit
up to in
about
this series.
Assassinito.
This one requires a
See how he
slightly
kind of
different
performs.
usage
Knock
case.
is looking like he's
Strap
kind
lock.
of built
Stay on
some
the shot.
confidence
Stay
in
on the
this
shot.
series.
Yeah.
And I mean, you are facing a tier 2
See if
enemy
he can
team.
make this one work.
Not really
Compromise
much
buy for Simple.
in terms of
Kaze's no
like,
slouch either. This is a pretty juicy
not
head
much
to
in
head.
terms of name presence. So it's really
They
like
might
a lot
be-
more
they
confidence
could
builder
clash. Oh,
for Apex.
don't block each other.
Yeah, it's awkward now.
I've seen this setup let teams down before, where you do just, you know, your AWPer kind of wants the fight. It's a good fight for the AWP, but the rifler gets blind, and so you get caught on each other. And so Na'Vi decide to dismember that little double setup in the apartments.
Well, they've got some nice banana control here. Cyclone, that is. Mosier and Advent will remove Vigilant CT spawn as well. Suggests presence at the top of banana. The bomb is recovered and transitioned over towards banana as well. JL ready to get flashed in once again, though. We've seen plenty of this from Na'Vi to
Oh.
great effect. JL gets dinged, but not
And they
too
push
much
off
damage
that.
yet. And will just
They
fall
push
back
off the
in
dink
30
info.
seconds. Smoke goes down, and Simple finds the opening frag. They can boost on new boxes. There's almost no way they actually breach the speed bomb side now. It's looking too good in terms of the time, the positioning, and the 5 and 4 to consider as well. But nice opening frag. Multiple required from JL now. Gets the first as he drops down, but presumably will be struck here as they swarm his position. And they've actually got a chance. 10 seconds on the plan, 3 on 3. CTs will go for it, but Simple is pretty far removed from the situation here.
Yeah, him has bailed him out once on this B site with that triple. Might have to do it again. This time he's got Bit alongside. 13 bullets in the mag for Bit, 3 to find. Advent the insurance policy over towards Banana. It's not planted directly for him though, so it could get awkward if you lose Jam Young and Mercury. Time sensitive, very important. You find the frags now. That could be enough. I think that marks Simple's retreat. Bit looking to get out of there as well, but they want to take out all of those rifles, force those rebuys and miss out of the Simple AWP. And now he's all alone. Yeah, loses it all. A big one to post for Cyclone.
And no saving the op.
Some ramifications there as well. Navi,
At least
sure,
from
they're up 8 to 4,
Cyclone's
but the money's not
perspective, so
fantastic. They will have a buy, but there will be some concessions here.
I feel like you know that you don't go into a round like that with a second op. So at least you have this round to really try to take some point of contact, and it doesn't have to be like you're running away from the op.
A bit of an island there. So now Navi with a force buy, a saved rifle, and we'll see if they can make it work.
Do with this info what you will, but I'm just going to say it. Simple at an over for 4 rounds in a row. Navi won every single one of them. He buys the orb for the first time, and they insta lose the round. So.
Good point.
You know, I'm just saying, that's maybe my
Oh, but he
favorite
does go
stat
into the
today.
second op with this.
Simple spotting players towards the underpass. Retreats.
Okay.
More defensive setup here.
But then there's
JL
no real.
alone at the top of the banana. Behind the car, he's still got.
Okay, so you want to go for the rifle.
Position, I would say. Try and set him up as the
The rifle op duel.
and tag out JL.
And then just hope that KSMG's and pistols are able to carry it out into the end game. At least you kind of put that stack
Might
onto
just
one
hang
side
around with these flashes.
and just hope that they
actually
don't really
lands
want
for
to contest
Simple. That
against
hit.
rifles here.
50 damage done to Mercury, who's kind of been the
Really
guy to open up
does
these rounds. He
seem
will still get flashed in to
like
the top of
this is the
Banana.
round
JL
over
on
for
the
them.
receiving end of
And
that.
they don't continue to push B.
Alexis called the bluff.
Oh, yeah.
Completely called the bluff. He actually was about to head Speedway, but turns around. And there's 2 more players here. Bit's going to drop a smoke to peek around. Ime close. This could go wrong for Cyclone. Good molly. Ime close with that 5-7. It's a clean first, but into the site. We need another bit.
Bit.
This is his chance.
That's okay.
Lexi B makes it interesting once
2-on-2
again. A 2-on-2
situation, and you know
emerges.
that they're
Simple to
kinda-
rotate through library side.
Yeah, they're pulling Simple around the map here. He seems to be so far away in these crucial situations. Smoked off from Moto as well. Lexi B. Through the smoke. What the hell? How did Cars get
Okay,
taken down?
the
there?
man just
Stands
decides to
weapon
go
here,
and
2
do
versus
simple
1. He's got a
things.
strong position.
I
The
guess
bomb is ticking at some
you
pace.
can never win
No
when you're going
utility
against simple
available,
like
but a
that.
strong position towards his pit.
But they don't have a kit.
CTs do not have a kit to speak of. It's down towards Banana. Decent incendiary to flush him out. And it's a great shot from Aspen. Make it a double as he finds the 5th round for Cyclone. And they're starting to look decent here. The money is absolutely
That
shattered
was
for
that was
Navi.
a perfect setup
Love
into the
that
2
big
kit.
smile on his face. He knows what it means as well. You got yourself a huge half here.
He was down like 0-8 until a couple of rounds ago, and there he puts up, what, 4 kills to walk it over the line for him. Starts to bring himself back up the board, but it's like, it's the impact he finds for someone who was having such a quiet game, having to try and like lead the troops while he's struggling individually, and then he steps up and delivers in a 1v2 to now make this a really good first half, honestly. This is about to get tied up against the Pistols.
Yeah, this is pretty much full eco here. Simple, of course, with the Eagle Kevlar. It's a player of his caliber. You know he can have some sort of impact on this sort of round, similar to Hero M4, I suppose. But it's a 5-man execution. Not messing around here. Cyclone will be sending in the Mac 10 first. Pretty decent call. Maybe the perfect call, because there's only 1 CT residing here. That's Alexi B, who has nothing. No head anymore. Killed through the smoke. Round over. There's a bit of gimme regardless, but that Desert Eagle will do nothing.
So now do you just
Simple have to
stack
sit back once
fire
again
for
as
CT?
teammates allowed
No,
to
no, you because you got
push through the
who's trying to
smoke,
go
see if they
down
can find an exit
banana.
kill too, but there's Cyclone, who don't need to give anything away here. They don't have the hunt. They just need to stay alive and hold their crossfires.
I like how when Cyclone go for these B hits, they throw this
Yeah, doing
variation
immediate
of, like, the
rotate,
deep CT
rotate,
smoke.
hoping
This
that
is
they
one
try
that,
to
like, you kind of see come and go
exit
into
out
fashion in the
from
meta.
banana, but I
Maybe
think as
more
soon as the
recently
smoke
than not, it was
dissipates,
like the old
yeah,
Furious squad
already
that used
before
to
the
look to
smoke
employ that
dissipated.
fair deal. But it can be nice in terms of like cutting off some of these rotates, making life a little bit harder when that smoke fades. Like you actually take more room away as a result. So
Yeah, you'll normally smoke in front of the bomb site itself as well, allow you to focusing.
yeah, you kind of do them both,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah.
So allowing the Mac 10s to especially leap in towards CT spawn, get deep in ruins, and make things very uncomfortable for the remaining CTs on the bomb site. But you're dead on here. Cyclone have got a very good half. Now, coming into this series, no one's having the conversation, what if Na'Vi lose? It's just not on the tip of anyone's tongue. But 7 halves in the T-side of Inferno, your pick, they could be taking a map in this series. It's actually not looking too bad. Well recovered.
Yeah, but where Simple's been smart here, right, is if, you know, at the end of this first half, he goes, man, like, I played Nova most of the game. Like, of course they got
If you're
some
winning,
rounds.
I don't mind it, but
Well, they are winning. So, yeah,
sure, that's fair. Maybe I'll retract that.
They are winning.
I'll let it slide.
Here comes the
But they do go
Right.
back into
Totally
a
good.
rifle. No,
That's why he
wow.
fought for
I don't know
the
if they
because he
get
knew he had
Ime
the
here.
nose for the
And that's a
last round.
lot of damage.
guess you're right.
That's Phil Swift amount of
Always
damage.
calculated, as he's got apps on lock.
Here we go.
Not the range you'd be hoping for, but it's enough to call the lurk smoke a bit of a fake.
He's got to go for a wild maneuver like
Oh,
this.
but this is perfect.
Oh,
this is what this
wow.
gun's made for. And he just heard them drop out of the
But
apartment.
why are they rotating off A? Why are they rotating off B, I mean?
Gonna have the drop on Mercury in mid. This is a good fight for Simple, honestly.
I'm a bit nervous.
Oh.
I'm nervous too. It's kind of cool. Like, you don't normally get to
That's
feel
big
this way.
right
Simple,
here.
what can you do?
Let's look at this first contention.
To show us what the Nova's made
Unless
of.
Simple,
Oh,
There's
there's
a
one.
kill.
There's one. Any more from Simple?
first point of contact,
Undertaker,
nobody to get the
quite the
rotate, and they don't have a
task to be
flash for this
undertook.
RGP.
One from the Nova so
Wow,
far. Bit
they got
holds down
fucked.
alongside, but
They
can't
got
get away with
so
more than one.
lucky.
He's still got Simple roaming around. Nova in the sight, tucked in up close. They're actually going to
It's just because that Simple pushes into the boiler position that they get so fucked. Don't have any like their flash man now has to become a point of contention because you're taking a 2-on-2 with that arch crossfire, not knowing that there is one arch, but you're still having to be there for that security in case they try to push and get the second one.
One would be enough.
I mean, shit.
And there's the one. Any more from Simple's Nova? There's the one. There's the one.
Oh my
And then he has
god.
another two as well.
Oh my
With the
god.
Nova, lets them have
4K
it. And that's
last
Navi
round.
up on a 9 with Simple flying and Nova flying
Like,
at halftime.
what the fuck do you expect, man? Let's fix this. It's just weird. It's just stupid that they allow that. But you can see from where their set was. See, like with my brain, the process is I hear one dropping from T balcony. Oh, they probably did a fake smoke onto hay or onto balcony so that they can get out. Did a fake, dropped out from T apps. They're probably gonna be rotating, going into halls or into banana so that they can do a full B take. No, the nigga Simple had the whole play, bro. They did the early rotates. Like, that was just fucking big brained. That was so big brained. And I just can't comprehend that. I legitimately just can't. Not even like the fact that he didn't rotate. It's the call to that they're still committing to that A hit. That's where I'm like, I don't see you to play. I don't hear. Maybe it's some more info. You hear a second footstep or something that might give you the idea. But like from where he was positioned and what I would assume he hears, it's only one drop. Only one drop. Like the only thing that could maybe get into my that I could think of what would have been was maybe somebody was spraying to reduce like that drop sound, so you know that there's just two. But then that's like such a minute factor, you know, the spray drop. Then you're taking into contention. Okay, there's two still outside A. It's just a fucking massive lead. Alright. Apex M80. What the fuck is happening here? Also Inferno.
Numbers are being thinned by Apex.
Let's check out this M80.
So presence on the B bomb site. Close now with that 5-7. Is Crosshair placement was absolutely perfect.
Guatemalan. I don't know like any of these players. I know Def is the coach.
This is
Don't know any of
incredibly
these
awkward.
fucking
Bomb
players,
makes his
bro.
way towards B. Seco forced to fall back, not spotted, and Wolf, he's got a 1v1 if he wants it. Where does he think the bomb is?
Nice saving. Bomb plant half, like already under half with no kit.
It's like Wolfie.
not be in the right position here.
No, he just wouldn't want to take that duel. No util. No utils. He's going to have to take 2 straight duels, no kit, half health. Some people have that confidence.
There is a D for Wolfie. Some players close by though. They'll recover now.
And they hear this. Oh my gosh. He still dies here.
And indeed he will.
I called it.
I
can call it. The nigga literally spent way too much time.
Now on the fragging count. Really good sign for Apex.
Sorry.
Very good in opening duels as well. Volk and Steeko, some of the reliable players on this team showing up. Bakem as well. Now they just need to make sure they don't lose.
Presence towards B.
It's like, what am I expecting out of this series? 2-0 King Apex, you know? Maybe they're tight, they're tank maps. But M80, I'm just throwing under the bridge, bro. I don't have any trust. And so be it. I haven't watched enough of their games. I haven't seen
Novas.
I couldn't tell you about any of these players, so like, there's no reason for me to put any hope into it.
To pick up 9 rounds. Bit gonna start to roam over towards the apartments. The rest of Na'Vi here.
And then they have to face either Na'Vi or Cyclone. And even then, I think Cyclone takes it out of 3. I think Cyclone can take it in best of 2, but if it goes to 3, I still think they win that series.
Left into the retake now, 3v5, and Alexi can hear this. He's holding for it. And he even thins the herd as they make their way out in the top mid. So, bit of a rough one here for Cyclone.
That 1 kill of Alexi B pretty much guarantees the round here. No kit available, 4 versus 2.
You got the big pit, top arch, or top balcony, side crossfire.
Moto flashes over the top and trade out the kills. Not much of a pushback from Cyclone.
It's just the last
player remaining, I'm afraid, as Na'Vi.
I didn't even see how they contended into this round.
Left into the retake. Never gonna find the action.
Triple flash, the Mercury
with the dualies.
Into the site
it's a lot of damage, but not a kill found
and
in
then it's just immediate rotate from the overstack onto me.
From the mailbag,
go on then.
A young man by the name of Chad Birchall says, what is the difference between a cyclone and a twister? And how does that compare to a hurricane? Now I have our weather expert here.
Cyclone. Okay, so one of the teams called is Cyclone. That's why he's asked. That makes sense.
Right.
So not 5-clone, it's Cyclone.
So like a cyclone.
So the difference between a twister and a cyclone, that's a good question, Chad.
A twister, I would imagine, is more compact. It's more condensed into a tight sort of shaft.
Yeah.
That's and a hurricane would kind of take a more landmass and be circling around a town, perhaps. Like a twister would be like kind of moving through with like 10 meters of radius, perhaps.
I thought it was maybe to do with like where in the world it's happened.
Really?
You know?
Geographically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I don't know.
So cyclones are also known as hurricanes and tornadoes in the US.
Okay.
However, they're known as typhoons.
There we go. This is what I was thinking.
But this
China
wasn't
and the question. There you go.
They're called typhoons.
I see.
But a cyclone is a massive and destructive storm, whereas a tornado is a twisted vortex. You could say, kind of like a shaft.
Yes.
Of air.
Pretty much exactly the same thing, I would say.
Yeah, a vortex of high-speed wind.
Shaft.
Same thing.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Who was that that sent in the question, sorry?
That was a young man by the name of Chad.
Chad Birchall.
Mm-hmm.
What a guy.
Hope you are enjoying the show, Mr. Birchall. Thank you for watching.
First day of Group C is upon us. Opening game will be Na'Vi versus Cyclone. You're just in time. First map here. And Cyclone are keeping it tight. Unable to win the pistol.
I feel Cyclone wins this duel here.
Exactly. Opening
Don't even challenge for the second one, and that was on email.
And it is going to be that force by, as mentioned. We have got a 4-on-4 in our hands here with 20 seconds remaining, boys.
Oh, and we know how playing it into the extremities of this clock can go. We've already seen Cyclone lose a handful of rounds to the time alone. Oh, one man down in the pit. Kaze could win this with 1 kill onto the right man. Gets Alexi, but he can't quite find it. But he can't get away in time.
Wow.
And so JL stays in. He knows he's been a naughty man.
Okay.
Oh, that's a stingaroo,
Wow.
isn't it?
Yeah, he did so well from the pit there. Hit the shots required and just needed to run away if possible from the lively position. Unable to happen. And it comes down to that final frag with JL confirming the kill. And beautiful shot, to be fair. If he misses it, the round is in favor of Cyclone. Otherwise, they're full eco. And the latter is the story that comes true here. So PT50s, USPs, 11-6. Na'Vi with an open round.
They really ran that clock down. JL bails him out. This one should just be
Like it was some OG Na'Vi, bro. Fucking run that clock down to that motherfucker.
Even Alexi B.
To that motherfucker sings.
Wow, just to farm up a little bit of extra.
Got to the last 15 seconds. Everybody's just running for it at that point.
Freedom in your movements. You can fly around those corners. First flash thrown out. No smoke available to the CT, so they just have to kind of grit and bear it. This is the flash. This is the play they've been looking to set up. It's Advent waiting for the call.
Ain't no way. Ain't
The
no
friction they were
fucking
anticipating.
way.
There's the flashbang and nothing. Out of the
Damn, and they do the commitment on the 4-stack there.
Yeah,
Lose the
that's kind of props to
CT,
JL.
lose
If
the
anything
oranges.
there, you kind of
Now you have
realized
to
he
play
was being
Coffin's
baited
new
into
box.
something. You know, it
Coffin's
felt a little
dark.
weird as to
But
how
you
deep
still
they
get
let him
that
get
A
before there was
position.
much
Like,
contact.
this is
So
it.
looked like he kind of pieced
You get
together
that
that
kill,
flash from CT.
Ime
was
gets that
coming,
kill
knowing that
onto Jam down
Cyclone
there.
are on a low buy.
Then it's a full rotate, full cross rotate.
Trapped as well, so
And whoever's with him
Gonna be able to get too much
at
time.
least takes that
Kaze
contention for that second fight. But
down.
now it's
Damn young.
this
Victim
awkward situation.
all onto that Mosier. The back of the site. 12 in the bag.
Like, yeah, there's no stress in that round.
Yes.
You know they're on
Well,
pistols.
this
You
is
know,
the
as long as you're
moment,
playing
at least on
collectively,
Inferno
slow and
side
grouping
low.
together, the only
They can
person
do
you have
that
to
as
worry
well.
about is
Going a bit of much more of a
bit
fight
there
if
with
they're
Ime.
on pick. We'll see if their CT side has got anything
As long as
left.
they're able to get the trade
CT
so that
rounds
they
where
don't have
it
to
gives
worry
it to
about
Na'Vi, who have,
the defenders
cruise control.
on
I think it's
A
fair to say there
rotating.
can be many tense moments here, but Cyclone have had their rounds. They had the AWP in the hands
Then the
of
B
Kaze,
players,
didn't
the
force
Kurt
buy in
players are
second to
able
allow
to
them
just
bring
do
out
what
the
they do.
sniper.
Slowly grind up
Problem
into
is
the site.
They're lacking helmets pretty much across the board, and Lexi B, one of those in-game leaders that reads that situation very well. He'll be opening with the MAC-10, hoping to breach these key choke points, such as top of banana. He's there with the flashbang to T-steps right now, and they're very effective. You can see Advent dealing with them right now as Simple progresses up the banana. Speculative spam doesn't quite connect. Anything but takes a few bullets themselves, and as those smokes dissipate, Na'Vi should take full control here, pushing back Vision towards top and middle as well.
Simple is orbed out by Kaze, and so that's kind of shut down this attempt at taking banana. Na'Vi will get some of this real estate over towards the half wall. And they might just peel back and leave Bit to lurk in the apartments. He's very
Damn, my
comfortable
throat's
here.
killing.
So they're going to leave him to keep a bit of pressure applied over at A. Just keep numbers on this side of the map if he can. Na'Vi have still got options in this round with 40 seconds left. They're only just starting to hit that point where they've got to make their minds up, and so they're going to look to get back out in towards A.
Walking on into that Kaze.
Goodbye, my nigga.
Taking
Go back
down
to the
Simple,
lobby.
he acts, or rather adds a second to the tally. Imeg gone, 25 and counting. Na'Vi have had the wind
This
knocked
is really
out of them. They
awkward
are going to have to go for a
because
rather
it's
limp
just
final
so-
flourish. Up short, out
Yeah.
apps off the flash. Kaze, one more
Like,
and the job's a
you
good.
got audience
Lovely
that you
work
need
from
off of
Kaze on the
that
AWP.
player.
It's all four so
It's just
far.
making
Give him
so
the
much
ace. He
noise.
can't quite find Alexi. As Alexi B goes down to
Man,
Mosier
Alexi
and
getting
Cyclone,
two
they
there is
give
pretty
a
tough.
little bit of a fight.
I
15
go
frags from
kissy
Kaze
cat.
total, but 4 stunning to get themselves on the board on the CT side.
Well, there we go. Na'Vi might have to wake up in the second half here. Very convincing round from Kaze. 4 kills in total, holding the defensive lines as you might expect. Nothing too flashy, but gets the job done. Very effective. Just missing out on the ace as well. Nice little vault up on the bomb side boxes there. Unable to finish the job, but his teammates did. It's the first round outpost in his second half, and Blade has put out the strap hook here. We'll see what he's got up his
I think
sleeve.
even
Bear in
with
mind, it's a bit of a bonus before the safe Mac 10, so
Na'Vi-
we'll see what they can muster together here in round
Like,
number
I don't
20.
even
The
really
scoreline
know
is
who I would
12-7. It's
take
the first round of
as,
this best of 3
like,
and the upper bracket for now. Na'Vi
listen, VP is
considered to be
VP.
hot
I'm
favourites in
always
this
going to be
group,
the
almost
VP
guarantee
lovers.
the playoffs with the the run they have in front of them, but who knows? It's ESL Pro League, anything can happen.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess at what Blade was saying as well, probably asking Simple, do you have enough for a Nova?
It's so stupid what direction they think they want to go in. Heading to CS2, you're getting a lot more older players, so you're kind of hoping that this system still will work in Source 2 on Counter-Strike 2. Unless you have to just, you know, unless you got maybe like 3 months, 2 months to just like the 2-player break into the new season, basically. Like if that's not what's happening, if it's just going to be a direct jump after a certain tournament or like a certain period of time, because they're already halfway through September, like we're basically at the end of summer. Then I kind of fear for all these top contention teams, especially like ones with older players, like some of these younger players and younger teams, I feel like are going to be a lot more easily able to adapt. But like Mouse, I would expect to transition smoothly and transition somewhat easily. Heroic, G2's a little rough. Gamer Legion, even Australis.
Alexi sandwiched between the two of them, jumping into Mosey.
But in terms of winning EPL, I couldn't tell you which team. Like my only real fit is like VP, and then we still have weak Group D. That's Cloud9, Eternal Fire, Complexity 9, Liquid, VP, G2, Lion Vision. Okay.
Going to have to connect every single bullet. Mercury will rotate in towards the library, and they've slowed down on the Na'Vi side, so the opportunity to pounce is simmering down as the smoke is directly placed in the apartment.
Huge.
Well,
that's crazy.
For this week, I'm probably going to have to put my money.
The one place they haven't had anything is middle, and so going back to mid,
either Fnatic or FaZe.
So far from ideal for Na'Vi. Mercury with one. Simple.
I feel like FaZe win, or Na'Vi wins this match. Wow.
Hits one on the flick. That plant's
That was
coming
a really
in,
good
so
shot. I feel like Na'Vi wins this match easily, but I don't know about.
JL left up against it in the 2v3. Simple goes back.
We'll see how the Apex immunity match ends up, because maybe Na'Vi will have the easiest road to getting into the finals or into playoff, because then you're not having to face like the strongest team you're gonna have to face in the second in the higher group is or in the other, like who's also in the group, but you're not getting to face until like the finals here, the upper finals. Like, I'm only really putting money on FaZe here. 9Z. Imperial was. No scope as well from Simple to open things up, and like I said, the presence who knows? But I'm putting my money Fnatic. I think Fnatic is just a solid, like a more solid team than Imperial, especially after the whole Brazilian switch out. But I may be wrong, because I thought MIBR was gonna fumble with somehow, because like they just went insane in all their matches. Like even if they lost, they made their whole event interesting. The whole event for them interesting.
See, in this kind of like 4-1 split we got going for
Smoke Molly, double flash into the site push off of the top flash from car to clear out all of that. You do a side smoke. I'm assuming that holds somewhat of a cross onto spawn, but yeah, like you're just walking into double smokes at that point to push off the site, maybe to get into pit easily. But this is a full A play. But this is where it's contention. What can you do, Kaze? You dinked him?
Never mind, Kaze's still here with the AWP, but everyone's going down around him. No real damage done, and poor old Advent on the other side of the map. The bomb site, each kill required in favor of Na'Vi. They start to so much. That might be the catalyst now to another.
What's that? Jam? Is that
Round
Jam?
going in favor.
One shot, and then he gets the leg through. Okay, so it's just a double dink from, what's his name, Jam. That was so weird, just
but I
looking
think
at.
that's kind of a losing battle for that Dream. You know, with Na'Vi sporting this lead, I think that only makes you want to
Oh, blue phosphorus with the fucking scratch stickers. Clean.
But I think Na'Vi have had quite
The
the
hollow
springboard
claws,
to open up these
clean.
rounds, right? Usually, having to just go through the motions. There's something for Kaze as Ema falls on the opening. So honestly, this is quite nice now. 5v4, don't do anything crazy. Like push down banana and spam the smoke, don't have to do that. And so Advent won't, he'll
So
leave.
simple, can just fucking shoot
Once
you through the
again,
smoke off of
alone,
like 2
but
shots.
FAMAS just trying to
I'm
suggest
terrified.
players are there. A boost behind the smoke doesn't give them anything, and just going to be jump spot. I think he might be plucked out the air. Simple gives it a good go. Up to 23 kills.
Oh,
Now,
you
Advent
don't
just
have to
on
go back.
7.
This is so crazy for
what are you
Advent, and
doing?
they know he's close. He's going to try and get out of there, and he will. He just gets away.
Oh, I mean, it's all worked out nicely for Advent. He's been able to get some
Oh my god, but what about Bit here?
The EU gap.
Because if they commit
See
one
a
more, yeah.
calculated little gap for Tootsies.
No.
They've
Okay.
got that flash pin
Okay.
ready and waiting for the call from the site player.
You got 30 seconds. This is as good as it's gonna get. Do your full set execute because you know it's just a 2 right now that you have to take on. You just have one more to get into the 2-on-3, but you know you're good.
Perfect place bullet from Kaze on the wall back doesn't connect. Bit gets it down into a 2 versus 3, and Simple as
Yeah,
soon
this
as
is
that CT
tough.
smoke fades can have a field day farming up on that AWP. Bit's responsibility is clear. Gotta worry about ruins.
CT's going to have to
Oh
swing.
no.
Right here, right now. First kill goes in their favor. It has to be a Simple classic to save the day at this point. Every shot has to connect. The first is fantastic, but the follow-up
And Jam
not
just
as impressive.
fucking
It's gonna be
times the
Cyclone
shit out of
picking up
him.
their second round on the CT side now. 14-8, and they'll manage to recover the AWP and an AK-47 as well. It's a must-win round to save the very least here for the Chinese squad. They get the job done and avoid a Simple clutch here. Kaze with some nice shots here towards the boiler room as well. He's had impressive performances here on Inferno so far, but could it be too little, too late? Time will tell. The retake was good, but they'll need a lot more. That came from as Na'Vi still have a full buy going into round number 23. No tactical timeouts called just yet. And
How
we'll see
do
if
they
Cyclone
get
keep
it?
going.
How does our ops team proc the quote-unquote really rare Easter egg?
How rare is it?
I've never seen it when I'm playing
Same.
in game, but
Yeah.
these guys seem to have it every single time. I don't know, are they hacking the mainframe or is this just sheer luck?
Yeah, I've always wondered the same thing. Not enough to kind of ask, I suppose,
No.
but it's definitely a good point.
Oh dear! The push in the apartments. Bit nearly punishes them for 2. That's not the start that Cyclone wanted. That's them trying to have a bit more say about these early rounds, about how that pans out. And the deep fight in the apartments is won by Na'Vi. A 5v4 now over on the T side. They can really slow this down if they want. Cyclone are the ones feeling all the pressure.
They still have 4
this is
smokes on the
rough right
CT
now.
side, though. Not all is lost. They have 3 players.
Good
forced
molly.
into the middle. Exchanging that utility now. Will they sacrifice mid-control? I think they might have to. Mercury will hold the quad position for now, looking for a gap if possible, trying to create one.
But they're
Given the
oh, it
responsibility
is a
on the
4-on-5.
arch side. 55
I was about to
seconds
say, they
remaining.
don't got no arch control
They go
unless they're
back towards
tripling
B.
up
The
B.
top side's pretty much open.
But this is all on email right now. This is an email JL. 40 seconds because they have more than enough time to rotate. So this is all on
Those crossfires from the side
Advent.
itself in the pits. The latter of which is covered by the AWP of Kaze.
Oh my
Leading the
goodness.
charge.
No
17 kills to his
JL.
name.
Oh no.
And
Yeah.
he's rotated off. Not feeling like it might
Yeah.
be the A finish, but
No, it's just gonna
20
be a
seconds
full
remaining.
commit to A
LCB
here.
calls for the commitment here. And it's 5 Na'Vi players that commit their assault towards the A site. Great opening kill.
Great one back. Mosier, drive by, out of the library. They just need to delay now with only 10 seconds left. And Mosier finding another on the MP9. There should be no way. He's got no bullets. Takes down the bomb.
No,
Done enough.
no.
Mosier's heroics on the USP, and it's Na'Vi
Wow.
that can't seem to get the bomb down in time.
Good lord. Right down to the wire once again.
Eme.
The MP9 had to find multiple
I think
kills
Eme
to stay
has to
alive
just
for an
hunt
extra
there.
3 seconds on top
Even
of
if
that.
he's not
All of those
going,
variables
even if
came
he's
to
going mid,
fruition,
you just
and
gotta hunt
Cyclone
for
post
spawn
yet
there.
another round here. It's scrappy, and they end up with a 2-on-1 disadvantage, but they win the round. It's Mosier that saves the day, threading the needle with the MP9. Didn't let go of W as he denied the plant, denied the frags, and made things very uncomfortable for the likes of JL there. 14-9. And Na'Vi still will have cash to buy, but compromise as they fully invest with 2 pistols and a couple of saved rifles, of course, in the previous round. But those players didn't get any extra cash. The bomb was not planted. It's Bits who's left to invest with 1,700, so maybe Deagle armor for him as well. But very worthwhile timeout for sure. Blade looking for the knockout blow if possible. Try and find round number 15 on the board, but this will be very difficult for him. Might need the set piece, and Apartment's pop will be execution. Something of that ilk as we see round number 24 come against us. Cyclone low on the resources as well. Huge swing round here, and might change the landscape of this first map if Cyclone can
5 smokes, 3 mollies, 6 flash, 2 nades, 5 flash, 3 mollies, 5 smokes, 4 him.
Kaze is armorless behind his AWP.
True.
Drop off doubles and double nades and spawn for.
How he takes these early round
Was it double or
fights
just
is a
single
little
nade?
bit more
Single nades
vulnerable
and
to the
flash.
util.
It's like a beginning of
It's
G's.
exchanged in a banana. JL
Single nade and
burned down
flash.
to half by him.
Yeah. No, there was
So we're
double
gonna
nades.
Back to grab all the util. They want to try and take this banana control early.
But they're leaving the
Ema
grenade at the
bit to
bottom.
hold
Oh, they
down the
picked it up.
apartments. Mercury just went back to spawn, but he only returned with the
Yeah.
flashes. There's still a smoke dropped there for Cyclone. Ooh, flash in the top mid, and that's Kaze sent packing off the angle. So already this is good for Na'Vi, right? They've kind of restricted the flow of the info over in top mid by forcing Cyclone to play back inside of the site. So right now, Cyclone don't know what's happening in mid. They don't really know what's happening over at Banana. In terms of, positionally, this is good for Na'Vi. They're certainly applying pressure.
Yeah, well, the clock will start to apply pressure to Na'Vi if they're not careful. We saw what just happened in the previous. Kaze, warping pit. Unorthodox, but it
Oh
was
my
wonderfully
god!
defined
What a
here.
shot!
And he evades all those stagnates.
I think he dies here now,
He's
though.
still kicking. Oh, the spread. He goes down. His teammates, though, they'll take the round just like that.
See,
Na'Vi disintegrate.
You can't really
This is
put
down
much into this
10.
fucking round because
Cyclone
it's
getting a real
really
game
just
out of it.
economy.
And it should be the eco.
But JL
next
fucking
as well.
die now,
JL
my
out of
guy.
time as well. He wants to die here. As counterintuitive that might sound. He wants to go down just so he gets the cash going forward.
Man's really trying to push the clock.
We'll find that final frag.
Push the
It's
clock
double
for his
digit
death.
tip of Cyclone. $2,400 per Na'Vi player suggests more the same, pretty much a full eco. A slight investment can be brought forward with the PT50s, but that scrappy execution, no plant being found, no real kills picked up. Na'Vi might be tested here. Simple. Just wants to get it over and done with. It felt like it was a done deal in that first half, but things getting a bit more complicated here. Should still be fine, but say that with bated breath because they are operating with, as I mentioned, just upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no nades, pretty much an eco as they send Alexi B quickly towards the top of middle.
Yeah, weirdly, I think this could actually be a pretty scary round to deal with if you're Cyclone. You've had a relatively slow Na'Vi across these last few rounds, right? Trying to play it into the extremities of the timer. You've been able to win rounds just by getting kills in the right places.
See what's
In
happening.
this one, it's going to be a bit more group,
Double
a bit
pistol.
more floody from
1700
Na'Vi. They don't
was
really
it?
flood out mid
Are you
here.
at
They've kind of given
19?
over 2 one-on-ones to Mercury over at long.
Yeah, I was just trying to theory craft what Alexi was doing there, and I think the idea being when you've got such a limited equipment list, you try and use your body to find space. He thought maybe, just maybe, no one's actively holding off of the rip, and my team can profit from that space with no nades to do it. Alexi threw his body on the line, but does go down, and a nice hold.
Was
Converting the anti
34.
That's important. We've got just a 3-round game now here. Cyclone keeping it competitive.
Well, he got zero
Na'Vi,
money
they
for that
definitely
for
have
those
been,
who.
Oh,
But this is
cruising
34
keeping it
now.
continuing to do it off of the rip, and my team can maybe no one's actively holding off of the rip, and my team can.
Oh no,
profit
this
from that
is
space.
29,
That is the
29, and then 34. What the fuck? CSGO.
Necessarily giving it everything they've
Death.
got, but now Blade is
Loss.
realizing this one could slip away. Probably will want to tighten things up.
Money.
And we'll see what they can do in round number 26 here. Cyclone's starting to show some promise. And we've got M80 taking on
CSGO.
Right there.
Money.
It's also in Group C, of course, opening game the other side of the bracket. And right down to the wire.
Money round. Money after round. I don't know how to properly search it up, bro. Fucking A.
Is that what happened?
That's why we have
Losing pistol. Bro, I just
they
want to do
actually won
losing
that.
rounds. CSGO, losing rounds streak.
Alright, things heating up on the B stream as we see
I can't
Kaze.
believe they're having more
Jesus
round
Christ,
and we're about to have
doesn't have to
Cyclone
be so
beat
hard,
Na'Vi over
bro.
here on the A stream. JL dead on the top banana push. And so once more, it starts off early with an advantage to Cyclone.
You're right. Bombs down in T-spawn. Down a man. JL removed early on.
Bro, just tell me how much I
Recover the
can
AK,
make
so
after
still
losing
being
every
for
round.
massing
Holy shit!
So getting control of the rifle at least as they continue the progress towards the banana side of the map. So with the flash round and try and avert the gaze of Kaze.
Do you
Holds his ground
get
for now.
after a
Making a wedge him up.
losing
Has found space
streak?
towards top of middle. Mosey should find him
CSGO, holy
right here.
shit, bro.
Great shot. And that could be the round.
This can't be
itself.
right.
5-on-3.
I feel like
This
they
gets one and
changed
stay
it up a
alive.
while back.
The round should be done. He gets dropped. That XTB will commit in towards the B side.
Advent.
Will they flush out Advent? Apparently they will.
Okay, the bomb is still
14, 19, 24,
hopefully
29,
that doesn't prove to be an issue.
and then 34. I thought it was...
Jam Young.
Oh, he can't win that fight. And now Mosey's
Oh,
got
that
back.
was so
That's
hard
gonna
to
free
search
up
up.
Bit
It was
to go
literally
grab the
one
ball.
thing I was trying to
is
search
gonna
up that
hurt
anyone
for
can find in the
Cyclone.
game.
They'll
But it
never
took
know how close they were to
5
winning
attempts,
this round.
5 search attempts.
You'll never know.
Was it 5?
Right, Harry, that is a brutal one. It felt like we might have seen 12 there. Could have seen more.
Probably. It doesn't show.
Frags on B, leading Jam Young to leave, but takes the fight with the lurk, and yeah. It's gonna be
I don't know what to
15
fucking say,
for
man.
Na'Vi off the back of that timeout. And a 4v5 as
Whoa.
well. You know, we saw that opening frag. Advent taking down JL early.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad to say because I really like him as an IGL, but I think Advent kind of messed up a little bit there. Like, you know, he's trying to smoke him off in at the top of
I'm not
banana,
gonna lie,
but
bro.
at that point, like, when
I've been
Alexi
meaning
gets
to
the
take
opener
the
to find
fattest
3-on-3,
fucking
you
shit
hear him,
today.
you know, pushing
And when
the
I mean
issue
today, I
at
mean
banana.
like
The smoke isn't going to
probably
stop him. It felt like all
like
it could do
10,
was
15 minutes
give
ago.
up his position.
I've been needing to
Oranges.
shit.
It's a
So
very
I've
obvious
been waiting
lineup.
for these
Right,
literal
because you can
2
see
rounds
from-
for
I know,
fucking
like,
Na'Vi to
you
win
can
so
see
that
Alexi,
we
like,
can move into the
being
next
on
map,
his
have about a
position,
5-minute
right?
grace period
Like,
where I
the
can go
moment that
shit
util
in
came
peace.
out,
But they have been
and
doing
considering we were
everything
in a
they
spot
can
like a one and done would have been
to
perfect.
reverse that.
A one
To
and
revert
one
it.
and done, that would
Just
have
so that, you
teed
know,
them up for
That's true.
something.
we deal with a
Comes
longer
down
duel.
to those
Longer
key
battle.
Jules and Kaze getting nothing there.
It's
Beautiful
chill,
shot
I'm
from
chill.
the A-game leader.
I'm fine.
Pretty much wins out the round
give a
single-handedly.
shit.
15
Ever.
to 11 here.
Ever.
Much better game than we expected, and that's more interesting storylines, I suppose. But another tactical timeout this time. We've had plenty of these today. If you're just joining us.
Alright,
first
let's see
map
what's
here.
happening with this
Group
Apex
C.
M80 series.
To win. Gonna have 2 free
Bruh.
rifles. Still weaknesses.
I'm literally about to watch this. This is more interesting than the fucking Cyclone Na'Vi series. I should have just been watching this the whole time. Let's check these stats though. 21 and 18, 17, 24, 20, 20, 19, 23, 13, 23. It's a bit unfortunate,
Absolute chaos.
but it's kind
Fantastic stuff.
of, it's unfortunate. Only got one person in the
Lighting
positive KD
different
ratio.
layout.
22,
Have
14,
Apex learned enough
25,
lessons?
22, 15, 23. Sassanito's really taking a
These
dip this
messy
map,
buys
which is
from
unfortunate
M80
because
asking to move down.
mans
That's
were
Crosshair
betting on
K65.
him. Knock
Off to the races.
is
4-on-3 for
getting
M80.
Knock is
A
just
very
looking
limited
comfortable
round.
this map. I'm curious to see how he'll do in the second series.
Onto this.
And then Kixon is 17, 16, which is not bad. But like comparatively, the stats, like, bro, we're going to round 30 and one team has one person on +1 KD. The other team has 2, 3, 4. 4 people on plus KD. It does not matter when you are playing right strats that are giving you round wins objectively compared to round or situational wins, aka like duels, 2v1s, etc., etc. But when you are committing together as a team and you are making the right play to take sites that have less people on it, so that you have a higher percentage of pushing of winning those duels and taking control of that site. Who the fuck cares about your stats, bro?
Trying to trade, but carrying the bomb as well.
Wow, that's
And
crazy.
of
They brought it to
course,
fucking
we are not
overtime,
done with
bro.
this one just yet.
Literally, it's like, you know, who gives a fuck about stats, bro? Just play smart, play correct.
Majority of their smokes, 3 of them in, to be exact, and to this commit towards A. Smoke off towards Moto in front of the pit.
Whether it's the philosophy and the set that you play, and the style that you play, like Blade, for example, compared to like a Kerrigan philosophy.
This
like,
is very, very scary for Cyclone, who are full reactive to this. You were just kind of hoping that your pit players
like the Blade way is like subjectively you need to be doing this in the set, doing this in the system, and you have as much like freedom as you want, but you have to understand to work like to play it within the system. And now they're in 9 seconds. Enough to be on 3.
Not a chance to catch it as it crosses back into the site, and Na'Vi now have the plant in the 3v2.
Compared to like the Kerrigan system where it's like, hey,
they've got to attempt this.
Let's say phase is more of like,
not going to be connecting with that flashbang. Alexi B,
if they're gonna do a duel, they're gonna be like off me, 2 seconds, 1, 2, peak.
Set up for success.
Blade will be like, well, if these, if these, like, let's say if A, B have both ended, we're gonna go and take up option C, but we're gonna do it at, let's say, the 50-second mark, you know, compared to Rain or Kerrigan's, which is like, hey, we're gonna do like, we're gonna go and do this, but off calls, like intuitionally, like that intuition to make that switch at that time. But for Blade, because he's not necessarily that IGL, he's the coach, it's more of the system within certain time frames, within certain information given. Then you start to make these plays, start to do things consecutively, or like in its own system. But I don't even know where I'm getting at. I'm fucking bored. I want to shit. I've been meaning to hit this bowl, and finally the fucking that one is done for them. Let's see what we got here though. Sometimes I'll just get into the bullshit speaking. Sometimes I just stop speaking the truth. Oh, Stigo.
Great time to turn up the heat, and
Kicks in, gets in though. Sassanito dies in that. Wow. Sassanito was a rough pick for Scrawny, bro. I love looking at the fantasy drafts, see where they kind of go.
Fast moving rounds here in the first map of our opening series. First game of the day on Stream B as well. Certainly one of the most action-packed first games we have had on Stream B so far. Not done yet. Minutes on the clock for Apex.
3v3 should favor them. They have utility. Worst case scenario, they're going to run into 2 CTs. They do run into B. It's an AWP, and there's a flash from Swisher to help once Wolfie fires. That could be really nice for them.
Oh! How does he escape? How is he alive? Wolfie's missed quite a few shots recently. He could be the difference maker if he gets back on target. Still standing for now, 3-on-2. 30 seconds for Apex. Ixan behind enemy lines. But Rek is still rotating towards that A bomb site. They realize that something might be up here. Wolfie will remain in position. Orb versus Orb then. Wolfie misses again. The bomb's on the way in the meantime, and Kicksan will deliver the goods. Where has Wolfie gone with these Orb shots?
Oh, Rek, I think a little sigh because he realizes how hard this is going to be. He's just now rotating in. It's 2 AWPs against him. At least he has some utility. Maybe he could smoke off an angle. I think he's going to want to walk in dry and catch a player off guard. That could go against him here with these AWPs holding. It's Apex with another round win. M80 having chances in these rounds, but like you said, just not getting them over the line, missing at crucial moments. Now Apex in full control here in overtime.
Very nice from Big San. It's going to be so hard once that Tech 9 comes out as well. 2 from 2 for Apex. Let's see if they can make it 3. Would be a monster position to finish the half with. And the exchange of util on Banana is here. Very deep grenade. Worthwhile. Delivered more than he took standing in that molly. Nice timing from M80. Not quite rewarded though. Jacob showing presence. That will beta focus towards Boiler, but the flashbang is there. Nothing is assumed by M80. Little games being played by Apex.
Wow. Tassanito having a tough time on Banana, but he somehow still gets a kill. Trades favoring Apex. The aggression from M80 not paying off. And what can Swisher do here? Stuck behind a smoke. He may feel like he just has to take the risk. He gets one. He almost gets two, but Stiko denies. And now this B site is wide open.
Wolfie, the last man standing then. 1 versus 3 to not go 0-3 in this half of overtime. Feels like the game is slipping away from M80 once again. Been a slippery game for both squads, but 3-0, 3 game points for Apex. Surely they convert it now.
Looking good for them. They've had that composure here into overtime. And listen, they were winning more of the gun rounds in regulation. The problem was they kept losing to the low buys. But in overtime, it turns out there's no low buys, and it's actually working out nicely for Apex. They win all 3, and now they only need 1 out of the next 3 on CT side. As for M80, their T side was pretty fast-paced back in the first half. Let's see if they stick to the same. It looks like they might.
Many sudden rounds towards top mid. Not on this occasion, though. They've held on to almost all of their util, M80. Let's see how the challenge goes then. Challenge of map control, of taking top Banana. See Sassanito lurking towards top mid. But for now, the focus is Banana for M80. Denial of information. But first, they need to clear those sandbags.
Forward. There's a flash being prepared by Kixan alongside a smoke. He goes aggressive. The transfer not quite there. Swisher could be in trouble. It's Kixan with the transfer, and he'll slip back with a big advantage for his team.
Very good timing. Nork is dependable with the AWP in this particular game of Inferno. 4v1 situation for Apex. Making things very oppressive indeed for M80. Wolfie creeping around the smoke best he can. So much more for him to do though, down to 12 HP as well. Tico will put him out of his misery. 19-15 then for Apex. Overtime it was, and overtime is where they came to life and ran away with the rest of the game.
Said it's strange, yeah. You say nothing's changed, yeah. But I don't know who your heart's with. And now, girl, you're so different. But you act like you don't know. Baby, when I hit you up, you don't wanna talk. You ain't pulling up, baby, like you used to. Fuck these other bitches, girl, I only want ya. But you always build me up to let me down, to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. Now you got me running round, round. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. Now you got me running round, round. You build me up to let me down, 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 down. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down, down. I'm trying, but I feel like time is wasting.
Hell of a game we've got on our hands. M80 fighting tooth and nail versus Apex for that one, but ultimately in overtime, Apex were able to take control and win all the rounds to finish off the job.
Yeah, I think it is the expected result and the fair result, honestly, but M80 deserve a lot of props for some of those low-buy wins, and I'm sure Apex, even though they still won, they will be a little haunted by some of those low-buys that went against them. That was a wild game of Counter-Strike, and I'm glad that M80 looked pretty well prepared for this event. I think they showed us that they're going to be pretty good, but so many things were going well for Apex. They had their players playing well. Nork had a great game. Jacob had a great game. So, if anything, the fact that M80 still nearly won this map is a pretty impressive sign.
Yeah, Nork was lighting them up with AWP at close range. This was the first example. That flick was fantastic. And so important as well. Almost none of Malb's showing. But he really delivered on that one, Nork. Hitting the flicks all day. But Jacob had some really important frags as well, as he often does. And we kind of pointed him out at the beginning before this game started in terms of individual talent as well. We got some great examples of that. But Nork was dependable, top to bottom, straight up and down with that AWP. The same can't necessarily be said for Wolfie. He missed quite a few AWP shots towards the end there, and who knows, if he lands some of those, maybe makes a difference there from M80. But yeah, Apex were on fire individually, despite how long it took them to close it out.
Lovely play from Morbs, who also had a pretty good game for himself, was solid, certainly. And even Manx for M80, the in-game leader, had a good game, fragging-wise. So I think you're kind of right that, listen, M80, they had some of their players show up. This is also maybe a good example of something we talk about, being that AWPers can sometimes struggle the most to adjust to playing against some of the higher level teams. And unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that Wolfie had a bit of a tough game in certain key moments. At Nork, kind of the opposite. You see here, delivering against Wolfie in a key round there towards the end to help Apex take the map over the line.
Yeah, that's going to be... I think it's going to be hard to not be distracted by that if you're Wolfie as well, because you're going to feel like, okay, you missed some ones that you should never miss towards the end there. But we're heading towards Mirage as a second map, which obviously the opening is going to be ever so important, maybe more important on the T side than Inferno. We always say how the AWP is mega effective post-plant on the T side of Inferno, but you know, he's definitely going to have to stand and deliver on Mirage as well. But sometimes it happens. We're going to have a look at our aim high head-to-head and see the scores on the doors. Speaking of Wolfie, we've got Nork versus Wolfie here, and again, like, Nork was having a field day with that AWP on Inferno.
Yeah, I actually love that we get these stats because you also see Wolfie was buying the AWP a fair bit more because he was always buying it on both sides. So, you know, 7 sniper purchases, only 9 sniper kills. Those are not normally going to be good numbers on your AWP. It's just such an expensive weapon as well. But when you're investing that much, you need to get bigger results. But Nork, so many great holes at the start of that CT side. Was an absolute rock on this A bomb site. Stiko helping alongside him on occasion. And that was a huge reason why Apex were able to hang in this game early. And even here, once he realized that he wasn't needed as much over on A, backing up that B site as well, staying dynamic, winning clutches. He did it all on this map.
When you're feeling that battle sniper mode as well, I mean, that's like peak performance time. As for Wolfie, rifle kills here, so we saw some more kills as well, but again, it was quite notable towards the end that the steam ran out, and that cannot be the case on Mirage. Otherwise, it could be curtains for the squad. They were so close to winning that game. They kept it close all the way there, but again, I think generally as a team ran out of steam towards the end as Apex came to life once again. We did see the depth of Apex in some of those rounds in what they made M80 do early on M80's T side and on Apex's T side as well. So I think it's going to be an uphill struggle from map to map for M80. But let's see if they can do better on Mirage. Overtime, they went on Inferno, but they will come into Mirage 1 map down. We'll see if they can bring it to a third after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
You just waited till the basic. What you think? What you think? How'd you like it when I do my own thing? How about we all just do our own thing? Do our own thing, just do our own thing. Don't you like it when I do my own thing? If you want, we can be on the same thing. I just do my switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fall in love. I'll be living in my passion when I'm on the run. I wanna be with you instead. 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 See, I've been wondering if you'll come over. Will you come over to me?
Hey, I'm gonna be back in like 2-3 minutes.
I am sober. I'm addicted to that something. It always happens every time we touch. We made something out of nothing. And now I can't let go. You are all that I see. I've been looking for some synchronicity. And when it comes to you and me, no, we can't escape this electricity.
We are back for map 2 of our first match of Group C on stream. B, Apex and M80. Taken to the limit, taken beyond it, taken to overtime. Taken outside of regulation. Apex able to take it overall. All the rounds in overtime required to send us straight to a second map of Mirage. If you're joining us late, eyes on the snipers. Nork was popping off, but did he peak on Inferno, or will he deliver on Mirage as well?
Yeah, we got a bit of UK representation behind M80 as well. Coach Def on the server, well, behind them, not on the server, but you know what I mean. And he actually did an interview recently ahead of Pro League where he said, I'm sure we're going to go to Europe and get absolutely spanked. We expect it and we're welcoming it at this point. Well, they didn't get spanked on that map. They made it incredibly close. Now we'll get to see if they can do the same on Mirage.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. I think Apex will be very comfortable on these here grounds. Again, we saw some nice detail from M80 on Inferno, but Mirage is a completely different kettle of fish. So let's see what they can do. Starts in a pistol, of course. M80 will be proactive. They will be aggressive. They will be somewhat unhinged based on their positions. Not trying to keep them honest. That's one way to do it. Popping Rec top mid. He knows Wolfie's here as well. And he can just entertain him. He can just keep him out of position as Apex try to find a better one. Laser focused on Wolfie. He will be dropped. It's not looking good for M80.
Ixam was the man who dropped everything to his teammates, just kept himself with a Glock no Kevlar, and he's got 3 kills from it. What a round from Kixan. Literally drops everything he buys to his teammates and still carries the round. What a beast. Nothing to do here for Swisher, apart from try and make a bit of money. It is Apex off to a strong start on their map pick.
Nice pops. Might be popsicles for Apex if things continue in this fashion. Very warm weather after all. 4 Galils are out for Apex, a team that prioritizes their utility. I told you they were nerds, and there's a perfect example. MAT will have the pistols once again, but will they be as effective? A different map, different scenarios. They certainly had some nonsense planned for Inferno, and they will be once again proactive very early on in this second round. Now we can see that Apex are looking for this. They've taken positions so they can see everything the CTs are doing. Nook being very careful as far as A is concerned, but he will stand and fight against 2 and be traded.
Great shot from Sassanito there. Wolfie's jump peek dealt with. The crosshair placement was literally perfect from Sassanito, which is not easy to do on those jumping players. Swisher still cleaning up a kill at mid, though. That's an AK recovered. Do MAT want to commit to this retake? They've got 2 rifles. But without that kit, it's not going to be easy to get back into B here. I think the save may be the better decision. Try and save to do damage in the next. Looks like they agree.
So far, so good for Apex. A promising beginning. But we're just getting started on Mirage. Interested to see how MAT do on the CT side. Oh, that's just merciless. Merciless from Sassanito. He's an aggressive tiger. He got a lot of them.
That motherfucker was heavy.
A map.
Oh.
Certainly contributed to the overall victory for Apex. Instant smoke towards the window. MAT will try to do what they can with the junk they have collected for this round. Still a dangerous round for Apex. 3 top mid on this occasion.
Slow mid take from Apex, happy to take their time in this round. Mentioned Sassanito. I think I do have some eyes on him on this map. He was a little quiet on the first map, and we saw him at Gamers 8 get a 40 kill map on Mirage against Gamer Legion in a double overtime game. That's the caveat, but he still had a great performance. That's a great shot from Jacob. He's been delivering on some of his entry frags here today. Now this A site, it may have 2 CTs here, but I think damage is the best they can hope for. And that is looking less and less likely. Morbs peeks out into the waiting arms of the Apex players. And looks like they might be able to hold on to all their rifles here. And that would be ideal for Apex to build up a bit of bank early.
Very thorough from them. That thoroughness is one of their main strengths, Apex, in general, and especially versus MAT. Team who are looking to build something substantial. Always like to see a Swisher team.
Yeah, it was just random. It was just a night drawer that was down the street from my house.
Very good player to watch.
I was thinking about it. Thought
have a fantastic
clean it up
grasp
once
of the game.
I have right now like a little PVC. Oh, that sucks for me.
Wonderful.
I have a little
Wonderful
PVC thing. Why do these the exact same maps? What's fucking map 3 for these series? But yeah, so I think I have some better ideas I can do with it once I clean it and gutter it, because the drawers are completely broken, so that needs to be fixed. Nuke and overpass, okay, so that's at least a difference in map of 3. That's the 3 or the 3rd maps. But yeah, just a simple drawer I thought I could use. If I'm not lazy and I actually want to be like cleaning it, I mean, I think I just need to add a little bit of lubricant to the wheels so that's smoother, and then reapply some glue, sand it down, probably like 5 hours of actual labor, sand it down, cover it in new paint or some oil, dry it, lacquer it, and just refix up the actual drawers. Wow, this is so tough on Jamyong.
Simple, getting a lot of respect until they can strike in unison. Cyclone, they do recover, and it was a 4v5 though.
Overall, not too much work. I just have to grab all the equipment for it. See if I can grab most of it done.
Like Imma progressing up A by himself. Alexi B, same story towards B short. Like, wasn't much rhyme or reason for this push, to be honest with you. Same story for Imma. They had some great spacing, but caught out, and then the round falls on its ass at that stage. Will be a tactical timeout now for Na'Vi as they discuss their options. Blade maybe not happy with that approach. And will be Cyclone posting their first round of Mirage. We'll need a lot more where that came from, though, to stand a chance against the mighty Na'Vi on a map like Mirage, where it does favor the heavy fraggers, and they've got those in buckets and spades. So, full buy on either side here. AK-47s to the CTs as well. This is where they could really show us some of that brutal aim. So in the hands of Mercury, Advent, and Mosier. Couldn't ask for much more with the AWP following things up with Kaze as well. 1 round posted so far. Can they win round number 7? Break the finances of Na'Vi and maybe stand a chance here. Time will tell. Need to see something a little bit more active perhaps, but this is okay. It's recoverable. It's early on here on the CT side.
That it is, Henry, but see with Na'Vi approach this round. As you said, a little bit disconnected in the previous. Giving Cyclone a taste of victory, but can they fast
Okay.
handle this one?
It's old cold. It's not cold. It's cold coconut water. It's a tongue twister. But that shit is freezing cold.
They've got the space now. The smoke up from the CTs. Gap that might tempt bit in. Or JL, that is. Oh, I love this maneuver. Maybe Bit's aware of the possibility. Mercury, though, the Hail Mary, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, if he gets one more out of this, job done. Still buying time here, still in the smoke, and there it is.
Yeah.
Leaps out, finds his second of the round here, and Simple looking to answer back here. Will he detect the second towards the steps position? Apparently not. And 2 rounds in a row looking likely here. Imma's got a minute to work with. Information on the first.
Oh, wow, Ime.
Might be enough, Alex. Is it going to be the touchdown? 1 HP.
Wow. 1 HP?
Might be enough, Alex. Is it going to be the touchdown? 1 HP.
Wow.
On the
Fucking hell, Ime.
As you like there. Na'Vi looking
See if I can add a little bit more.
Wait.
Let me see if I can add something here as a reflector. Because I like the color of the light, but I feel like
Never mind the nade right down the gullet. We're leaving him on
1 point of help. He still had a fighting chance though. With the AWP, who knows? It would have been a crazy finish there if it does go down in favor of Cyclone, but wasn't meant to be. Tactical timeout. They like to use them. And for good reason. Na'Vi are looking red hot individually right now. Imma showing some great individual form. 6 kills to his name, 3 in that previous round. And it's going to be 6-1. And Cyclone will have some resources there. Obviously, no one survives a previous round, but after posting a victory in the round prior, there was at least enough for rifles and an AWP. But they've been saving a lot as well, so managing the money effectively. But this one is starting to spiral somewhat now. The CT side, slightly more favored. It's not like a landslide. But especially against Na'Vi looking this stronger, I don't think they'll be posting that many more rounds. But time will tell. This will be a very important one for them to try and pick up.
I like this from Advent. Very typical of mid players to start off with underpass control, smoked and fighting, nading. Alexi B lucky to be alive. Oh my god, Jamyong, he's going to do a lot of scrutiny. He's spotted out Bit jumping into the site already, masks the drop off, and still nails the shot. It will go down to Mosier. A multi-kill not possible, but there's Mercury. Keeps the advantage afloat.
Simple now. AWP will have to do most of the heavy lifting in this particular round. His in-game leader is captain. Down to just 5 points of health. The bomb will be planted. And now, a real simple classic. Didn't actually go for the C4 straight away. They don't necessarily know he's here, so still has time to work with. He's got a full utility belt, full of grenades, the smoke, the Molotov, the flashes. Smoke deployed in front of the bomb site here to buy a little bit of space so he can focus towards shore. He's got a Molotov as well, even when he needs it. Wants to try and find a pick first. And here come the CTs. 2 from shore, 1 from the kitchen. Simple, biding his time as he holds the van position.
Closing in.
What's up the bomb? They have no smoke out. Oh, they do actually. So they can actually deal with it.
He's going to
Okay.
Smokes on the ready.
So,
nails the shot. Can't volley the bomb.
quick little solution to deal with that problem.
Down to 14, but no
Ba-ba-da-da.
lethality.
We have a tripod with a mounted head. So we can now, if I can roughly show you guys, because this webcam camera loves getting caught on this other side of my.
On top of the bomb.
There we
Nothing he
go.
can do at that stage apart from Molotov himself and hopefully bring down another player with
I
him.
need to fix it up still. But so our little head can
he did absolutely everything he could, unable to find that second kill.
go here.
Another timeout. Blade is calling a few of these, all things considered.
You can't see it behind the chair.
Yeah, I think you're
Go
right.
in like this.
There won't touch
We
things.
close off
Simple
this
terms of
bad
the
boy.
AVP straight out the gate here.
And I'll have a standing
He's
reflector.
6-2. Looking to answer
I
back.
can't push it too much or it's
An
gonna
absolute travesty if Navi lost this opening game.
can't
The context
bend
of
it
the
too
two
much or
teams.
it's gonna start to flop.
Got a pretty open run of it in terms of making it to the playoffs. Just a couple of best of 3 victories.
No,
you
it's
guarantee
flopping.
to that point, then it's just
Okay, we're gonna fix
leading
this
to the
up,
quarters
but
run as well.
this is our new resource. I have a bigger one, but it's gonna be way too big for the room.
Underdog picks for us, Alex. Obviously, FaZe and Navi.
And then at that
two
point,
teams
it's like, what the
everyone's
fuck are we
talking
doing
about.
here?
Under the radar
Oh,
picks
shit.
that's
Well,
the
I think
table.
Fnatic and Apex
That's fair.
are both at the tip of my tongue in terms of.
These are to see what they've been working on, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. I really am intrigued to see how
Look at
Fnatic
that.
kind of boiled out after spending some time in this.
The bitch got stuck.
Server.
No longer the in-game leader, Mezzi.
The bitch is stuck
Exactly a
there.
star once again.
Well, like,
See if I can listen to the game now.
Yeah, just to be able to see that consistently would be very exciting for, well, for the UK. I hope he hasn't got a second passport before he starts.
Yeah, exactly.
Whipping
I'm
that
pretty
one out.
sure he's 100% British beef.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I see
that
where
should
it
be
is.
Fine, but not so fine. Navi losing a couple of them.
I see where the issue relies.
Mirage boys. This
Off
is
the back of a timeout, Henry.
Yeah, it's true. And I was about to say another kill on the agenda there for Kaze, unable to convert it, but Mosier certainly can. That should be job done here. Just need to buy a little bit of time, deny the plant if possible, but JL making things a bit more complicated. Kaze in a bit of scrutiny here, trying to stay alive, calling for those rotations, and should be fine. The Simple is dropped as well. Nice shot with the AK-47. There's one player to deal with. They know exactly where he is towards that bench position, but being a nuisance, as you might expect, JL not going down without a fight, as we do see finally 2 rounds in a row for Cyclone, maybe 3, as the money is absolutely shattered now for Na'Vi. Great start, but could be a complicated finish, as Cyclone have at least guaranteed 3 rounds, and should be 4 going into round of 10.
Yeah, we'll see how this one transpired to start us off. Here, he's not shying away from engagement.
Oh, damn, bro.
Actually, the double amps.
You fucked up the clamp.
Their
The
job
clamp
and
stuck.
doing their duty. Some frustrations just starting to bubble to the surface for Na'Vi, as they know what it means. They are, as Henry has prophesied, going to be forced into an economical. Just a Desert Eagle or 2.
Well,
Simple and JL.
fixed it.
Let's try and find some picks. Let's see how safe Cyclone play this. I think a good sign of when you are coming in as an underdog or an underrepresented region, underdeveloped talent pool, you can sometimes fumble the rounds, the gimmies. You know, admittedly, this one with no util or intention doesn't look like the most threat, but these are the ones you want clean. You want 5 alive, no silly rifles lost or anything along those lines.
Yeah, equal shots do happen. It has to be accepted, but it's just about the protocols you have in place. Who's trading you out? Can they recover the rifle they found there? You should be positioned accordingly to make sure they do land a banger, that you're not giving too much away. And you can see that reflected right now on the server. So, line of the shot, and well, here we go. We'll see the protocols come into effect now. So they
It's like
can't
a
get
grommet
ahead
for
of
the
EPL.
bearings.
There's players towards A rounds watching the cross. So sure, it's frustrating to give up that first frag, but it should be fine. As Mosier will level the playing
Now
field
the
back.
problem is I don't know how this shit's supposed to go back.
Unfortunately, as so they'll lose the round, as it's actually delivered to their front door.
Yeah,
But we'll figure it out.
How far that flew right down towards the 2 of them. Their crossfire on Rambo, perfectly placed, and despite that simple bang, I mean, he's got another one in him as he does chip away at Mosier, rotating in. There it is, nice from Mercury. He's not shying away from a duel. He'll take it. And well, 2-round game here, Cyclone. 4 rounds of the
Third
last
map
5.
is Nuke, just a note. in case anyone was wondering.
I was actually.
We might go there. Might is now the new word, as they're looking like quite a potent team on the CT side. They were, what, down 5-0, and now posted 4 out of the previous 5. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
As Navi have another compromised buy as well. Simple and XCB operating with Galils, and up against the full buy of Cyclone, is starting to show a bit of personality on the server now. Some moves as we boost the AWP up in towards ladder room. 2 players positioned there. One towards connector as well. So maybe
I'm so confused.
Eventually, the bomb's still down in T steps though. As Simple might go recover it, and XCB.
Oh my gosh, it is so loud.
Team Cyclone can establish a mighty defense. Simple back at spawn for a late smoke.
Navi was a fantastic start, but things getting a little more complicated now. Cyclone are applying the pressure, playing some good Counter-Strike.
Okay,
Discipline.
so it's either one, 2 areas,
Nothing.
which is not hard to figure out. Now I just gotta look at some images of it just so I can get a reference photo.
Teamwork. You can say that again as a double kill comes through for Cyclone here, and Advent full speed ahead. Pushing in towards the bomb side, no fear, as they have a clean sweep, and it will be the 5th posted as well. Navi barely do any damage at round number 11.
Yeah, I think that is one to be proud of. Like, put that one into Telestraya, because that flash, and the fact that not only this, but the sandwich player gets flashed as well. This clear from, I think it was Advent eventually onto Bit. He was still doing the dance, so Mosier's utility setting him up for success.
We said we hadn't really noticed any sort of tendencies or anything too impressive, but that was really quite good. The timing, the swings, and the double kill as well. A beautiful package of Counter-Strike there. And it will be a 1-round game. Half buy from Navi, A execution off the bat. Full send, and they are finding some damage. Good dinks on either side here. Bit down to 22, but they continue the assault. It's JL to lead the charge. BL behind enemy lines as well. Simple at least finds a kill here, but can they get the bomb planted?
Yeah, maybe not. Not with Mercury kicking up such a fuss. He's been tagged up, but Imme gets turned on. Mercury turned around on him.
Found the kill.
That was what I was implying. Got it done. Bit and Simple, however.
Bit and Simple, however.
Here. You don't really need to move a muscle if you're Cyclone. You're chilling.
Look how much damage was done, but only 1 kill has been found. So yeah, you're right. Lots of dinks, lots of close duels, but can they convert any of them? Oh, just overlooking Bit. Okay.
Assuming it's clear.
No, you never know. Well, now you do. It will be Bits. The penultimate kill found by Cyclone as they tie things up. They were 5-0 down, now it's 6-6. They've been pretty comprehensive victories. They've had some impressive retakes, some good coordination, and a great understanding of European CS, to be honest with you. Looking like they're keeping up as we get to round number 13. Navi are starting to have a drought of rounds here. Here's Mercury. It looked like he was absolutely done for. Deagle shots in the back, finds Imma on the jump and swivel. And there it is, closing things out as well. Bit was detected towards the end, 6-6.
Absence of frags, Henry, certainly a bit of a prominent issue now for Navi. 7 frags posted in the last 5 rounds of play. Simply not enough. Got Blade on the microphone. His 3rd timeout in the first half.
He's used a lot of them. And the tone is starting to shift now, right? It was quite jovial, a little bit of fun on Inferno. The shotguns were out and people were just kind of enjoying themselves. Now, maybe not so much. It was that great start, but yeah, Cyclone can play. They're looking quite dangerous right now. And if you're going to give them an inch, they're going to take a mile every single time. They're playing quite turtle-based Counter-Strike, just playing deep in the bomb site, striking together when the moment feels right. Not too much presence towards middle, not much aggression, to be honest with you. Navi would love some of that. They just want some aim duels. What is going on here? Bit has got a Glock only. Sacrificing his own economy for the AWP in the future? I don't actually know what's happened here.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet, yeah. Wow. The Sanji treatment for Valerie.
It's weird.
He's got a rifle now, though.
I guess, yeah, the dead on. You can get that.
If being the operative, going for it. Lovely.
Lovely, yeah, that's actually the best possible outcome, really.
Problem solved. And now with 5 alive as well, Cyclone going to be really hard pressed to have their pieces in the right place for the finish of Na'Vi, unless actions like this, you can see the push up. Mosier.
It's actually a pretty decent reaction here because there's no T presence whatsoever. They'll have to go quickly in towards A. The bombs and T spawn, so they can at least place the remainder of their units in towards the A side itself. Kaze rotating over with the AWP, as you might imagine. And Mosier towards the underpass. So they do have enough to fight back here. This won't be the save. They'll contest for the bomb site. 45 seconds remaining. Mosier can find his kill in towards middle. You never know. Couple of opportunities here.
Oh, he knows another one behind him. The flash came through. Alexi B.
Okay,
find the
easy.
trade. Na'Vi have the advantage, but for how long? Because Kaze's all dances around default for one. Jamyoung sprayed down. Nice from Simple.
Oh
onto
my
Mousepad,
fucking
puts it
god,
into
I hate.
one-on-one, and Jamyoung's gonna hold
This shit
on
is
for
so
Cyclone.
loud, bro.
Alexi B
Oh, no way.
spots him cross. Jamyoung.
Okay.
Alexi, the pressure's
We're
on
done.
him. Oh no, Jamyoung down. Alexi gives Na'Vi their first taste of victory in 6 rounds.
So although I
There
wanted
is
blue
7 rounds
lighting,
on the
somewhat
board.
blue lighting for this, there
on
isn't.
top.
I don't have
7-6,
blue
they'll take the
lights.
lead back.
Like, I don't have
Wasn't comfortable.
anything
Like I
blue
said,
that would
great
be
reaction
used
from
as like a
CT guys.
gel
As soon as they
or
lost control of the
anything to
bomb site,
give it some
they're flanking,
significant
pushing for
blue in
information,
this
they give
color,
themselves a fighting
because
chance
I
to
feel
really
like
take
even
it
with my
down to a
white shirt, my
1
white
versus
tee,
1 there.
it just is like
Does win out round, but
overwhelmingly
it's
yellow
himself here, so
and
compromises
warm,
to be made
which
around
is
the
not
14th
bad,
build
but I
once
prefer
again.
cooler tones,
Airbone's utility
especially
Kaze
for
active.
some
Looking
general
for kill
lighting.
towards top of middle. Immer is there. Dancing around the smoke. We're starting to see some of that aggression towards top of middle. Doesn't work out, at least in the first interaction. Jamyoung will bring it back to a 4-on-4. Now it's Pit's turn to shine. He's trying to
Okay,
make his way
now
towards
that I know
connecting
how
and
to
creep,
not
ready
fuck
and
this
waiting.
machine up.
Up towards short as well.
I think that's a brilliant flash from Simple. Mosier was actually anti-flash, turned around, but the nice deep one from Simple.
Now we're good.
White screened him. Mercury, 19 frags, having a good game here. Full focus as he tries to hold on to connector.
Holds his nerve as well. You can hear those footsteps, the Molotov, and he times it
There
to
you go.
perfection.
When you put it onto the side like that,
Work here. 4 versus 2.
instead of
One
having it
remaining,
raised
but
up,
two of the hardest hitters
you have it
combined
raised
well.
on the side
And Simple.
rather than
Great
up.
work so far. They find
It
themselves
won't give you as
double
much
in the playing field.
of a hassle. But what will is these fucking short earbuds. They're perfect. They're great earbuds, but the length of them is so short that I can't do anything with them.
They're transitioning. They know what he's like. And once again, he has the smoke, the Molotov, the flash,
We're gonna have to like
and
literally
maybe an
just.
advantage in this sort of round.
Y'all
as
can
they try
eat
and
it
hunt for
right
early
on
information
top.
here, try and catch them transitioning in. They know it's a B attack. We've got Jamyoung in towards the underpass. Now we know it's a B plant.
He just picked up a smoke as well, but that Molotov play comes out again from Simple. They have another. Get out of jail.
I almost hit the power button.
That window position.
I literally just almost hit the power button.
From our context observers, Mercury and Jamyoung, though, crawling in from 2 very different angles of assault. Simple, getting a bit anxious now, as now he hears at least one towards the kitchen. Is it both? He doesn't seem to think so. Time on his side now. First frag is clean. That's not the trade they were hoping for. Damage done. Jamyoung, strong arm on him. And it's just enough time on the defuse. As the 7th round comes home, Jamyoung comes up clutch.
That's amazing. Simple, a frustrating finish once again. Hits the all-important shot, but took too much damage en route. Touchdown HE grenade, blows into smithereens, and Na'Vi's hopes and dreams are picking up around number 14 as well. Cyclone tie things up, and we said the money was tight before, but at least they got a bomb plant down. They'll have 5 rounds, round number 15 here. Didn't stop a Na'Vi, 5-0 up, a map under their belts, and may even end up losing the half here. Simple. He knows he did everything he could there, couldn't do much more of it. Unfortunately, they've always got this residual utility for his clutch efforts, and we're back into the action here. Opening kill for Kaze.
Okay.
Finds him an early advantage here. They try and close out the half.
Very competitive. Frustrations for Na'Vi. Palpable. Kaze gets another. And Na'Vi, they've just completely lost out on a chance to leave this half with a lead. It's already done. 8-7. Not bad. Not bad at all. Cyclone have the lead as they look to take us to nuke.
Oh my god, I just dropped lighting on my monitor. Which, funny fucking story, when I was at Seneca doing photography, we had these grip heads, but we had different studio grip heads that we were using for larger lights and larger soft boxes. And basically what that requires is something of equilibrium weight. So soft boxes are not the issue. It's the abundant weight that comes from having these massive gears. So let's just do medium soft box, for example. This isn't the issue. It's the adapter that becomes the issue. This has so much just objective weight to it, and then you're adding on this giant thing that is going to overproduce. Okay, I think I'm gonna need a little bit bigger of a thing, but I'm kind of happy with it. I think it's overexposed on this side, my right side, but my left is looking pretty good. You can even see how the little bit of reflection that does and how it works. Anyways, so this would be like, let's say 30 pounds. You would need something of equilibrium weight or even more. So our sandbags that we would put onto the opposite ends to keep floating, because if our overhead lighting rig. Okay. Tripod. Not tripod, but like C-legged. Basically like this. So you have your seat, you have your regular stand, and this long rod, which you're holding the adapter, plus the lighting, plus the softbox. So that becomes objectively like 50 pounds, 30 to 50 pounds. You have to have something on this opposite side to keep equilibrium weight. And this center one holds everything. So if you have it equal, it'll stay balanced. If you push the rod to one end more, it's gonna start to have more weight on one side than the other, so it's gonna be unequal, and you're gonna have to deal with that. Basically, the way that you take these, or the way that you set them up, is that you set up the stand, you set up this grip head, and then you put the rod through it with the camera on, or you put the rod through it and then you attach the camera on. And then you have the sandbag, because usually those are the three easy steps that kind of allow you to get that just are like a lot easier to do together, rather than like set up the light with the rod, push it through. Anyways, long spiel done. This is what we are dealing with. No sandbag, because the sandbag was taken off. They're dealing with this middle head and they're unscrewing it. That whole thing, 20 pounds, 30 pounds, probably a little bit less, because there wasn't any softbox on it. It was just direct light, so it was maybe like 15 pounds, 15 to 20 pounds. From 7 feet high. Dropped because this man was unscrewing his thing. It dropped and smashed onto his laptop, where the mouse pad, or where you track, this tracker is, and you could just see this massive indent into it, and it was a MacBook Pro, bro. Man never even got to repair it. It's expensive, bro. The damages that you do, and you're liable because you're the one that's in fault for all this shit.
They've got the hook in there.
Really trying to get
simple. Oh, he only gets the one. Nice shot out of Mosier. Recovers the USP off of him as corpse.
Really
to good use 2-on-2 as JL recovers the round with a nice shot of his own.
At least it gives him a fighting chance, right? They've got a defuse kit here as well, but it's 2-on-2. You might even give the advantage towards Cyclone here. Mosier with 2 frags already. He's in towards.
I just want to see how this is from full screen perspective.
Counter-strike here. We'll see if he can actually come out on top.
It's overexposed. It's overly bright. See, now I add that,
Well, if he could find one jail
and now it's a lot more
here,
muted.
oh, he's hit the shot.
It still doesn't feel like it's
Awkward
too
for
late,
Navi.
which I'm happy
Mosey will
about.
close it. It's
Or too
Cyclone
warm,
taking the
which
pistol
was
and
upsetting me
faking
before.
out Navi.
Excellent fake as well. They had no idea what was going on. I was losing track as well. It looked like a B execution beam from the radar itself. And it's going to be this opening kill, leaping up into the window at perfect timing, just as Immo was rotating. Jamio makes himself known from the Palace position as well. Very tactical approach from Cyclone, a great clutch effort as well. 2 versus 2, played it perfectly, no chance of defusing the bomb. And there will be an eco, just a note from Na'Vi here. No force buy in the second, focusing on the rifles in the third. There'll be a lot of compromises, and Cyclone are prepared for it. They've got 4 Galils.
Oh, sorry to the microphone, people.
AK-47 for Advent. And a bit of an open round here to get number 10 on the board.
Basic underground lurker, no one punishing B, but you have presence on B. Top mid control, and then you're playing AAA. Double ramp, 1 Palace.
Looking to close this one out in 2.
Get connector and do crossfire molly under balcony. Balcony kills you. Now you gotta worry about Palace. Control jungle, control con. Now let's worry about ticket booth and the Palace player. Now gets mollied out, has to take the duel or back out as you're pushing through sight.
He does have the jump on 1, but Mosey is fine.
Lexi B, man.
They know Bit is in towards the Palace, looking to be a bit of a prince himself, but just a little bit of damage. Gives up its spot. He's got no armor, no utility. They won't be winning this round. Hoping that Simple can find a glorious 1D, as he so often does. But the round will not be going in their favor, that's for sure. More and more damage inflicted, but coming to the round's logical conclusion here, it was the full eco, bear in mind. So taking a Galil into the next, not amazing, but it's better than nothing. So hold on to him.
I wonder how I could use the softbox, because I don't know if I prefer this.
Just far enough away from that bomb blast without taking that fight on Advent. So he does bring that Galil through. But for Cyclone, your second round conversion wasn't too painful. Didn't have to work too hard for it. Fell into place quite nicely and just developing a nice gap. Bit of breathing room between them and Na'Vi. This was the Mosier second as well, catching JL hungry for the trade. Been impressed by Mosey's performance so far. He's not been shying away from these duels. I think that's my main takeaway.
Yeah,
it's easy
agreed.
to
Let me see.
cage around big names, but not to beat from Mercury or Mosier. A bit of a fumble there from Na'Vi.
Bear in mind, it is going to be Simple with the Galil in hand. Keep his money strong for the orb going forward. Makes a lot of sense. But there's still an awkward setup of weaponry for masses. Galils, no AWP. Playing on the front foot here, Immo spawning towards the underpass, but no one giving him anything to work with here. Bomb starting to transition towards the B apartments. Kaze and Jam Young to lead that charge. It's Alexi B to defend, and he's only got the smoke famous combo. Just trying to whittle away at the resources of the defenders here, if possible. First duel might be coming in. It's Mosier, who's been so impressive up against Immo's with the one-way here, and does find the opening kill. Nice work.
Just on the exposure from the nade throw, Mosier does go down, concede. Important opening from Na'Vi. About half of that smoke left, so in about 10 seconds we're going to be seeing this pressure applied to Alexi B's position. Safe from those flashes, it's got JL in support. He throws out his own as well. Great tracking from JL. Oh, and the multi-kill from Alexi.
Which I don't know how I just came up with this, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit
flash
better.
as well. The right click from the get right corner, managing to get himself a big spray down there. So that's beautiful work. On a compromised buy as well, it will be Na'Vi bouncing back after losing Simple. It's a very solid B hold there. Nothing Cyclone can really do about it. They'll recover a couple of AK-47s into the mix as well in the hands of Immo and JL. Like we said, Simple was reserving his money for the AWP going forward, but can't afford armor right now. So
this could be either super idiotic or super smart.
His contributions were
we're just going to assume a bit
towards the end of the pass,
both.
pushing him in towards B, allowing Alexi to get that nice spray down with the FAMAS. Good flanks coming through as well, as they do find 8 on the board, but it's Cyclone with the lead so far, 10-8, and indeed the tactical timeout has been called. Plenty of these for the 2 teams on the server today.
Cammy, the coach, calls a timeout, but maybe it's just for the boys themselves, just to kind of screw their heads on tight, let the reality sink in. But this is within their grasp, it's within reach, albeit with an RV that are still in their development phase. I can't imagine just changing languages in Counter-Strike.
It's a whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, especially because even when you're playing Counter-Strike at our premier matchmaking level,
sure,
the difference of how good you're communicating is make or break. So
Absolutely.
often in Counter-Strike, the speed by which you can come to a conclusion and all be on the same page, that can be straight brain lag. It's gonna cost you. It is gonna cost you. Takes time to grow accustomed to it. Of course, it's not like it's something that can't be remedied or resolved over time, but time, the key word there. Whereas no issues such as that for Cyclone. Everyone on the same page linguistically.
Yeah, makes sense. They're going to have to communicate in a very effective manner to make this one work. 2 pistols, 3 rifles. On the back foot, that's for sure, but they are obtaining some basic control. Looking in towards the B apartments here, where they'll actually transition towards. So maybe this is a B execution.
Either this is going to create such a
pop into towards the gun side itself, but
problem, and I'm going to have to pay for a lot of fucking repairs, or it's going to work out and everything's going to be roses and daisies. I'm picturing roses and daisies.
Will go down, flashes as well, but Alexi B on that self-boost position, it's good for a couple of kills there.
I'm not gonna lie,
almost a prime
I'm
spot,
shitting
good
myself
flashbang.
with the way I have the shit.
Pushes him back, JL with the opening frag here, and it's actually
shit can and
lovely couple of kills here.
Will probably go
some
wrong.
serious damage, but nothing lethal. Advent gets away on 2 HP. They have the site, they have the plant, and they're setting up the post. Very valid retake. Look at Jam Young, though. He's definitely got the element of surprise if they do choose to rotate through mid. Imir thinking about it. Nice shot from Mercury. Jam Young dead on mid. Oh, and that's a nasty death for Mercury to concede. He was trying to get back into the site, and with Advent 1 HP, it's going to fall to Kaze. Kaze spams the smoke. They know where you are now. Imir taking his sweet time to arrive on short. They clear him out. Good work from Bit. Kaze, what are you made of? Play his position, play the time. The smoke helps him for a moment, but upon the fade, Bit might find him. Nice adjustment. It's Kaze's clutch. 5 away now for Cyclone. As Na'Vi, they falter once again.
Yeah, really impressive. 2 versus 1. There's been plenty of those moments. Na'Vi have been taking the lion's share of the clutches today, but just when they needed the most, stepping up, and really nice work. The AK-47 with pixel-perfect precision. Kaze closing things out there. Known to be the AWPer, gets it down with the lesser of the 2 rifles available. 11-8. And compromised by, once again, Na'Vi will have a deagle for Alexi B. A glass cannon in the hands of Simple, and he'll be very squishy towards middle on the grenades. Repositioning, trying to work out the next move here. How can he have the most amount of impact possible?
Yeah, you can just tell that the finances are just not allowing him to whip it out, so frustrating.
Let's go.
Otherwise, he's opted for the glass cannon. And as we know, as the name describes, brittle, very brittle, fragile yet deadly.
Ozia might be checking this one, and indeed offers himself up. No trade potential. It's Na'Vi bouncing back in a very convincing manner here. Him up with the opening couple of frags, but a lot of work still to be done here. They'll continue with their assault towards the A bomb site. JL with first contact here. Players towards the palace, 2 of them towards A ramp. Increasing towards the sandwich itself. Flashbang goes over a bit. Affected by it. You can see a lot of discipline coming from Na'Vi here. Making them commit to the fights before they go with the swings. And working out tremendous effects. Lovely round there from the likes of Na'Vi. It's him up, setting them up with 3 kills in total. Great work towards the connector. There was never a moment it looked like they would give that round up. And now Simple's got some armor as well. That's always going to help out as they look to close the gap here. 11-9 overall. And like I said, as they check that position, he has been set up for a couple of key frags here, which he converts and gets the triple as well. Nice hat trick from Imma. So, a weird buy now for Cyclone.
What the fuck is going on right now in this
a mixture of SMGs, upgraded pistols, 2 players without helmets, and Advent with nothing at all. He must have dropped the Mac 10.
Yeah. This is quick.
Well, I think I chose the best possible option.
And JL, the support again. Good for the first upon their entry into the B site. Held at bay by Alexi.
Yeah.
Nice attempt. Bullets did connect there from Jam Young's dig, but nothing towards their head. So As that smoke fades, Alexi actually goes forward of it. Simple was pre-aiming for the jump up, and it's all looking too good from Na'Vi. As now just a one-round game. Cyclone, will they be kept at 11? I think that was the total they managed to find on Inferno.
Indeed. Well, Na'Vi starting to wake up here. 2 in a row. Money starting to rebuild. Should be the eco now for the Chinese squad after that mixed bag forced by. SMGs and Deagles didn't do too much for them. No plant was found, so it has to be the full eco going forward. Not a single dollar invested into this one. And number 22, a chance for Simple to defend the run boost here, and doesn't take the bait. Takes down Kaze, confirms there's 3 players in towards middle, and they're making light work of them. Simple with 3 in total, and there was a chance to the plant. I like that. Cyclone being a little bit cheeky there, but denied by Bits, who is not having the loudest game by any stretch. He's got a few eco kills in the last couple, but he's on 11
fucking K.
As we
I
see
think
Cyclone
this
come
is
back in
it.
with
I
the
think he
AKs across
just
the
did
board at
it.
least. There is a chance for the Kaze AWP, but it opts to the rifle instead.
He
And
literally
now,
fucking done did
wanted
it,
to
bro.
make a wish here. Opening game of Group C.
We
Impressive.
softboxed the
Cyclone
shit
posted
out of
double
this
digits twice
without
now against Na'Vi.
requiring an actual
No one
softbox.
really expected that, to be honest with you. And they might even
So
still
now
win
the
this
light
match,
might
which is
seem
third, which is new. Simple missing out on the jump.
highly polarizing,
Well, he missed out on the shot. Apparently not. Good adjustment
but I
there.
think
Needs
this
to get
is
out of there,
the
but
best
wants to stay
possible
a little bit longer.
opportunity to showcase it in full screen.
Allows him to transition.
Look how fucking soft that light is, bruh. The webcam itself could be definitely of higher quality, and I think that's my next objective, just to connect my just to start getting a camera instead of this webcam to work.
Advent calling the shots. Re-smoke top mid.
But
Doubt that can allow
I think this is
Advent
fucking
Mozia to
beautiful.
get past
Only thing with the
could be
webcam
Simple's
compared to a
big
camera
WP.
is
Yeah, good point. Investing a lot of utility.
not quality, but what's the word? You can set up the settings so that you can get the camera quality right with the lighting you have. That works.
As well as they try to gain access in towards middle, will be an A split to close things out, but they've already lost Mercury, limping in towards the A site, and Imma and JL.
Watch that after.
Sort of set up good response with the incendiary towards connector just to buy them some time, and a boost in towards window. Surely Na'Vi aware of this prospect.
Yeah, what they need is a little bit of a distraction. Someone like Advent finding a frag like this onto Ime, but just as I say that, the perfect combination of crossfire and Molotov makes things a bit awkward. Same could be said for Bit. That's the distraction though. You can see the Mozia starting to catch one. Simple on the rotate. JL does rotate in time. Looking around, hits the headshot, and Cyclone fall. There was some legs to that for a minute.
Absolutely, some individual magnificence required there from the likes of JL. He delivers on all fronts, but it wasn't comfortable. You can see Simple taking matters into his own hands at the start of the round. They managed to get the second as well, but
So how much of fucking hell is the cam link, bro?
Breach the window area, time it to perfection, but JL handles it very well. Takes back the lead for Na'Vi here, 12-11 as they try and find the 2-0 in their opening game here at Group C of Pro League. Half by once again, Cyclone. The loss bonus is racking up, and so is the damage as they run through the gauntlet of utility. They actually get the opening frag completely blind. Mercury will take it. Speaking of blind, so is JL. Difficult frag for him to open things up, and he only gets the one. Lots of damage inflicted though. As Mozia, he's tucked in behind the van, but spotted by Simple. Should be a done deal here, but I'm saying that with bated breath because one missed shot and this could all spiral out of control. Simple maintains the advantage here. Mercury and Advent incredibly low, but interesting positions and a better shot.
He knows there's another one. He knows there's another one. Now he knows exactly where he is. Alexi B fires off from the FAMAS. Maybe enough bait for Bit to find something here from short side. It is held. Mercury hits him. It's all onto Alexi now. Cyclone, they can do this.
No way.
It's been quite a recovery with such a light buy. They do it with Tech 9s. A huge round to win, and between the two of them, Mercury and Advent, they find all 5.
Yeah. Okay then, there's been a lot of those tense clutch scenarios. Na'Vi has taken the lion's share of them time and time again. And finally,
Okay, I think this might be a little
Lady
bit
Luck smiles
easier.
down on Cyclone as we down to Mercury here. Opening frag, like I said, completely blind, through a one-way as well. Ducking and diving, jostling for those fights towards short. They managed to make the Tech 9s work, and then getting that AK-47 all hell breaks loose. Alexi B can't find Advent in the smoke. They reposition and take the round, tying things up at 12-12 here. It's Simple that goes down early. What a shot that was. Did he have the AWP? I think he did.
Advent feeling himself now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, Alexi B's going to think twice about re-peeking there.
Yeah, Orb and Spawn gets absolutely dealt with by Advent. Mark that in your calendar.
Yeah, I don't know how often Simple's lost that duel to an AK-47. Never mind from a player called Advent. What a gamer.
I just want to see if that would even work.
That's a gift for Cyclone. JL holding fast. Kaze does take down Alexi, but JL immediately fills the void. Oh, he doesn't finish off Kaze. Kaze's holding as hard as he can. Jump peek from Jamyoung gets one. Ime gets the bomb loose. A 2-on-2 established. Bit with him. Bit AWPing. Jamyoung peeking straight into Ime. Good awareness. Kaze in a clutch. It doesn't look favorable.
It doesn't. But when there's a will, there's a way. You'll know it! And that was the way in. That was the opportunity. If he hits that shot, you never know. It's an important round for Na'Vi to scoop up. They go 13-12. They're being tested here. This is a statement performance from Cyclone. They're probably going to lose the series 2-0, but they've got Na'Vi on the ropes here. These rounds are cutthroat. And you can see here's the replay. How does he pull that one off? A fortunate shot, I'll say that much, but still an impressive one as Ime dealing with them in towards that B bomb site. And Cyclone will limp into round number 26 here. The Galils are out in full force once again, 3 of them. And maybe just a quick push in towards the bomb site itself. Held at bay by the incendiary. Not dissuaded though, happy to commit. And it will be the first kill once again for Bits. And now Ime looking to strike with the AK-47. They're connecting the dots. This is looking a lot more comfortable here. Might be the end of this run for Cyclone on Mirage because they won't have a whole lot going forward. It's 14-12 and another half buy is on the cards.
Yeah, I think that 2v2 over on B side there, it was their way into maybe a third map. It doesn't transpire that way.
Yeah, an underwhelming execution there, trying to play in front of the utility.
It's probably not going to work.
Grenade, the incendiary just held them.
I don't have a
way
USB
too long, another 6 seconds before they could actually
C
commit. And like
port
you said, it's a
for
half
this.
fight, if you can even call it that. Tech-9's pretty much across the board. Some basic Kevlar for 3 of them, and straight up this rushing B. Gonna throw a couple of smokes in. You've got Simple, the big bad wolf, waiting at the door of the bomb site here. This is going to be a difficult one.
Oh, yeah, he's made that very clear. Hi, I'm here. Simple takes down one and another. Plucks Advent out of the apps. He's styling on him now. There's 24 frags and counting. Simple continues to rack them up.
No shotguns here, but using the AWP in that sort of manner, close range, gets the job done. Kaze could probably get one here. Not going to be the case though. Bits getting sharper and sharper as the series continues. 15-12, looks like they've done enough here. We'll have 3 opportunities to close out the series, 2-0. Cyclone, like I said though, no one expected them to turn up today. No one expected a good game, but they've given us one. They've had some great moments here to set a statement here in Group C.
No, most definitely. I think even in a loss, in a 2-0 potentially, they are going to be doing enough in this game and making Na'Vi sweat enough that other teams will be taking notice and giving them a little more respect coming through into their head-to-head. There's a lot of potential interesting head-to-heads.
And they'll be playing against M80 in the next round. And after watching this performance, you might consider them quite heavy favorites. I'm not sure. We'll have to check out that M80 game, which was close as well. But for now, is this where things close down for Cyclone in their opening Group C stage game? We're going to see a 4 versus 3. Bomb down in spawn. It doesn't look great, I'll say that much. Jamyoung in towards the Palace position. They've got basic utility, a lot of flashbangs, a lot of Molotovs, but only 1 smoke. It would take egregious mistake now from the likes of Na'Vi for them to find another round on the T side. It's been a great showing. Impressive from the individuals. Great teamwork as well. Maybe not enough quite for today as we see them make their final play potentially in towards this A bomb site. Bit is ready at the mouth of the bomb site. He is alone. If they take him quickly, you never know. That's a lot of variables that needs to go in their favor.
Yeah, and that's not one of them. Bit hitting headshots. Warming into things. I say that as Jamyoung's their only hope, and there it goes. Na'Vi, they weather the cyclone. They get out of there intact.
Thank
Big
fucking
W
God.
to post. Good to start off Group C with a win, especially considering the big names in this group. You want to stay in that upper bracket.
Right.
One best of 3 away from the playoffs right now. That's the dream.
Absolutely. And like I said, Cyclone can leave this series with their heads held high. That was a great showing, and they had Na'Vi on the ropes at times. It wasn't an open shut case. It wasn't a foregone conclusion. And 2-0, sure, but Cyclone have got a lot more to show in this group.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We get to see Na'Vi versus Apex as well. That's going to be the head-to-head, the upper semi-final of Group C. But a good first showing, I'd say, from both of them, as we've discussed. Some shining individuals. My
Yeah,
eyes are
so
on
they're
both
not
of them.
really
If those guys can keep
headset
dragging
thing's not
alongside
really going to be
Corsair,
able
they're gonna be a
to
threat
work.
in
And
this
the
group.
series
Good to
just
see.
ended, so we literally have a full hour to do whatever. I think I'm gonna eat for a bit, play, and then what's our next series after this? Fnatic, Imperial, and FaZe versus 9Z. Alright, I'll be back in a moment.
Their annual freshman. Double XL is a very popular magazine in the hip-hop space, but they are especially known for their annual freshman classes. Every year they release a list of 10 artists that are on the rise, doing all sorts of content with them, but people have always gravitated towards the ciphers. The annual freshman lists and ciphers have always generated a lot of buzz. However, it seems like people's interest is dwindling. Since 2016, the views on the ciphers in particular have gone down 98%. Just recently, they released the 2023 ciphers, and it has been met with a lot of negative reception. So after looking into it, I've come up with 3 reasons as to why interest in Double XL has declined over the years. But first, to understand, we have to go way back to when Double XL was just a small magazine. In 1997, Reggie Dennis, Robert Marriott, and James Bernard started Double XL. These 3 were all previously editors from The Source, which was another magazine in the hip-hop space. For a while, Double XL lived in the shadow of The Source, and the 2 magazines even had some beef. They also actually had some beef with Eminem, who was upset at them because they said they don't do articles on white rappers, but after he blew up, they did a story on him saying he was a culture vulture and a KKK member. So he dissed them on the song Marshall Mathers with some pretty hilarious lines. Funnily enough, Double XL actually responded to the diss by putting Eminem on the cover of one of their magazines, which is pretty crazy. Anyways, the first issue that Double XL ever released was a double cover with Master P and Jay-Z. In the early 2000s, Double XL began reaching higher heights and becoming a much more important magazine in the hip-hop community. They had made up with Eminem and sort of began to replace The Source in popularity. Paul Cantor of Medium.com said that by the time he started writing for Double XL in 2004, things were booming. Meanwhile, the internet was becoming much more popular, and by 2007 there were a ton of blogs in the hip-hop space popping up. Double XL was on top of things though, and created a website to publish articles very quickly. They were able to maintain relevance through this quick adaptation. Then in 2008, after almost 9 years of working there, the chief editor of Double XL, Elliot Wilson, was let go from the company, but not before leaving behind a crucial idea. Elliot, along with his staff, came up with the iconic annual freshman class list, which would be what Double XL is best known for today. Elliot Wilson and the rest of the staff at Double XL released the first issue of the freshman class in 2007. Vanessa Sadden, the current chief editor of Double XL, said that they were tired of putting the same faces and big artists on their covers, so they wanted to showcase newer artists on the scene. The 2007 class featured artists like Lupe Fiasco, Lil Boosie, Plies, and more. The first freshman class was simply a magazine with no extra online content, as they were just kind of getting into the digital world. In 2008, they didn't release a freshman class issue, likely because Elliot Wilson left that year. Then in 2009, Vanessa Sadden became the chief editor of Double XL, and she was clearly invested in all of the different mediums of content that Double XL was putting out.
And you've got to double up on content. You've got to be able to do content for a daily basis and then for a monthly basis. What you do for a website is a whole different thing than what you do for a magazine. You treat the content differently. So you just have to be familiar with what you're creating and for what audience your audiences are. based on whether it's the magazine or the website, because they can be the same audience or they can be different.
So likely under her direction in the 2009 freshman class issue, they put out much more content with the artists. They put out 3 covers with different artists like Wale, B.O.B., Kid Cudi, and more. However, it was also the first year where they released a cappella freestyles with each artist. They also released a freestyle with Asher Roth, Charles Hamilton, and Mickey Fax, who were actually freestyling, going back and forth, having fun, with a beat playing in the background.
Like I told him, so go ahead and handle it.
Yo, hats off to Ash Roth. Now it's time for me to blast off Astro Notch.
Kid Cudi even popped in for a quick bar. And while it wasn't technically the first cypher, it essentially set the foundation for what would happen in the coming years. Following that, in 2010, they had one of their best freshman classes ever that would really set a precedent going forward. Vanessa had stated in interviews that they wanted to get artists that were set to blow and show a lot of longevity, without them having a debut studio album out with a record label. She had also mentioned that the freshman class is the XXL staff's opinions about which artists are up next, and that it wasn't entirely objective or voted in by fans. So with that in mind, I think XXL was right on the money when they chose artists like J. Cole, Nipsey Hussle, Wiz Khalifa, Freddie Gibbs, J-Rock, and many more for the 2010 freshman class. As far as content goes, they released the acapella freestyles with each artist. The next year, XXL would make another significant change that would become quite iconic in years to come, and that was the release of the freshman ciphers. The 2011 class featured plenty of great picks like Mac Miller, Lil B, Kendrick Lamar, YG, and Meek Mill. They released a ton of extra content like the roundtable interviews.
The XXL freshman cover is that one thing that you always strive for when you start really getting serious, when you like always would get the cover and you'd be like, one day maybe I'm gonna be on there, and it's just wild to actually be on there.
Right. You know what I mean? Because we coming up, we look at this magazine, you know what I mean? This the shit. We gotta jump on it, and to even be in it and then be on it, that's amazing.
And of course, the ciphers. Pretty quickly, the XXL freshman list became a staple in hip-hop culture, signifying that an artist was on the come-up and was up next. They were only a couple years in and were pretty accurate with their picks. XXL was also a very popular magazine by this time, so the freshman list had some extra credibility.
If you are nominated to be on this cover, that's like a form of acclamation saying that you're on your way up the ladder.
They were so popular and important that people would argue every single year over who should have made the list. And
we're talking about
really
this in like 2013.
Become even more popular.
Personally, I'm gonna speak my mind.
Please.
I think a lot of the motherfuckers on the list is corny as
Some lists were definitely better than others, but XXL was fairly accurate and was able to pick artists that would have longevity. In 2012, they had picks like Future, Danny Brown, French Montana, MGK, and more. They also introduced the ability for fans to vote for the 10th spot winner, who in 2012 was Iggy Azalea. 2013 was stacked with artists like Schoolboy Q, Joey Badass, Ab Soul, Logic, Travis Scott, and even Chief Keef. Chief Keef actually couldn't make the shoot since he was in jail, so they had to edit him into the cover. In 2014, XXL featured freshmen such as Chance the Rapper, Lil Bibby, Ty Dolla $ign, Kevin Gates, Lil Durk, Isaiah Rashad, and more. Another fun fact is that XXL had also been releasing mixtapes with these artists from 2010 to 2014, and I'm not sure why they stopped, but I think it'd be really cool if they brought it back. Also in 2014, they stopped releasing physical magazines, instead opting to go fully digital. In 2015, they released the freshman cover with artists like Fetty Wap, Vince Staples, Rory, and more. However, in 2016, something happened that would change XXL forever. In 2016, XXL released their freshman class list featuring 21 Savage, Kodak Black, Denzel Curry, Lil Uzi Vert, Lil Dicky, Anderson .Paak, G Herbo, Dave East, Designer, and the 10th spot winner, Lil Yachty. At first, there were a lot of people who were upset because there weren't as many lyricists on the list like there had usually been. The list was full of a bunch of mumble rappers, if you guys remember that ancient phrase. Regardless, they released the ciphers for these artists, and they were again met with many mixed reviews. A lot of people at first clowned and made memes about the artists and their ciphers, with people even writing up articles saying it was the worst cipher of all time. If only they knew what was coming. However, something stuck out about this cipher. Of course, I'm referring to the one with 21, Kodak, Denzel, Uzi, and Yachty. You guys know what I'm talking about. They seemed to be having a ton of fun. They all had really good chemistry, and the verses were all actually pretty solid. Uzi's verse shouting everyone out everyone smiling in the background, everyone ad-libbing each other during one another's verses, Kodak making fun of the beat and everyone laughing, and I think everyone had some memorable lines. It was a super fun cypher with amazing chemistry that we don't see in a lot of the other cyphers. The only cyphers I think that come close in this sort of chemistry and fun energy are the ones with Kendrick and Lil B, Lil Durk and Ty Dolla $ign cypher, and the one in 2009, which wasn't even really a cypher. Everything from the cypher to the cover for the 2016 class was perfect, especially the tagline "The New Wave," because after looking back in retrospect, they really were. However, the 2016 freshman class was in some way a double-edged sword. On one hand, it would eventually make people much more interested in the XXL freshman list, hoping that they would see some more fun ciphers and other great content surrounding their favorite artists. But it also brings me with my first reason as to why XXL is declining, and that is because, on the other hand, it likely set people's expectations way too high for what would happen in future ciphers. The chemistry, variety, and overall fun in the 2016 ciphers weren't very common beforehand, and they weren't super common afterwards, leading people to be disappointed with the upcoming ciphers. They also got very lucky with their picks because pretty much everyone from that class went on to have a very successful career, and they haven't really been able to replicate that on most of the more recent classes. Regardless, the 2016 ciphers have the most views on average than any other class. Following the hype of the 2016 freshman class, XXL came through again with a lot of solid picks for 2017. Although a handful of artists from that class wouldn't go on to be as big as the 2016 class, they still featured people like X, Amine, Playboy Cardi, and others. At the time though, these artists were super hot, and these ciphers became the second most viewed on average out of all of the others. X's cipher in particular went viral after his interesting verse. Aside from that though, this class and these ciphers were a lot of fun. However, in 2018, the freshman class would highlight yet another issue that I think is causing people to lose interest in XXL. One thing that had become much more evident in ciphers with artists like Fetty Wap, Designer, Cardi, and now most of the 2018 class is that rap is changing. A lot of artists are less reliant on lyricism and instead focus on production, vocals, and melodies to make a good track. This is very evident in Pump, Black Boy, and Perp's cypher. They were having a lot of fun and had great chemistry, but they weren't good at all. They all did see success in their careers though, because their strengths were in their ability to write catchy hooks and rely heavily on their production. As Medium.com says, if they really want to get things right, and if they really want to be relevant and respectful of modern music, XXL magazine needs to do what responsible leaders do when traditions become archaic and outdated. They need to highlight the talents of the artist past only lyricism. And this is a really good point because a lot of artists nowadays in the rap scene aren't as reliant on lyricism as previous rappers were. Of course, I can't ignore Jid and Ski's cypher as they both had great verses and are much better fit for a cypher, but the rest I can't say the same about. 2019 had a solid freshman class too, with artists like Corday, Megan Thee Stallion, Rico Nasty, DaBaby, and others. However, a few artists on this list like Blueface, Lil Mosey, and YK Osiris helped demonstrate the idea that ciphers don't work out for every artist. The 2020 list was also very solid, featuring artists like Polo G, Jack Harlow, Eneli Chapa, Rod Wave, and many more great picks. The ciphers were actually pretty good, and even the more melodic artists performed very well. I don't think anyone really even had a bad verse. The beats were catered to them, and it was a really good class. It was actually the last round of ciphers to average 10 million or more views, and from there, it would be downhill. Following the 2020 freshman class, views on the ciphers and overall interest began to decline. In 2021, the class featured artists like Ian Dior, 42 Doug, Pooh Shiesty, and others. These ciphers averaged 75% less views than the previous four. In 2022, the freshman class featured Babytron, Saucy
Why the
Santana,
fuck is this like
Fago, Nardo
360p?
This class again wasn't terrible, but it wasn't as good compared to the previous classes and had even less views on average than the previous year. And now we get to this year's freshman class, which has been facing a ton of criticism. The class had artists like Glorilla, Central C, La Tyler, and more. The announcement video had less views than any other announcement video before. All you gotta do is look at the like ratios and the comments to get an idea of how fans are feeling. And I think I've come up with a reason for this lack of interest. So my third and final reason for the decline of XXL is because rap in general is kind of getting stale. Now before you get mad at me, hear me out real quick. At first I was gonna say that picks recently have been weak, but then I thought, who else could they really pick? A lot of big artists to come out recently like Yeet or Ice Spice have declined XXL, so there really weren't too many other options. No matter who XXL picked, there aren't a lot of artists right now that are going to blow up to a big mainstream level. And that's not even the artist. Recently, rap has been declining
speaking statistically. An article from Billboard
Shit's
states
so
that rap
crispy,
has
bro.
slightly dipped in its musical market share as other genres like rock and country have been growing quite a bit. And of course, I'm not trying to make this stupid argument that rap is dead like I've seen a lot of other outlets do. I just think there aren't many new artists blowing up to a mainstream level right now. The first rap album to go #1 this year was 6 months in from Lil Uzi Vert, which kind of demonstrates the fact that artists who were previously successful will still pull numbers. But there aren't just as many new guys doing that. In the early 2010s, you had scenes with artists like Mac Miller, Kendrick, Drake, J. Cole, and others blowing up. In the mid-2010s, you had the SoundCloud era with Uzi, Cardi, X, Juice WRLD, and people like that blowing up. And in the late 2010s, we had people like Roddy, Polo G, DaBaby, and others blowing up. But this decade, I'd argue that we haven't really seen any scenes like that blowing up to a mainstream level. Of course, there are little pockets like Detroit rap, the opium sound, the drill sound, but there really hasn't been one scene that's taken over the mainstream. And that's perfectly okay. I'm not blaming the artists or the community or the fans. I think that things need to get a little bit stagnant so that people want to hear something new. So I'm really just saying all this to dissuade hate from the newer artists on the new covers. I don't think the freestyles were bad. I think a lot of them make pretty good music. I just think the whole genre or scene as a whole isn't as interesting to mainstream listeners as it has been. Of course, I'm sure this will change. I think rap is going to be one of the top dog genres just as it has been for the last few decades, and I think it'll be like that for quite a while. So in my opinion, because of the high standards set in 2016, the outdated style of ciphers in general, and the overall disinterest in the rap scene from mainstream listeners is why the XXL freshman list has been on a decline. But like I said, it isn't all bad, and I'm sure a new sound will come out and captivate mainstream fans and bring a whole lot more interest to these artists, and I'm sure that XXL will be on top of it, just like they have been in previous years. Let me know down below in the comments if you disagree with me or if you agree with my take on this, or if maybe you have another possible reason. I don't really do opinionated videos like this. I mean, a lot of it was, you know, facts and statistics, but some of it was opinions, so let me know what you guys think down below. If you want to see more of my takes on things, let me know that too. Other than that though, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. This has been Matty Balls, and I'll see you guys next time.
I think it's weird with rap because, like you said, there's so many different industries, and they're not industries, but genres, little niches, little pockets everywhere, you know? And it's almost like drill. Drill's the biggest thing to have really blown up. You have the UK artists, you have the New York rap, the American style, like you got Houston drill, Detroit drill. I can't think of anywhere else. Like, those are really like the two popular places. Chicago was really known for the start of its drill, but like, you know, it's not really popping off like New York is right now, or Detroit. But I think that's the biggest thing. It's less lyricism, and it's always just enjoyment. Like, there's joy to watching a nigga like Rio DeYoung's Instagram lives, where he was just rapping with fucking, what's his name, RMC Mike. Like, bruh.
They dropped the leak. Yeah, they like, hey, Rio, did you drop the leak? They like, Rio, did you drop the long sleeve? I got 2 caddies. They like, did you buy another crib? Yeah, I got 2 addies. Yeah, 2 addies. D-Water, I got 2 addies. Well, alright. I just bought a whole zipper for Dirty Fago, roll 2 fatties.
Just got a little bitch pregnant. I got a new family.
I was just in palm trees. I was with 2 baddies. Yeah. I just put some money on the nigga head because he said he was gonna shoot at me. Damn. Nigga, I just found that whole pint of red. I got boots at me. Yeah.
Bro, it's just like
knocking nigga down.
It's just like they are not tapping in to. They don't need cypher rappers, right? They just need niggas who can freestyle. And there's a whole different lane for that, bro. I think it's less about industry niggas and really just going for them up and comers who are privatized, who are working on themselves. You know they got a deal. But more often than not, what we're seeing now is just like the influence of the violence and the culture that they're living in are fucking the great ones up. Putting them in jail, getting them caught in the system. And the ones that make it out look like fucking this, bro. Look like this crispy head nigga, bro. Where's this crispy head nigga? I don't even see him. Yeah, this crispy head nigga, bro. Why don't I see his... I don't even know who he is, bro. What the fuck is this? Oh, well, it should have been Reddit, bro. Nah. Bro, why the freestyles. Fuck it.
Yeah, ain't never show no love. They try, bro, I'm trying.
Got the stitches like they wigs. RP to all the rappers that have lost their life to guns. Fuck all that putting them guns down. Want to survive and get you one. Think to get.
Who the
Who
fuck
run
is
that
this?
bad? Bitches me or me? Let's go. Who ran up that bad? Bitches me on me. Walked in your party with shades on, too cool, nigga. I'm feeling like Mace. Tell your little nigga to chill out before we pull up and just spray out the place. Missing me, y'all getting fly as hell. And my
What
name
the fuck is that,
Bells.
bro?
Hold on.
Too rare.
Cable if it's up, tell them please come direct. They want them fire sticks, niggas, bitches all on them. Yeah. I got the whole world really shaking their hips. Uzi and Drake, you know how sticky they get. Yeah, orange you into that shit. Yeah, you gon' get pilfered at this. In my bag like groceries, really jam shit like Kool-Aid. You so sweet, ain't no peace made. I'm so round town, cause I'm street made. I'll hit you from the neck up like a keychain. This shit give a nigga goosebumps who can't read me. Hit them, then we spin them right back. That's a replay. They steady hating me. Cake like the bakery. Killed them with success. It was R.I.P. School them like truancy. You ain't trying D.I.E. Leave me alone like a P.P.P. Cause I stay G, rockin' Gucci, bitch I'm G'd up. Ass nigga ever cross me, needed Jesus, he caught one, way before 10.
He's trying with the melody though.
With his hoodied up,
Yeah, he's trying with the melody though.
I can't fall, won't put these cleats on. I got straight, just ask bro, we like Adidas. I ain't got no V8, but you ain't got no vehicle. Bro, to the riches, what the fuck a GPS gon' do? You can't even ride for me, cause my trust don't eat. Nigga, you a bitch, put it on your license, please. All y'all pillow talking like hoes, sit down in y'all sleep. Bro, put them L's in more, I'm on Sesame Street. What'd he say? Cause my eyes twitching, that mean there's somebody talking. 762s, they like problem solvers. First you with his top, watch his body for them. Now he baby boy, watch his body crawling,
Yeah.
I enjoy this dry-eyed pizza more than that shit, bro. Yo, he was really trying with the melody. It just wasn't hitting, bro. It just was not hitting. Alright, let's play a game. Let's play a game of Valorant. Oh my gosh, just search it up. Just run the app. Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's just give him one more song. Let's just give Too Rare one more song. See if he's really like... See if I just don't fuck with the vibes, yeah? Too Humpy Anthem.
Yeah. Hey, Rod, I got something to say. What you got to say? It's rare, boy.
Philly rapper, eh?
I wanna rock right now. I be at your house, you know how I get down. Niggas that talk the most, we don't see them. We been outside from the M to the PM. They too humpy, nationally known. Fuck a Rolex, know what time I'm on. Niggas trying to beat me, niggas.
Alright, maybe something else. Maybe
My
something
eyes
else.
switching, that mean there's somebody's talking. 762,
See, this is
they
good
like
melody.
problem solver. First you hit his top, watch his body fall down.
Yeah.
Now he baby boy and his body crawling. Come on, hey, come on, hey, come on, come on, hey, come on, hey, come on, hey, bitch get off, come on, bitch get off my nut, bitch get off my dick, bitch get off my nut, bitch get off my dick, hold on, bitch get off my nut, bitch get off my dick, hold on, bitch get off my nut, bitch get off my dick. I got a horse on me, niggas be stuck at the bottom like polo tees, I buzz like bumblebees, niggas be mad cause all the hoes on me, I'm like Rice Krispie treats, you know I snack, crack and pop in the streets, just got the drop from Dick, you know he screenshot, dropped the poster leak, oh shit, this hoe trick, I been trying to crack this hoe, some like bricks, man this shit like finding Nemo, dog been fishing for him since, got them peas in the whip, I been a piece, it's so sick, you know that shit, bitch get off my nut, bitch get off my dick, come on, you know how we pulled up, in the windows tinted, with a yellow bitch she tough, I still squeeze like lemon. We put Buster ass, so what? We like B.B. Simmons. Whoop his ass, nigga. Smoke anybody that try running. Move your head. Them niggas too fast, I think these Shikari cousins. Boom, boom. Yeah, I think that shit on 9 songs. Shit was like 4 of them. 2 of them got here, I think 12 coming. Feds coming. You fuck about your brother or your dad cousin. We running trains, hoes, fuck. I just see more pussy than that nigga Stevie Wonder. Hold on. Y'all pigs eat a dick. Then you know I toss the shred. I ain't leave no evidence. I ain't fall like November. I was running, shit I tripped. They done trapped me by the alleyway. Got stuck up on a fence. You know they bout to take me in, so I had to tell them this. Nigga, bitch get off my nut. Bitch get off my dick. Nigga, bitch get off my nut. Bitch get off my dick. Nigga, bitch get off my nut. Bitch get off my dick. Nigga, bitch get off my nut. Bitch get off my dick.
So what you say after that?
Come on, I ain't telling shit.
So what you say?
I ain't telling shit. Come on. I ain't telling shit. Come on. Come on, you suck a dick.
No, he too rare.
Okay. Let me drink some water real quick. Alright. I'm gonna go full screen for this so that we can talk about this for a moment. Do you see this fucking pizza? Do you see how fucking dry this shit is, bro? Okay? A little bit of undercrust. But for the most part, it's dry. Now I'm not a big fan of the pizza. But I'll tell you what I love most about the pizza. There's pockets of tomato sauce that are so nice and balance out the dryness of the pizza. I mean, it's pepperoni pizza, you know. At least there's some fat on it to coat the mouth. But for the most part, whatever pizza it is, it's like, you know, the tomato sauce is good to give it that boost every now and then. And I would say that's the perfect analogy for that song. I liked parts of it. I definitely did. I think the production in that song was very well done. But I think literally just about the cypher that I fucking heard where that's no production and you're taking it bare bones. And I'm like, nigga, why would I even go to a concert without his auto-tune? Because what the fuck, bro? I don't think he needs auto-tune like that. I don't think he does. I think it's simply just to be back down. I think it's simply just the fact that it's like you need a lot to carry that. And whether it's like right now you're prioritizing, there's Toby. And right now, whether it's like you prioritize the production because you have a good amount of money, you're with a label right now, and that's giving you some form of security to where you can really focus on production at this moment. That's good. But I think you need to work on everything around that. The bars themselves are good. they can be better. The vocals themselves are good. You can have better melody if you're gonna go for a melodic tone. If you're gonna go for some shit like that. Ooh, I didn't even think about this. Oh, I gotta have it set to shooting though. But yeah, if you're gonna go and, you know, be crazy with production and all, I'm just like, that's cool. Just make sure that you're developing around that, you know? You don't want to just have that be your pillar for everything, because it ain't gonna be around forever. I'm smoking beat. RC link. Go for it. Playing for any leak here. I'm playing for it. One mid. That's true. Literally flicked down left to the body. He's holding fire. No.
Seconds left.
Okay, so we can just do inner lines to take off our lines. I don't even know. That's my bad. Why did I drop such a bad smoke, bro? Nice. Fuck me, man. It's been a rough start rounds. I just cracked my back good. That was nice. That was satisfying. Okay. From this point on, we get serious. And fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go so wild that when I go back to the other crosshair, it's gonna be easy for me. Just one garage. One garage, one B. Just ran a garage. That lock played B last round. Baited, bitch. I wasn't gonna take that first duel. You think I'm that stupid? Nah, nigga. Do a wraparound. No info here. Bop that motherfucker, bro. Bop him. Didn't even daze him. Just needed to fucking hit him with it. Just so I can get into a better position. At you. Hold on, we can take it from you. Or just have Phoenix flank. Nice. You might say why I did it like this, But that's how I was like, you know, that's the intention of it. I wanted it to be a cross site, so they either had to commit to duels or they had to let us get the space. But there was like either you're going in and out or you're having to commit to the hold. Hold on, sell that. Let Phoenix buy you in there, man.
One's on your flank. One's on your flank.
Two flank, two.
Two. Eight bullets. Nice try. I wanted to call it. I wasn't sure about it though. Fucking idiot. That's why I don't help teammates, bro. Literally sprayed an entire magazine and this nigga didn't even like at all focus. I don't know if there's anyone C. Oh, they're playing Cubby. You got spikes, Cypher? They can't come garage. One push out, I mean.
Flank, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why I heard her footsteps behind me.
I did too.
Should have gone into second person. What was it, Sage?
Rotate.
I'm up B. One cross right now. Dead. Yeah, we got B. Probably last two, right? No, Jets. No headshot on Arena. No headshots. At all, my bad. Oh wow. One heaven and one lane.
Switching sides. Take a breath now. Release the tension. Good? Let's go.
I don't know if it was safe for Zova, but one of them was just so retarded right there. I shouldn't have gone for that second peek. I didn't think that they were... I thought they were gonna go 3. I don't know this call. I don't know what this call is. That's why I can't. Oh, bro, why the fuck do I not have it there? Like it. I'm not getting enough info, or I just don't know that they're pushing until they push. Like, they got sight and I didn't get any info. They just ran, bro. I know that they were outside long, but like, bro, instant rush, really? Make sure they come by here, eh? Give them a little taste of the 1-2 medicine. Well, I guess that's the smoke I'm leaving with, cause
He's coming up to you. He's coming up. He's up there.
so there's some pros and cons to the Stinger. I'm just so upset on that one. One more man. Dead mode.
Spike down A.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Pop him.
I tabbed out, bro. Don't do this. Don't. And it does it. Oh, that's one's one. Nice try. Bro, what the fuck is she playing that angle for? On me in garage. Like, why is she playing that angle so...
I thought I asked for pop to smoke.
Nah, I tapped out. My fault.
Yeah, I saw you just knifing the air. I was like, oh, something happened.
Yeah, I gotta, like, every now and then, even if I click on the screen, it'll just start tabbing out. short. Cubby. Can hold off Phoenix. Cypher's bad peeking. Ow! I pulled a hair and it hurt super bad. Now it feels better. And then I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just sucking. Hands are cold, no sec.
One mid. They're still going garage.
Actually, look. Garage.
Are you serious? Are you serious, my brother? They hold for garage that whole time? They breached, man.
He's there on side.
I'm just better than them sometimes. It's okay. Whoever, Cypher, thank you for getting Jet there, because you set that all up.
Wait, sorry, I stemmed out. What you said?
You set all that up by killing Jet right there. Dropped the gun perfectly for me. Is it A? I'll ult.
See.
Bad ult, bad ult. Nice. No quest. 3 mid. Nice. I shit myself, bro. I shit myself. I shit myself. I'm so thankful that Silva got the crossfire there. Because I would have probably died to Sage if she didn't go for plant. Or if she went to go hunt instead of plant. Yeah, man, it really gets so butthurt when people ask. Jet site. Could be back. Spam. Quick, easy game for the day. That was just a shit play from the fucking Jet, bro. That was smart until until Silver realized I got darts. I got darts. Wait, what is he trying to do on me? I got darts, bitch. 274. Wow. That's pretty good for first game of the day, bro. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. And that's literally, that took so short. That was 35 minutes. I thought I'd be stuck in for at least like a 40-minute game, bro. Like, you know, we did it just before EPL started again. So, that's crazy. 8-2, 4-2, 6-1, 1-4, 2-3. Makes sense. I just kept losing, like, especially that garage duel, that garage C plant where she does her trap in garage, and I'm back behind it, and she slow clears peek me. She slow clears me, but it wasn't like the intention of going to long. She just slow cleared me to get me, or just to hold. Getting boggling my mind, bro. I mean, MVP runs, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Do I remember what happened here? Cypher kills Jet, gives me the fucking gun, pop it, takes that duel. I wide peek, gets this nigga. Hide right in the corner, and as soon as you come to peek me, I come out with a fucking frenzy. ZZ peek. Scoreboard. Yeah. Full diamond. And then how many first bloods, bro? 4 first bloods. Most first bloods on the team with the arena. Like, I don't know what to say, man. I really just need to be an aggressive controller for us to win. It's not that. It's not like that's the epitome of the make and break for us, but it's like, fuck, it feels like it sometimes, bro. Alright, let's listen in. My god, this is whoa. Oh wow, they changed it up. I'm thankful that they changed it up. I'm still upset for week 1 where it was the same old, same old. My god, he's a buy! Woo! The best in the world! I don't know why people kept saying buy woo. I always hear buy woo. Neo looks so different standing up, bro. Like, it looks like a fucking magnificent man, bro. As soon as he got rid of the glasses and he did LASIK, bro. As soon as he did LASIK, that man went from a 6 to a 10. Yo, why Steel playing? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's not even like trying to be fat and not eat crust. It's like the crust isn't even worth eating. Shit will fucking break a man's tooth. It's crazy. There's no fucking way.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. It's going to be a trio for this one.
Where the fuck is their even website?
And Yanko, as we head into FaZe versus 9Z. I mean, there should be a clear favorite for this game, but who really knows?
There is a clear favorite. It's such a privilege to be here with one of my best friends in the whole wide world.
Thanks, Yanko.
And the Rat King. I'll leave you guys to discern who is who.
We were talking about this up at the pool yesterday. There actually is a thing in the real world called the Rat King.
Yes, like
it has nothing to do with the King of Rats. It's just like multiple rats who get their tails tangled and knotted together. It's like 10 rats connected by a tail.
And that's called the Rat King.
That's called the Rat King. It's been observed 70 times.
Gross.
Across history.
I want to see that.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's get into it. FaZe 9Z, FaZe starting on the CT side, Nuke.
Max, a little bit of utility. Smoke a molly for him.
Okay.
It's gonna be a top side hit, nice and simple. Keep it clean and Puda straight for the first but FaZe will reply with Brokey and Ray and a couple of light, nice headshots right in.
Driest fucking
3 versus
go
3.
ever.
Bomb plant should be coming through just a second here for Try. And now the retake's on Carrigan. Already trying to get back in from heaven. He's got a nice shot. The second comes in, this time from Rops, and suddenly it is only DGT. He'll slip away with one, but Rops will now cover off Rain, tap the defuse, so DGT under a bit of pressure, and he will fall. FaZe will have the first round of this series.
Yeah, actually, that's a really sick play from Kerrigan. Even though he only gets like the 1 kill out of it, it's nothing super fancy. The fact that he takes so much attention away just ruins all those little crossfires set up.
Yeah, allows Drops to go up vents really and get one more kill. That's a little bit of that Carrigan bullshit we are used to seeing and we love to see, you know, just sort of taking matters into his own hands. It was a 3v4 for a little bit there, you know, that's a very tough situation for the CTs. They bring it back. Great start for FaZe.
Especially going like the entry kills going the way of like 9Z. That little hop out of HUD as well. Like on some of those upper rushes, you lose that first player and like the defense just crumbles after that. So nice job holding on 1-0. M4's out for Rops, Rain, and Brokey. And it's Galil's and an AK-47 for 9Z off the plant.
I think one of the terms we use in situations like this is we call it the underdog Super Bowl, right? Would you agree that that might be a 9Z kind of topic?
It's the Curious Smokes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's certain type of smoke, and now there's a gap. Yeah. Well.
And now they waited too long.
So confused.
They waited too long, and now only one gets to cross. So a little bit awkward. You're gonna have to call an audible on the fly if you're 9Z.
Well, that's all the utility dumped, and well, I guess it did the job. They got a player down secret.
Got a player.
Yeah, but
ow!
Like, the problem is
I keep
now
hurting
he can't
myself.
really cause any distractions unless he does something amazing on Brokey here. But the rest of the defense can just stand pat.
You can't really even fight Brokey unless he comes any closer to you with his M4. He's gonna get up into the event. Now Max has Devadeus joining him down on lower. Brokey's going to peek out of the vent. Good kill on Max. Second should be collected, and Brokey will lock that in with no issue. Karrigan defends the top site, and Rain is there with him. So, well, a small idea there for 9Z. Wasn't executed very well, and since that point, it has been a bit of a disaster.
Oh, that was a nice shot.
With smoke.
Do we give Try a shot here? First goes in, 30 seconds. There's a second in from Try. And maybe a bit more left for Try in the tank. 25 seconds as he moves his way out of the door, but Rops is behind him.
Does he go back?
He would have to consider that flank, but yeah, he could. He could get down the vent, and right now that's looking
Oh,
like
but he doesn't even have to cross
but
anymore.
Rain peeks out, takes Try out of the round, and like you said, Jason, no chance for Try.
Yeah, I mean, nice shot on the second player on top of Hut. There's just so much more you have to do, and I think at a certain point when you get that kill, that like puts the rest of FaZe completely on notice, right? After the last two players are just like, all right, no one screwed this one up. It's time to button down and play smart. 2-0, and we're gonna get a tech pause.
A little headset issue here for Twist, so we'll get that one fixed as quickly as possible.
Sure.
I always hate to be that guy. Like, I'm always that guy, either Rops or Rain in that situation, where my teammates are all trying to have fun, you know, in a 4v1 and challenging the guy and dying, and all of a sudden now I have to play super smart and serious, so their screw up doesn't cost us the round, and now we have 1400 and no one wants that. And I have 10 HP and the guy actually has the position on me, but somehow I have to bring it back.
If you just let loose a little bit and be the one to have fun before your teammates have the fun, then
you'll not be in that situation.
Yeah,
right?
then you won't be there.
You just be the one that throws first.
Yeah.
Don't be the one that throws last.
Now I understand, Dink, a lot of your moves from the other night.
Exactly.
Your philosophy
it's having fun
is apparent to me now.
We won a couple of games last night. We had a little bit of a streak.
Dude, we played 3 games. We won 2. I think that's pretty good.
What is this?
Well, they're whopping out the headsets, but banjacks that one, isn't it? Ooh.
That looks awesome. Do you think it's like a custom one for Twist? Not to ruin his hair?
Yeah, that's a good
padding?
idea, actually. Don't let the sort of dye the black on.
Even Karrigan's confused. It's like, what is this headset?
That's a close
Please don't make me use that one.
He's like, I really want to question this, but I can't talk during this tech timeout.
Well, he told us everything.
FaZe Clan, man. Another team
What's
that's...
up?
Well, I mean, I'm curious to see what they will do moving into CS2, you know?
In the second half of the year, you mean, yeah? These next few months.
And just next year as well, right? Like, there's some question marks.
It's like, how much longer do you really have to make a change with the major already being announced? Yeah.
I don't think you make a change, right? You just keep rolling.
Wait,
into
what the
CS2.
fuck do you
I'm not saying
mean
they would make a
major?
change, but if you wanted to, like at some point, you want to have the lineup set to start the march to the major, right?
I think they probably won't make any changes until the major is over, right? I think it's sort of a, hey, let's see how this thing goes in CS2, right, with the major and whatnot. But the changes that they could make after that are, well, for one, multiple, for two, interesting, right?
I think FaZe seems like one of the hardest teams to make a change, right? You know, when you look at the
I
team,
didn't even know
it's pretty
about
obvious
this.
who you would change. I'd say, you know, longevity, you maybe get rid of Rain, but, you know, look at the whole
Why
team.
would you get rid of Rain?
Exactly, there's always a question
I wouldn't get
around
rid of Rain necessarily. I don't think he's fallen off big time individually or anything like that. I think for me, he was one of the most gifted players I've ever been around with. I've said multiple times, you know, having him and Nico on the same team, he has a better raw aim than Nico.
I think
right?
every
like,
single one of Rain's teammates have said, like, at some point that he's like one of the most talented in terms of mechanical aim.
and great with pistols, you know, it just where the difference is, like sometimes positioning and just the different role. And I think also he's proven that once Nico left the team and he got some more star roles like Yardo knew.
March 17th to
like he's
31st.
more than capable of
January,
delivering,
February, March.
in those roles. So I definitely wouldn't be too
So
quick
we're
on the
looking
trigger
at
when
6
it comes
months
to.
from
So that's
now?
why I'm saying, like, for me,
And this
actually,
was
it's
announced
probably
7 months ago?
Brokey. That's like
From March
the question mark
2023.
in a sense of he has his moments, he's
Definitely
great
does,
in the chaos.
August,
but when the game
July,
slows down,
June,
right,
March.
is when he sometimes struggles to find impact
So
or to
that's
find
10
frags. So
months.
we'll see. You
10
know,
months.
Classic Alper.
He's been improving constantly since he came to FaZe, right? More and more. But
Is
I
10
feel
months
like
even
maybe
like
in the
enough?
last
Feels like
year
that
or
would be
so,
so
you would've
anxious
wished to have seen
dealing with
some
all
more
that,
improvement in
all the
those
production value,
categories.
and getting everything
So
proper.
we'll see how things go for him. And
They're gonna have some decisions to make down the road for sure. Just gonna be interesting to see what pans out.
We've had
We've
had the duct tape and the foam stuck onto the headset. We're ready to go here, back into the action. But after all of that, this really isn't going to amount to much, is it? It's not the most exhilarating round coming up.
It can be with FaZe. because FaZe is one of the, and I'm fine with this, right? FaZe is one of those teams. They will rarely have a super clean game.
Okay.
And they won't always play the percentages up to the very max, you know, and that's gonna cause them to lose some guns against pistols that maybe they don't have to, but that's also going to cause them to win some BS rounds with pistols or with a hero AK or with something and pull rounds out of the hat, which I think is monumental for teams that want to win championships.
And I think it also turns them into one of the most entertaining CS teams to watch out of the whole pool we've got, right? You remember so many of the FaZe games that they've been involved in. They're some of the most exciting we've got because sometimes it isn't always perfect. They're played to the book, and that's when the big individual moments can happen.
Well, Kerrigan should get a freebie here. Any seconds. There it is. 3-0 for FaZe. The guns will come out in the next round for 9Z. They've got cash all across the board, so here come the AK-47s. And about as good of a start as you could hope for FaZe.
Well, we got Carrigan's another player who's added the stones beside him with the gems, but right beside him as he plays. I think Shiro's,
Which ones?
I'm not sure what he's got. Maybe we'll have to ask him and some of the meanings behind it because I know Shiro's playing with the stones.
Yeah, Shiro, right.
Yeah, Carrigan's got them.
That can't become a thing.
Let's see the trajectory. Is it going to be up? Or is it going to go nowhere, Jason?
We'll find out. Doors blown open early. Utility chucked out. Rain's going to have things blocked off to that outside position that he excels in, and this time the smoke wall's great. This time the smoke wall's a little bit perfect.
Yeah, there's no gaps. They haven't all smoked the same spot. This gets the thumbs up.
Maybe they're gonna flash for Rain. Let's see. Oh, well, they were still spotted, so they took their sweet time.
Oh, Rain's been spotted too. That's a good Molotov.
Spam
down though. Not much you can do to get out of that one. So early access for
And you got
9Z,
two going
up a
upper,
man in this
2 in
fourth round.
secret already. One going back lobby, one holding mini art right now. Top mini, and then you got one lower B holding ramp.
Yeah, it's a little bit of flair.
Looks like you're getting some ramp control right now from 5. He's from Brokey.
Exciting from Secret.
Takes the duel and dies
Brokey
from
at
Hell.
Takes him out of the play. Now with
Now you
45
just have
seconds
a
left,
Raptors
9-0 at a far better
silo.
position. Carrigan would have to try and turn that around as he moves over
Opposite
towards
vent
CT Vent.
silo
He's low on
holds.
health.
And you're just praying
they're really
that
desperate
if
now.
they
This
do
is
go
not any
lower,
kind of a good
Rops
setup.
is at
Rops is
least
just
going to
hiding
be
himself
able to
down
get
low.
themselves,
He's out of this
get
fight
them
if they hit
something.
the upper bomb site. He's hoping potentially to just ruin him with time, but it's all on Kerrigan and
No,
Twist. And this is
seriously.
not a comfortable position to be in if you're at the upper bomb site.
Oh my gosh, because you know you
DGT
only
comes
get
out,
one
Carrigan's only good for one, and now Twist to the back of the site with an
And he dies
MP9. It
right
isn't
now.
the weapon for the job, and Davideus comes up right behind him. Execution from
And Twist was probably watching heaven for like that entire round up until that point.
Yeah,
But he
just
had
the
to
time.
turn away
And the
because
good thing for
Kerrigan's
them
gone
there,
down. He hears
too,
the
was
footsteps, and
especially
that's
just
the
like
frustrating part as the upper bomb site
9Z not
defender at
feeling
times
like
when they
they're
wrap
in any
around you and you just
pressure,
have
any
nowhere
rush.
to
They
go.
already
So
have
Rob's
a
going
lot
to try
of
and save the
control. They
M4,
already
and
won that
9Z
duel
is
from
on the
Hell
board.
player. So let's investigate a little bit more.
It was mentioned a little bit earlier by Rops himself, but he has been the player grinding a lot of CS2. That was Rain, unfortunately getting caught to the wall, but Rops is definitely going to be one for CS2 that I think is going to adapt the quickest. I think there's going to be a couple of players like that that'll just sort of take to the game really, really easily. I think Rops is going to continue that. And I think that's a good thing for FaZe to have in their back pocket.
I mean, he's just such a valuable player to have, regardless, just because he's got one of those guys who's got like a mind for like the super nerdy details of the game. And a lot of Counter-Strike players don't have that. Having a player who can like pass along some notes here and there is always a great thing.
You see now, Jason. You see those new logos on the shirts.
I do. Yeah, they've done work. Well done.
I wonder, I think now for 9Z a good call might be to throw sort of the same smokes and just explode ramp, because Robs is one of those players who leaves ramp a lot to go either secret fast or help yard, and now that they've lost that round, that might be a nice little call to switch it up.
Or an upper bust. Throwing the utility for it.
Max is busted.
Trying to activate him out the door, and that's shut down immediately.
Yeah, well, smoked out. Carrigan playing a little bit of a dangerous game towards Vent. Brokey's going to be sending his AWP through secret. And in the meantime, Carrigan just bides his time. There's the fight, and he's going to lose it. The EGT finds a committed Carrigan, and we're leaving out the player count. Still a lot of time as well here to play with for 9Z.
Not a lot of utility, though, and the fact that they're slow playing this as well. They've got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and a Molotov remaining for whatever they want to do. A minute left on the clock. FaZe can still easily
I'm probably only
going to
play one more game after these series are done.
Brokey, and that's towards...
Let's see how this one's going.
Secret, I believe?
Yeah, he's in Vents.
He is in Vents.
Here comes the door
4-3. This one we're going to be really keeping our eye on. I want to see how Fnatic does throughout.
So he heads into main, just that smoke fades away.
We're probably only going to play 1 or 2 more games after these series, because they're going to be done around 3 o'clock.
He really isn't in a position now to...
Actually, I'm probably just going to be done
down
after
and do his best. Does a lot of damage in that, but it's now on Twist.
Maybe tomorrow we'll actually play some games.
It's just one. Couldn't quite stomach the
depending
second
on
play,
the
even on
schedule.
low HP, so Brokey gets
And Brokey dies. No!
That's a wild maneuver from Brokey that
This
just
is
hasn't
just
worked
tough.
out at all. 20
What
seconds
timing?
for Robs
What
to clean up this
timing
mess.
right now?
Just one more kill needed, and DGT leaping to the plant. Robs tries to bait out, but now knows that he has committed to that plant, and he couldn't have gone
Wow! Wow! Fucking timed.
He's so good.
It's so precise.
Yeah, and it's like a 1v2, and you're like, yeah, this is what
That was
he's here
insane.
for.
Yeah, exactly. Clean up that mess.
You know, Brokey just prematurely goes up the vents, really. Just throws his life away,
Goes
but
opposite side too, so
you know, Brokey
he's
just
not
seen
even
the
in the
no-scope.
position.
The only world he's
He's
seen
not
was
even in
getting that
position
instant
to check.
no-scope.
In the reset round, right? Like, super important round for his team to not lose, and just makes it look easy. He has 100 HP after that.
Yeah, I mean, his first bullet was just precision of both those. That was a really weird pacing, I thought, from 9Z coming out door. I think that's part of the reason I kind of forgive Brokey to a certain extent, because that was like so awkwardly and slowly, clunkily taken by 9Z. He probably felt like they would already be progressing into the bomb site, and still one just kind of lurking by vents. So,
well, the pace might accelerate slightly here. Buddha is already out with a Mac 10 right into the fight. Twist. Oh, it's not clean. It's not cleaned off from Carrigan, nor Twist, and that is the site fallen. FaZe just have to back away from this one. There's not enough done from the initial hold.
Yeah, I think you have to save, obviously, 3 versus 5. They have the bomb site so convincingly, so quickly. They still have plenty of utility. There's going to be another round of re-smokes as well. So 9Z not going down without a fight, and they're keeping FaZe's economy really hindered. Not a whole lot of drops going to be available to FaZe in the next round, so 9Z have delivered themselves a bit of an advantage moving forward.
I think Robs might have the AUG from, so the ends FaZe game. That was, it's a nice looking AUG he's got there, pulling it out. Don't see the AUG too often these days. Probably for good reason.
It has its positions.
It's just a good, simple round executing through the lobby. Kind of got messy in the end.
And that just wasn't a great opening from FaZe considering the round. Twist is the only player going A from heaven, and he only has a smoke.
Immediate kills.
Because he had to buy for himself, he decided for an M4. Carrigan is coming from main, and a hot rush just completely shuts it down. So perhaps a little bit.
And who knows? Maybe if they do get that one
the
person
money
pushing
situation
shots
for
and
9Z,
vents, and
it's not going to be optimal, and that
who's
that
playing right
A-rush
beside Hut is holding
danger,
instead.
Good timing for the call from 9Z as well.
I'm watching
if you want to go
for
the other direction of 9Z reading
the
that
squeaky
economy,
push,
saying, yeah, maybe
or
we've got them
squeaky
a
players
little bit
coming
better.
out.
Maybe they're not going to have all the tools they need, and obviously that round they did.
You never know. Maybe they get one too. Maybe it becomes a bit more valuable for the CTs to push in.
Making it down secret. Near Carrigan. With the MP9, this is the kind of range for the,
The
MP9 to
MP9.
be devastating, and Carrigan gets the pick. Robs elsewhere in tandem, removes DGT, and now
Wow.
Brookie assisting
What
his
a
in-game
fucking
leader, keeping them
crossfire.
alive. And that is a swift response from FaZe after losing the previous round to a top site hit. They come out swinging.
A beautiful
only losing
crossfire.
rate.
Benny,
I think
Benny.
we really needed that extra punish of winning that round and destroying the economy. That would have been such a great benefit to have this early on. Claw a few more rounds on the board, give yourself a cushion to work with. Good recovery, great bait from Carrigan. Almost gets caught out at this moment, but able to pull them right into the arms of Brokey. A good rotation, a nice double kill, and FaZe is up by 3. Where do you plan Nuke, Yanko? What? You,
I'm Brokey.
You're Brokey?
Flying up the vents, going for no scopes.
Exactly. Either that or yard.
We haven't played Nuke yet, Yanko. Maybe that's on the docker for tonight.
No, I'm not playing with you again.
I'll play with you, Dinko. I'll be your wingman.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that.
Oh, there's the drop down vents. DJT snuck down behind the smoke. There is one downstairs ready and waiting. Rops, as Yanko mentioned, likes to leave ramp room. He has boosted up Rain at that part of the map, so they've still got defense there. Very passive outside. Brokey looking from underneath heaven. Or in heaven.
Right up there. Rob's having a patrol around the lower bomb site. His shift on security is going to get exciting as he spots DGT. The turret will remove
but they
it.
still got 3 going
Threat
out secret. I
neutralized on the
think
lower
Kerrigan
side.
didn't
That's
see
a
that.
terrible time for that kill to come out as well. It's when 9Z's trying to cross towards secret, so right at that point you're just like, oh, our plans are ruined. We're going to meet up with our teammate, and he's just got down. He had the map control. Now it's a little bit different, and then obviously the smoke's fading doesn't help, and I guess this might just be a safe call from 9Z.
Yeah, you have no smokes left, you have no ground, no map control, and you're just kind of stuck, pinned here.
And the economy's fucked. Oh my god, the economy's fucked.
Might as
You're
well
not going
carry
to
those
see
weapons
anything
on
to at
over, and
least
that's
round
going to be
11.
6-2 for FaZe.
That one hurts. That's just
How many
all your
round losses
plans
is this?
taken
Because
away
they just
from
won
you
the last round, so they're
systematically
getting
one
only
by one.
1,400 here.
9Z
Holy
picking Nuke
shit.
as well. I think there was a slight discussion on the desk before the Shanko about, you know, it's pretty brazen to pick Nuke into FaZe, and you know, you better come out with your game plan looking perfect. And I think immediately from that first gun round we've seen their smokes weren't hitting exactly where they are meant to go.
Yeah, but I don't
like
think it's
not going so
this
well.
is their most played map and where they have the highest win rate for 9Z. So they're just like, we're gonna
Just playing
play
their strength.
We're gonna play to our strengths. You don't really
Wait,
even
that
know
wasn't.
exactly how FaZe's map pool looks like right now. So I'm okay with that. That was a sick shot from Twists. Yeah. But yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. Just not off to a great start, you know, not really being able to
And it's not like they're getting completely
rounds.
It's not like they're getting wiped out, right? They had that chance to reset FaZe earlier. If they do that, it's a completely different half. So they've missed one opportunity. Now it's about clawing yourself back to have a second opportunity.
And a team like 9Z won't get too many opportunities against a team like FaZe. You have to make the most out of them when they come.
Yeah, I think that top side hit as well was kind of down to Twist not looking that warmed up. Missed the kill he usually would get, you know, 9 times out of 10. But here's a B stream update for you. Fnatic versus Imperial over on that B stream. And Fnatic starting to take the lead, 6-4 on Overpass. Quite the comfortable affair for Fnatic, a map that many of their players have made their home ground for years. It's a good opening move for Carrigan, fighting down the door. Try was there alone, and now they're trying to commit towards outside. But the issue is, Rain is here at Secret. It's a very powerful position for the Norwegian to be in.
Okay.
They're going to try and peek him, and he stays around. He sticks his head up for a bit too long, does get one, but gets traded.
He's got numbers, though. He spotted 3.
There's another gap in the smoke.
Yeah. Now there is no smoke.
Yeah, a little sketchy on the utility work for 9Z today. Hasn't been the prettiest, and losing that kill to Carrigan as well means they're at a man disadvantage. And Carrigan, FaZe is starting to be really aggressive, it feels, at denying kind of map control that first step. Carrigan taking a challenge through door. Rain kind of pushing to secret for a fight at red box.
And also, 9Z has been struggling with scaling. You know, multiple times they use the smokes and they don't cross by the time they expire.
Probably nervous there's a gap in them.
Or just miss them a few times.
Yeah.
You know, creeping into main, they found at least the pathway into the side. Twists, not winning that duel again, and that does put it on Carrigan, who's getting pushed from multiple sides, but he deals with it so well. Carrigan out to the left, then the right, and there's nowhere to go but down the vent here for DGT. So he sprints towards this B site, swings open the decon door, And now looking to confirm the round win in the 1v2. It's doable. He plants in the open, but he's actually managed to dodge the crosshairs.
What? He
Each
misses
and every
Robs.
player. And now he's up towards the control room window. Good fight. 1v1 onto
Wow.
Karrigan. Now equalizes it.
Wow.
A commitment to the lower site was
How the
swift. And the
fuck
1v2 to put
misses Robs
9Z's
with
third.
that?
I thought that was a really bold frontside plant.
It
He
was
found
wild,
the
wasn't it?
perfect position to where he was just out of Rops's. I don't think Rops even realized he escaped from the bomb site after the fact.
Yeah, because you think he's planning behind Silo, but he managed to find himself the perfect angle where Rops couldn't see him on that ramp rotate.
Yeah, that clutch played out so differently than I thought it would in my head. I thought Rops, if he planted back Silo, would have him like boxed into back Silo. Like you can't actually go anywhere, and then it's a little bit easier. But
2 months on
nice little 1v2.
I'm not saying it was all calculated, but I love how it played out because you know some of these players are too cautious at times in clutches.
Yeah,
and he just took advantage of the space. I was expecting open, but Rob sort of not expecting that plan. Doesn't even check that position because why would he plan there when there's better places on paper to plant it? Then he just books it for long as well.
But it's been tough, at least so far. He's had a record .99, .92, and
you can see
.95.
Karrigan's looking at Silo. He's thinking like he's playing around the semi big blue or something like that he's tucked in. They had no idea he was all the way up in windows.
Yeah, cool little clutch.
But I take it and I don't mind.
Triple nade
I was
into the
in
site.
Legion for 3
Karrigan
years,
gets
so
jumped
whenever we
down to
created,
43.
So whenever we created
just took a
team,
timeout ahead of this round
it was
as well.
around me.
And
we
again,
didn't
this
play
challenge through
100%
door, trying to just
around me,
restrict the amount of
but it
space
was
that
easier
9Z
to
has
play
over in
because
lobby.
we had a lot
Broky
of time
can't go any
together.
further though, but he might get away with a kill on Max as he re-enters lobby. DGT is looking to try and cover him off, but Broky is in the blind spot. He spots out the arm, does not take the shot, and that might get him this pick right onto DGT.
He saw him.
And now the right foot goes around the corner. DGT with the headshot, rips open.
What?
And the second on Karrigan's fantastic, but that's why Robs has picked up the arm.
Back-to-back immediate
the back
trades.
box of the ramp room. Gets the reply, and a double kill equals out.
You take the upper control, though.
A pair of back-to-back rounds for DJT. The clutch into this double kill to open things up. The closer and the starter.
Still got
Rain
range
has got to
sight,
tuck himself
but
into
you
the bomb
already
site.
got
Still a chance.
leaking
You need
out.
really good individual effort. Ramp room seems to be emphasized for FaZe, so Rain's got it all on his shoulders, and now he's been spotted.
He's got the flash. He'll bang it off the wall. Buddha right and close. Rain does not get a single kill. Tries all, comes forward. Rips open Rain at the back of the site, and now Rops and Twists throwing themselves back into this one. But it is not looking too hot for the chances, and they realize that. So they're going to be just dropping further back. And that is going to be 9Z finding
it's pretty
the pathway
fucking
to another
good
round
setup.
Nice background from 9Z, though.
They're going to go. The Flash is being set up here, so they're going to get up to the heaven plate. Rops is in position now. Flash goes over the top, and in goes Rops. They want to go for this one, and Rops will go down. He needed a double kill there. They were going to go for it, and he just gets the one. So Twist will sit back, keep that M4. That will be that fourth round for 9Z.
Finally, they win consecutive rounds, right? And also a little bit of inexperience. Maybe DGT made an audible once he saw Broky gets a double kill, and instead of them sort of just focusing on that play, they still proceeded with what was the call and went ramp. So quickly make that 5v3 back into a 3v3, but still, you know, this was great. It's there's still a lot of time, so you can just now adjust, make a different call, but
Rops and DGT got so lucky. I mean,
well, we kind of touched on this earlier.
the breakdown
not a lot
of
chances for 9Z, you know, a team like 9Z
Broky just not
that you can capitalize
not
on.
holding anymore on Squeaky,
the first one. They've done
and just holding for back lobby. Kind of gives them that unfortunate. He knows that they're going to be going into lobby and has the one that, you know, he's at least somewhere in lobby, could be pushing him out. Rops gets the position for that one, gets the 2, but then, wow.
Oh my god, he's gotten away. Oh, he's gotten away.
But in the same way,
DGT
just also gets
the
ability to get a second one, luckily.
Here he is,
Spring
behind
though.
DGT, surprise. It's going to be Twist actually taking that one. Karrigan will eventually get his B250 kill, and this should have been a lot easier for 9Z, but there's still a world in which this goes the other way. Rain doesn't have a weapon to talk about, but Rops is 5-7. It could unlock the fairy tale round here. Flies on. Oh, there's the pick behind. It's Max gone out of the play. And now Rain in the 1v1. Try will slip down the vent to the B site, and Rain is sprinting there. But again, remember, he only has the P2K in his hand. It's not the weapon for the job here. And Try hears that. The weakness has come through, and Try gets behind the decon tour again. Just trying to pull him into the fight, go for the pistol, go for the Tech 9, and Try will eventually close it out. That got unnecessarily close.
Yeah, I think Raid being that aggressive and like the positioning that he wasn't expecting made him a little bit more nervous than he needed to be in that 1v1. But a good clutch at the end of the day.
I think it took him a couple of shots to realize it's just a P2K. It's not a P250 or anything really that
like
dangerous.
You're not used to hearing that sound that often, right?
Fine Tech9 work. 6-5. It's in the favor of FaZe, but the lead has slipped away from them almost entirely. Good pick again, aggression.
Wow!
Brokey
Brokey gets a flick too.
He's got the leg shot though.
Yeah, he did hit that shot on try. Very quick flick out to the left. Just unfortunate, it was a little too low. But because of that Brokey aggression, now they're expecting Twist to be so close, and that might pay off here for Twists. He's got Rain up on top as well, and that'll be the peak. Twist baits him in, Max looks for the check, and Rain then peeks up for the pick. 3 players left here for 9Z. An attempted hit towards this A side again. Rain does a lot of damage through that smoke.
This defense has gotten a lot more aggressive and a lot more mobile. It's moving quite a bit. 9Z don't know how to handle it.
It's a minute save, boys. Or
here we go.
God bless 9Z.
Well, now it's a minute save. For sure.
It should have been, but here we go.
50 seconds. Look at the money of the other. You know, they're
wow.
Patiently waiting. Changing the plan.
And besides Dexter, everybody's got a plus KD, bro.
Afro has pushed Monster with an AWP. So the plan of attack continues to be attack at all times by Fnatic. And the rotation will we see then onto this A bomb site. Imperial will be delayed. They may not know how bad a situation they are in.
Where's the flash for these long players? Or are they just gonna push out? Nothing. No flashes. So
I'm sure Afro's not rotating just yet. 24
they just have to wait for smoke fade. Wow.
Trying to find a second, but Crims will deny him. More utility coming through. The remainder of Imperial waiting.
Imagine how different that is with maybe 2 flashbangs. Even 1 is fine, but imagine they get a second flashbang right for there. They do a deep, they do a shallow flash and then a high flash. Just to get anybody dumpster side, so that's behind them. Imagine that. Imagine how crazy that goes.
Little multi-kills make a big bit of difference.
Wow, fucking A.
That's the initial spam. Bolts getting caught on his cross. Then, what else is there to say? All the info in favor of Fnatic. Is he again able to clean up the final couple of kills in a round?
Goes for last round and then we'll switch sides.
Now 7 multi-kills for Mezzi in the first 14 rounds of play. Heading into the last round of the half, the utility is lackluster for Imperial. This could be an 11-round streak for Fnatic to close the half. This timing, though, good for Bolts.
In they go, faster pace from Imperial towards the end. Big flashes, though, and it is a catastrophe on the B bomb site for Imperial. Doesn't last very long at all. A brick wall from Fnatic, a monstrous half. Call him Mr. Mezzi if you meet him at Greg's. We'll see you after the break.
Okay.
Was damaged, but crosses into the open, and Robs, well, here we go. He could save it all again. Takes his time, precision to the kill on try. Aware of the player below him, looks for that one too. Locks it in, puts it in his back pocket, and Twist covers off the bomb. It's now just David Deus, and he is so far away from the action down his lower bomb site. He's got 35 seconds. He'll walk his way towards Secret.
Outmaneuvered by the lobby crunch. Well done from FaZe, finding it all out.
3 for Robs here as well.
Yeah, that's a nasty little flank from him up on Silo. Any damage that could be done here would be nice. Almost gets Twists.
But they got the damage, just not the kill. Now with 10 seconds left, Davideus don't go down after the time. Oh, the hunt is on. He can smell it. Blood in the water. Davideus now is about to get played on from behind. Will he hang on to this AK? And he turns around on Robs and just about keeps it. Oh, that could have been real nasty. That would have been $500 in the bank.
Well, yet again, another yard play doesn't really pan out the way 9Z would have wanted, and not a bad trade down low, just nowhere to go after the fact.
The problem is, like, they're being too greedy. in this round, considering the situation in the game and the money situation and the result. Really, you're sending 3 guys secret and you have 2 guys cutting off rotations and lurking, the Opper, and I think it was Max or DGT behind main, right? Like, if you commit 4 players at least, or if you're really trying to just go down secret, plant the bomb, they obviously traded Carrigan 1-for-1. At that point, you only had Brokey, who was mollied out of position. Like, yeah. I think if they weren't that greedy and tried to cut off rotations, they would have been able to have a post-plan situation on B that would have been reasonable. And you could, considering the buy again and the fact that they're struggling for rounds here, I think this was just too greedy and they got outmaneuvered.
Yeah, I think another way to put it, they're not playing like a simple game, right? Like they're trying to have like 3-4 moves in a round, right? You get that kill, you relocate somewhere else, and in that exchange, in that process of going from steps like 2 to 3, falling apart. I had a couple of rounds like that have kind of maybe been overcomplicated, but let's see what they've got for the last one. 5 to 9. All things considered, not a bad half. Galil's and AK-47s for 9Z.
Yeah, well, let's see. Maybe a top side hit again. Just get yourself a 6th round on the board. There goes the utility in towards HUD. So move in behind that. Need to be swift. Twiz is taking some damage in those initial engagements. And Brokey's all but advanced into the ramp as well. So you can leave Rops to just maneuver around. Now you've got the AWP in that position. Buddha's gonna find out the hard way if he has to walk around that corner that Brokey has it covered off. Not doing so just yet. Yeah, shaping up for this top side.
Another angle for FaZe to have like deep information, right? Like Brokey's calling it. Like
they've got all the info now,
nobody's even close to ramp room. Don't worry about it here.
And Robs has made that rotation all the way around the vent, so he's ready for this top side hit too. And it's very telegraphed to FaZe that this is what they're going to have to deal with in the dying embers of this round.
No smokes outside, so Rain has all the information. That's clear as well. FaZe know exactly what's coming.
Resmoke can block here on Carrigan's info. Robs will send it out. And now, well, the pressure's on for 9Z. Where do you go? This one, you barrel back into the at ramp to just try and get through HUD. So many questions going through their minds right now, and not a lot of time to figure it out.
Readjusting towards outside without any utility. Max and David Diaz.
They got 2 smokes still up, but now just the one. Max trying to fight at range with the Galil. He'll lose that fight to Rain, and now it is starting to just crumble here for 9Z.
That looked like me and Harry in the 1v1.
Well, delayed this whole time. 9Z, no more options. You have to creep out. You have to go for it. Kerrigan's on top of HUD. Twist is waiting over in Mini. This round's over. Half is over. It's going to be 10-5 in the favor of FaZe, coming out swinging in the first half. And we'll be right back to complete Nuke.
Okay, we're gonna...
Bolts is looking good. That beard looks great on him, I think.
Yeah, I like
Bolts. Yeah. Promising start then to the first half. We see the discipline in Fnatic.
11-4 to 11-5 half.
Are out, blocks only.
We're into 11-5.
They will be moldable like the wax casing of a baby belt. Moldable by whatever tools Imperial throw at them. They are naked, they are bullet sponges. Able to do some damage, however. Get the 1 kill at the very least. Fast eco round is a good one. The deficit is reduced to 5. Lots of work for Imperial to do, and the AKs are coming out very promptly indeed. So they've got to get their skates on, because if Fnatic are to continue as they did in the first half, there will be no quarter given to Imperial. Nothing will be for free.
It's definitely how it felt. That first half you were talking about. See if it's the same for Fnatic on their T side though. Imperial get some good aggression timings and disrupt Fnatic like they were disrupted in so many of their T rounds. Utility gets extinguished, but Crims can't move into B short confidently. So that is a question mark for Fnatic right now. Not sure about that B short area. Well, Vinny with the FAMAS playing the furthest forward.
What is it? 2 smokes, 2 flash, 1 molly.
No reason to pull the trigger, but his crosshair wasn't
5
right
flash.
Place. See Fnatic staying spread across the map.
5 flash, 2 smokes, 2 mollies, 1 nade for CTs.
Like they're going to use much utility,
Wow. Wow. Oh my god, Roy.
Those are devastating frags. That surely forces the hand of the remainder of Imperial.
Yeah.
They'll have to play together. 3 versus 5. Can they really afford to be split? They won't be. All heading towards A.
And they're all committing towards B now. Off the 2 piece. Doesn't see anything deep bathrooms or shallow bathrooms, I mean, towards past divider.
Second one as well. Wonderful.
Cross into underpass.
Of the individual skill on Fnatic from top to bottom, left to
Cross
right.
connector into short.
That's the round
from
over.
bottom
There is
connector.
nothing else to be done for Imperial. We said it was a long way back from 5.
Wow.
Now they'll have to do it from 6.
See Roy very quickly putting the pieces together. When he saw the first player, probably knew, okay, this is fairly likely. If there is a second man here, he's going to be tucked in this corner. And so you might as well just hard clear that angle. And it was the perfect read in that position. His teammate's going to be holding his back. His crosshair placement on point. Fnatic got no mercy, potentially, about hunting these final players. He is trapped at truck, no support. Doesn't get cleared fully.
But he's got Twist beside him, and you're not getting out.
Okay, back to Phase 9Z.
With him the whole time. Knew he was
Oh my gosh, I'm
bullets,
sorry.
just styles him.
I keep fucking around with the microphone and it keeps just hurting y'all's ears. I apologize for all that.
Left in 2-4. You like that one, Yanko?
Good work, Dinko. Keep it up.
I didn't even know what to do.
And Max is now stuck at the vent. He'll not really get much further than the rest of his teammates
I
down
might
there.
as well
So
shoot
the
my
double
shot with
dualies.
the crew.
Just a matter of time before we see an 11th added to that phase tally. Now, Yanko did bring up the 1v1 tournament earlier today about choking. Let's see if FaZe will drop the ball here. But Jason, you tied a knot around Harry's neck, and I feel like he's going to use that one as an excuse. Why was the knot the choice of tying technique?
He asked me. He asked me to tie it. He said he couldn't get it.
You know, the reason why Harry lost
It's my
was
favorite noise.
the universe just made it happen.
When it sounds like somebody's knocking at your door.
He got his Star Wars
and you just
sort of
look
canon
up.
all wrong.
And you're like, what the
He's
fuck?
like Anakin had the upper hand against Obi-Wan. That's not really true.
And also, Anakin's
Obi-Wan just
superpower.
showed the mercy multiple times. That's what I've done to
Too
Harry.
many times, really. When you think
So
about it.
far, and today I decided no more mercy. So what you saw today was what would have happened if Obi-Wan just actually got it done.
Yeah,
got the job done instead of just
maybe the younglings
prolonging
would have lived. 3v5 now.
Somehow.
What's happening?
Well, somehow 9Z have been able to pick up a couple of picks here. It is Robs and Rain out of there to the Scout and the MP9 of DGT and Try. And this could still fall apart for FaZe. So we're going to have to see how the rifles get their way back into this one. 2 Khalils left, an AK for Twist, and not a whole lot of utility, just a smoke flash.
Yeah, and it's actually nice. 9Z have played this really smart. They've just turtled up inside the bomb sites, right? Like 5-on-3, nobody overextend, nobody get caught out peeking, nobody get caught individually. 2 players in the lower bomb site.
Oh, Carrigan. Little sneaky Carrigan's made his way down the vent. They haven't seen it. This is absolutely massive.
Did he just find the winning play?
I feel like they're going to rage at each other now, 9Z, if he somehow gets down here and starts taking this round back. How the hell is he here? Carrigan on the stairway, swings open the double door. He would have seen the second play, but he's calling for the ramp play. And Brokey will fall, but Twist with a swift reply will just go back to pick that bomb up. And now it's panic stations for 9Z. They had this one in the palm of their hand, but can still fall out of it. Carrigan fighting in the vent. Now the bomb plant going down for Twist. Carrigan falls down through the wall bang, so it is just Twist now with a 1v3 ahead of him. But if there's a player that you want to give an 8K in this kind of scenario, it would be Twist, but
it
he's
do
unable
not
to
matter.
get it done this time around.
We do not
with
care.
the headshot, and 9Z with the upset round win.
I like how Jason is teeing it up perfectly. Oh, 9Z playing for the side, you know, not looking for any fights. Then there's this massive gap in the middle of all that.
Well, it wasn't massive. Let's not, you know, it was just a little, he didn't clear.
It was the perfect timing here. Look at this.
Yeah,
Carrigan gets underneath. Buddha's checking for it.
A massive gap.
It's a little gap.
Massive gap.
And then it became huge.
Yeah, but no one's watching vents or door. You know, it is kind of a big gap.
He was watching it from
It worked out.
From time to time.
It worked out. 9Z won the round.
And that's what matters.
And that's what matters.
It's all that matters, really.
And I think it's actually super important, you know. FaZe, we've seen them struggle this season a bit with their T sides. You know, when they don't win the pistol and get like easy momentum, struggling to string gun rounds together. So we'll see here, they're only equal ones because of the bomb plant.
DGT. Just dropping back, playing passive. You don't want to get overwhelmed by these pistols.
But you see, this is what they meant. Like, okay, this is an anti-eco. It doesn't really matter in the sense of things. But when he does that and just falls back, I mean, it's hard to take advantage of the space that's given to you. You know, like you saw, like you would have to almost have yard control as well. But I don't know what the CTs are doing if they lose yard.
I hate this duel. I hate this duel so much.
Back, right? That feels a little bit unrealistic. So
it was just so
I'm
awkward
always
watching
surprised
it.
when I see a ramp player just sort of stick around for too long and dies, right? Because if you get the kill on him, then you know you can just pounce down. And but you know, there's gonna be one guy most as a fast rotate. Unless there was someone in secret from the start.
Your CT side is only as good as your ramp player.
Okay. We'll put that on the...
Is that Sun Tzu, or?
We'll put that in the workshop.
Art of War.
Yeah. Well, counter utility, good pick by Rain. That's Max trying to get aggressive. Nice, quick 5-on-4 advantage for FaZe. A little boost to that T side, as you mentioned. They sometimes struggle with. This might make things a little bit easier. Here's the utility. Try finds the equalizer, goes back for more, but smoke obscures his vision. He somehow lands that.
Somehow, indeed. And Rops gets out the door through the smoke. Second kill in for Rops. This guy's a robot. I'm convinced he'll fail every capture he's given and try in a 1v4. There's nothing he can do here.
Man, just so he'll fail every capture.
Smash them.
Rops doing that makes T-sides a lot easier.
Oh, that definitely. Your T-side is only as good as your Rops.
That's your... Yeah.
It's so satisfying to watch him play because nothing is random. You know, his timings they're not random.
He's very calculated.
It all happens for a reason. He's super calculated.
He would be a sick serial killer.
On top of that, he's like also very mechanically strong, insanely mechanically strong. And
his first bullet accuracy today has been on point, and especially when you
also haven't heard from Moses in a while, so it's beautiful just
like this first guy has
hearing
no
Moses
idea,
again
like
for the first time in league. I don't know
as
how
you
long.
mentioned, like you could sit there and say like walking through a smoke is random, but as you mentioned, the timing of it is right when his teammates are about to turn that corner coming into minis. So I mean, even if he goes 1-for-1, even if he kind of fails that fight, he's taking attention away from his teammates coming in through minis.
And the smoke is fading, and maybe he saw that they always re-smoke from heaven, so he knows he has a little bit of like a 2-second window before that smoke lands and pops.
I just love the juxtaposition between 9Z's T-side outside execute and FaZe's. Brokey just did the whole thing on his own, and it's perfect. 9Z
came a long way, I'll tell you that.
Hell yeah, you were coaching him his first events, weren't you?
Well, Rain's turn as he goes down secret. No, that makes it easy, I suppose. I was going to say there might be a little bit of a trap laid, but try kind of give that one up.
Well, they were losing ramp as well, so maybe the call was to react and just push out Secret.
They might get that chance still from Secret. DGT comes up with the rifle. Rain is then caught. And the bomb will go down on this lower bomb side, but 9Z have a shot at winning this retake.
Yeah, that kill though, I mean, even that fight from Rain, when he loses it, it lets FaZe know that they have access to the lower bomb side, that it's not a huge issue. And now blowing open the door means there's a crossfire if anyone from 9Z pushes down those stairs, and you save.
You have to save. I mean, sure, it's going to be 13-7. It's far from ideal, but I think that's an incredibly tough retake.
No kits.
No kits.
Little utility.
Exactly. I think you just have to concede a round.
Rain got a couple gifts that round, though. I mean, Try gave him a little jiggle to show like a leg, a kneecap before he actually turned the corner to push Secret. Rain had that benefit. Saw one more outside, got killed from a second guy, Secret. So he gathered information on the location of 3 9Z members, which perfectly allows FaZe to put together the image of the defense they're going against.
Yeah, FaZe just outmaneuvered them. The call was fake.
I don't even know what the fuck he just said, bro.
9Z
He
leaves
spoke
ramp
so
in this
fast.
round. There you go.
That's how you do it.
Can you guys clip this and send it to 9Z?
That would be great.
And that's like just sometimes how the cookie crumbles, right? Like you have one read, your opponents do something else, the round becomes really tough. And the reason why it's tough as well is because FaZe doesn't waste any time. You know, the call is there, it's said, they go down, and in a different universe, they might be able to, you know, try dies, they get the kill on Rain and still be in position to fight that low overtake, but FaZe are just too fast.
Here's the update from the other stream. Fnatic about to take a 16-7 victory over Imperial. Are they?
They already did, no?
I believe it's a 50-50 chance. And now Lasso.
Well, if it goes to 15-15,
Nope.
Fnatic fans.
It's
tweet
closer
it
to like
Fnatic
70-30.
fans left.
Jesus. Max is going to get that open kill. There's Try with another one.
30% win, by the way.
And all of a sudden, quickly a 2-man advantage. FaZe on the back foot again. We saw this before. Brokey's going to make the jump down the vents. He's got the bomb. Molotov to buy himself some time. Let's see what Twist can do. Here's the footsteps. Oh, David baits him out into the open, but still the plant is going to come down.
I've seen Brokey win these.
Yeah, we have.
He's incredibly good in the clutch.
That's when he wakes up. That's when he gets it done. Brokey now in an uncomfortable position, goes back through the fire, sees that as the pathway to safety,
this one.
to Sanctuary up in the control room window. Jason says no, but Brokey also agrees. And that's going to be FaZe conceding this. 9Z will pull off the retake.
Since when did you become so negative, Jason?
A pessimist?
You're usually the uplifting person who's telling us, hey, we're better than this.
We're better than this.
That sounds like me.
Coach quote.
Yeah, you just have no faith in any of these rounds.
After
You're just calling it super early.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's wrong with you,
Those
Jason?
1v4s standing in a Molotov.
Hey, it would have been so sick if you managed to get that kill real quick. All of a sudden you'd be like, wow, that's amazing from Brokey, and you'd be analyzing it for years to come.
If donkeys could fly, that'd be one hell of a bird.
Donkey bird. Donkeys could fly. Shrek.
Donkey.
You remember? Remember Shrek? All you need is the donkey to hook up with a dragon.
Make love to a dragon.
And then you can make a dragon donkey breed.
Good
and they
point.
fly.
Well, there's Brokey. He's back. He's got a pick.
There's Donkey. He's back. Well, that's one way to get rid of Robs.
No, yeah, that's the only way, in fact.
Nobody walks through a smoke and gets 4 headshots on me
didn't
twice.
get that 16-7 win, so overtime confirmed. And DGT is going to hold down.
Okay. Oh, no.
It's Twists with the reply, and now
Honestly, it ain't too bad, though. For
Brokey's got the
a
read of the potential flank
13-8,
coming quickly
how
behind
much
him, so he
money
has
you
to get his
have?
scope out and ready, and he does so at the perfect
Kanye's
time.
a little
Buddha
bit
is
more
caught.
fucked up.
Well, David has
But
slipped
this
in,
is
and he
still
might come back
doable.
into this fight eventually.
Lobby outside,
It's a really nice
Marshmallow.
because everyone's in such strong
ramp.
positions. Rain's able to just play it however he wants outside at red. Twist is tucked into a corner in ramp room to make sure nobody can come back at Brokey.
So they're gonna have to
just
give
enough
up.
time to start moving around on that
Oh,
defense, and
never
Rain
mind.
finds a freebie in Big Garage.
I mean, Tri was aware of it. Rain is alive. He's the R player, so I was surprised by how aware he is of that lurk, but Rain wins out the duel.
Here we go. Tadeus gets taken out, and that's going to be a 14th round for FaZe.
Just having to take
Not
that
a lot of
tool
money left for
knowing that you
9Z
kinda
either, so we're getting to that
just
point now
stuck
where
there.
Should be 15 rounds. FaZe looking to close out Nuke.
Yeah, but I think you have to buy here if you're 9Z. Like, you don't want to be sitting at 8 to 15. You've got money to scrape together what I think it was like 2 or 3 M4s, 2 or 3 big rifles. So 2 M4s and AWP. So yeah, I mean, this is, in my mind, the only decision 9Z can really make. Continue fighting for the map because you've got the money for it. Here we are in round 23. Door blown open, utility out towards Mini. Try gets heavily damaged trying to take the door peek, which gives safety to Rops, dropping down vents.
Can't believe he's managed to get here again, and Max has no idea. Hello! A little surprise from Rops from the vent.
Sometimes when the outplay is so, it just feels unfair. You're just like, that's not cool. Like it's not even potentially in his mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's a different world from Carrigan. Takes out Buddha.
But they don't know about top mini, and he's gone.
Just taking the time now, FaZe. They have the player advantage. And David is going to offer himself up. Needed to win that fight, because if he lost it, that was pretty much it. Shut. But he's reopened the case with that kill. New evidence has been found.
Can they meet up with Rops? That's the big question right now. Rain is outside towards Mini. Rops is, as we saw, just low on the ramp. It's Twist with the bomb, who's kind of on an island with nowhere clean, no easy decision or path to take.
Ooh, good timing for DGT. Comes out of heaven. Rain wasn't ready. FaZe now down a player at 30 seconds. Where do they go from here?
The only option is ramped lower. And Twist is just going to have to kind of hold his breath and walk through lobby. He was a little bit nervous of any kind of a push in lobby. But now 9Z starting to piece it together.
Yeah, well, utility, final pieces being thrown out. Try will be smoked out at the decon door. He might even try and deny. And he actually hits the no-scope. But it's not going to be enough damage to bring down Twist. And we'll see if that leg shot will cost them
that
this
caught
round.
me so off guard, bro. I was like, why the fuck did this stop streaming?
Quite the duo to have alive. For 9Z, they're looking to prevent map point going against them. It's now Rops up in the rafters, and he's been so precise, but this time DGT comes back down the ramp, and Rops will fall.
It just gets caught off guard. Perfect timing. DGT really has been just perfect with their time, with his timing. An opportunity against FaZe here. It's been so many rounds, even on the T side, that they were just taking so many opportunities back with just the timing and ability.
I mean, if anything, it's a weird setup in the 3v3 when there's a guy down vents for you to give ramp and just sort of turtle A. I think, you know, FaZe wasn't expecting that at all. You could see they were trying to figure, you know, they were expecting some aggression at first and whatnot, but 9Z does a good job of grinding the round out and forces FaZe on an eco. Why does Rops have small Kevlar and a Glock?
That's a good question, Yanko.
I think he doesn't have any faith in Twists or
he's gonna pick up the
Brokey and just wants to pick it up.
Exactly.
Maybe he's got a plan. Maybe Rops has something we don't see. Let him cook.
Carrigan.
Carrigan jumps over, spots out the blue box player, and does as much damage as he can, and gets naded. So that is the heat-seeking missile that lands right on Carrigan's head. Now Max's turn, credit card denied here for Brokey.
I could have said declined.
That's the word I did intend on saying.
What happened?
What happened?
You know, they sound so similar.
Oh, Twist is going to grab one at the end, and that's about it. They know he's on the roof. There's the swing, and double digits for 9Z.
And Rops doesn't even have fat fingers, so it can't be, you know, maybe it's too fast.
Just equalizing the money.
You know, in CS2, you can sell that Kevlar.
Hell yeah, you can.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All the Fnatic fans. Oh, thank goodness.
They showed the winning moment just for you, just to get you off the hook. Woo!
I was worried for a second.
Yeah.
Are you worried about FaZe, though?
No, never. I never worry about FaZe. They always get it done, no matter how difficult it has to be. They manage to find the way. I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe go all the way through the last chance qualifier. And they get all the way through.
Oh, we'll take that. We'll take that all day. Nice little angle. Oh, double
Oh,
push.
wow.
DJT coming up from secret.
Oh,
Maybe I am not worried, Yanko. Maybe it is getting to that point. Because that round was far too...
Yeah, very easy for 9Z. I mean, helps when you get a spam through the smoke. That was quite nice. And yeah, what are Rops and Kerrigan supposed to do? No money in the bank. You got a minute left on the clock. Probably try and go for at least a couple of kills here to try and limit some of this economic growth. But if this stays clean for 9Z, they put themselves in a very nice position. It'll be 3 rounds in a row. They'll be having plenty of cash moving forward, a little bit of a safety net, a buffer built up behind them. So 9Z's in a good place to start making this comeback happen. Now it starts to feel a little bit more doable.
There's the positivity back. I feel like it is happening. The 9Z comebacks here. Kerrigan hasn't got many kills the last few rounds. Robs is slowed down.
DJT's having a great game as well. 21 kills for him, 20 on try, but DJT had that 1 versus 2 clutch into the next round, having a 2-man opener as well for 9Z. He's having huge impact on top of the numbers.
Yeah, he's been pretty sharp. One of their better players. I think he also reminds me a little bit of your, like, well, FaZe is going for this. Let's see if they can get the bomb down.
Oh my god, Robs gets a second kill. Kerrigan is allowed to plant the bomb. They want to play this in a retake, and Robs is gone, so now maybe the issues subside for 9Z as Max and DGT able to close on Kerrigan.
But he reminds me a little bit, he's not like Robs, you know, he's not a super calculated, like sort of like very patient. He's more of a hunter, you know, he'll just go for the fight and go for the wide swing and push through that molly like he did in this round. You see he's gonna get molly, he just goes for it, and a small mistake from FaZe for no one really to hold the molly. And you can see Brock sort of feels the same way.
Yeah, he had a really good timing on that, right? Like it landed like on his toes, so he was able to kind of step forward before it did any damage or gave away the tick. Neo having a conversation.
The new coach. One of Yanko's IGLs back in the day.
That's so crazy.
Neo's great, man. Bet when you started playing Counter-Strike back in the day, you never thought you'd be coaching Neo of all people.
Hell no, man. Philip is a great guy. Knows a lot of CS, goes without saying. And I think this is like where he does his, for now in FaZe, his best work. He always had these, even when he was an IGL for us, the half buys. Like the heavy utility half buys to which, like, you know, some of the players roll their eyes because they want to just buy a deagle and go search for stuff, and like they think, this is so easy to play against or whatever. But these worked more often than they're not. They're deceptively good.
Yeah, I mean, just put some power into like these are like that little like half inch that can get you over the finish line. Is just winning one of these in a map. Smoke wall set up outside for FaZe, but it's all a ruse. It's going to be an upper bus. Good counter Molotov to slow things down, but here it comes after the fact.
Right into Davideus, who sees it coming and drops down off the back of the site. Kerrigan's desperately looking for the player who's defending the site. Eventually we'll get it with a Tech 9. There's a big gap in this main smoke. Kerrigan's got a second kill, but DGT makes his way through ramp, gets that pick back, and Max, he's still in the vent. There's no bomb plant yet for FaZe, and the barrel of the tip around the corner for Rain is spotted by Try, and Kerrigan goes in the lobby. Nice shot from DGT. Needed to win that duel, and he will follow up. DGT's looking pretty precise right now. 25 kills.
Oh, you said it, Yanko. They're always dangerous. That was a very winnable scenario. 3v3 post plan after you get into the bomb site trade, the upper kills.
Who missed the smoke? Oh my god, it was Robs. It was Robs? I mean, I think it probably hit the guy on main. There was a guy in main, and I think you see that guy?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it does.
It hit the player.
Okay. He didn't miss.
So he didn't miss. It accidentally hit. That was Buddha. Buddha was there and just sort of randomly hit him. You see this missed smoke, and that's what.
That has the gap in it.
If there's no gap, that's it. They have the site, and everyone else is behind the smoke or something. So that's unfortunate. And this is where if you're a coach, you're like, damn, we had that. We only didn't miss the smoke.
Yeah, when you see that kind of a detail, like Buddha not even paying attention and it hits him in the back of the leg.
To be honest, also, if I know Robs is throwing that smoke, I would have to be like something. He does not. He does not miss this.
Yeah, simple smoke like the main smoke. Maybe Robs is one of those Mexican aliens. You know, he made it. He stayed alive.
So aliens now have a nationality, do they?
Well, you know, There was the ones that were released today. Yanko were in Mexico, so I'm just going to give them that nationality. They've earned it. They've been there for 1,000 years.
Ooh.
Well, thank you, teammate.
Yeah, well, look at the advantage he's found now. You'll never expect this. Nice shot from Rops. He's taking matters into his own hands. That's spicy, but you still got to get past David Diaz. And Twist is there. Rops going to add one more. And that is a heartbreaking round.
He's reading the second Heaven player as well. Oh, Rops.
Oh, my God.
I told you on the couch. CS2 is not optimized fully yet. They're still crunching the source code.
He's like training with weights around his ankles.
Yes, so now coming into CSGO, he's ready. He's Rocky from Rocky 4, right? He's been training in the winter.
The cold.
And now he's coming on. He's like, this is easy. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Every kill in CS2 needs to be a headshot. Can't spray. And that's what Rops is doing right now.
I think that's like the second time we've seen the camera just pan over to Rops, and he's just laughing like, yeah, I don't know, I just hit everything right now.
Exactly.
He's having a good time.
He's hitting every timing. He's hitting every shot with the timing. Like, it's wild.
It's the best feeling.
He's just been getting very fortunate with like a lot of the pushes, but that's been like that for this game. And I feel like that's more of a mantra for like the way that FaZe plays, the way that Virtus Pro plays. It allows you to take whole parts of the site without even having to duel for it, right? Like
you're playing for the win, and there's no chance
it's slowly, if you're on T side, it's slowly grinding for different areas of the map. Throwing all this util to project them somewhere, to project the T or CTs to think you're going somewhere, but just slowly grinding somewhere else on the map. And, you know, coming down to a point where it's like, okay, now we have all this room, we're going to attack here. FaZe, it's like such a level of unpredictability in all their series where it's like, when you see a Kerrigan round, no, they are not fucking around and doing all this extra shit. But around like that, where Rops can just do what Rops does, that's just like the ability of FaZe. Twist does this often in his lurking positions. Rops does it a lot. Brokey does it. Brokey gets into positions where like he's usually going for 2 threes. You know, 2-3 kills easily.
They close it here. We will not see that 30 bomb, but the attack out into the side. FaZe coming down the vent.
Oh, David! Oh.
A little panic there on the third, but Twist eventually will get that kill back, and Kerrigan needed a headshot. There's now a world again in which FaZe win this round, but it's a very small world.
Oh, this reposition is nasty. Oh, beautiful from Kerrigan. Comes right back into it. And now the upper bomb set is available. Kerrigan's going to get baited. He's going to give away the position for Twist, who's going to move in. Now a 1v2, and he's precise as well.
And the molly.
Yeah, right down the vent. Just perfect reaction. Try. He flies up, and Twist is going to hear that. Now he has the info. He's going to go into the hut. He's going to wrap around the door. And Russell Van Donken will get bested in the fight. Try turns and reads it at the last second. 9Z extend play thanks to Try.
What a legend. I didn't think he would ever imagine Twist got towards Hut.
Yep. I think that will be a good idea.
Oh, now we know. Spoilers.
I think in this situation, it would be a good call to rush A.
Yo, Yanko, that's kind of sick.
I thought Twist had this one checkmate style.
Just quickly, I think Robs' fatality would be sort of the screen would go black, and then all of a sudden he would be behind you.
Yeah, it was like teleport.
He would, like, cut your head off quickly or something. I don't know. Decapitate you.
Oh, here's that half by A rush. Let's see how it goes. Mac 10's, Molotov's in the way, and it's put a stop to at least initially. Buddha's going to grab one from on top of Hut. Not traded off just yet. Robs can't track it. And in control, 9Z, 1 round away from overtime.
Kerrigan called that. He didn't even rush. Come on, man. Back of the ramp, he's gone. And, well, here we go. What's the half by? So they're playing for the regulation finish.
I think if maybe you got a team and you're playing and you're competing, and on Nuke you're struggling against an A rush or a hot rush, you keep losing rounds to that. The key thing to do is throw an HE in hot. Not a molly, because it can be extinguished. Just throw an HE. You could see what it did there. It does a ton of damage. It also slows down the T, so they lose their timing with the flashes. If you really want to do it, just have 2 guys start having an HE with both of them. All of a sudden, 15-14, boys.
Yeah.
It's overtime, possibly here.
Oh, don't lose it here, though. That'd be so crushing. Fought yourself all the way back into this game. This time a ramp lean, it looks, from FaZe on the minimap. Rops parked over with Brokey in support with the AWP.
Well, FaZe have been called the great procrastinators, so let's see if they get it done at the final moment of regulation. Rand just chilling up on top of Silo. There's a red push coming up from Max. This position might be the one that unravels this attack from FaZe towards outer.
Is Try gonna flash for?
He just walked right into Carrigan.
Wow.
He wanted to make a play, you know? He was just trying to have a little bit of fun.
He was feeling himself, Yanko. You know, sometimes it's about having some fun. And Carrigan's gonna get a second kill. And sometimes fun costs you a lot. It could cost you everything. And right now it looks like 9Z's fun will end on Nuke, because FaZe have certainly put themselves in a position to get this.
Fuck you, FaZe.
Running forward.
Fuck you for making this a 30-round map just to go and take it in the end
They
like
bring
this.
them right to the brink.
Fucking shit.
Max is going to feel real guilty about that push, about that play. Carrigan closes it out 16-14.
FaZe Clan
You
done on
mother.
one of this series, a chance to 2-0 as that's 9Z's map pick out of the way. FaZe Clan looking at 2-0 at the start of break.
Terrible. Fucking terrible. It's so fucking stupid, bro. What the fuck?
Do you think me a fool? Do you really think there would be groundbreaking new alien information and I wouldn't know about it? Ridiculous. I stay at the forefront of all alien developments. I love alien shit. Last night, there was a surprise broadcast from Mexican Congress where they presented supposed alien corpses. And you bet your sweet bippy I was glued to it. Now, I want to start by laying out the foundation here. I'm going to give you all of the eating utensils before feeding you the meal. Basically, what happened is, there is a individual by the name of Jaime Maussan. And he claimed that he had 1,000-year-old alien bodies that he presented at Mexican Congress. There's a lot of confusion around this situation right now. People are misled into believing that this was the Mexican government coming forward and just dropping this hot potato on everyone out of nowhere, when that's not the case. This is from an individual, Jaime Maussan, who is a UFOologist and researcher, and he is presenting all of it. And this isn't even his first time doing it. In 2017, he presented yet another mummified alien corpse, not human, but it was later debunked and proven to not be alien at all. So he has done this before, but this time around he's presenting new corpses and also claiming that there's been extensive research, studies, tests, and scientists working on it to confirm that these are 100% real, authentic extraterrestrial visitors. Now, he and his team are saying that all of this information is available for any scientists around the world to confirm their findings, which I think is great. Inviting research into these is fantastic, and I guess we can finally know for certain if he's being truthful here, and these are somehow actually alien bodies. I guess they came down to Earth for fucking spring break and just, they lost control of themselves, maybe drank too much and died of liver failure. I have no fucking clue. But we have these corpses from 1,000 years ago. He's claiming these are mummified aliens and has a bunch of tests, allegedly, that they've run on them, and is inviting the rest of the world to do the same. So I'm excited to see if the rest of the world does that, and if they also confirm all of these findings. But now, let's get into talking about the aliens themselves, and then I want to bring on an expert, my father. You all know my father is on the cutting edge of everything alien-related. If anyone's going to have an eye to see through the bullshit, it's gonna be old Papa Charles, I'll tell you right now.
Sure, bud.
Oh.
And
it's a
now
little
he's going
carcass.
straight highlights. Alright, game 2.
Round started with us trying to push door, and I traded my teammate in door. I gave my teammate the MAC-10.
Yeah.
And then he jumped in first with MAC-10 through the CT smoke, and I kind of just like, I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll just jump through the smoke too. And no one looked at me.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I just got into an interesting situation there. I feel like the CZ doesn't do that anymore, though.
No.
No.
It really doesn't.
It's like, it's more RNG than the Deagle, I think, seriously.
Never smile. Never smile. Never smile.
Bluebell prize winner.
So what do we have here?
Inspector Parler. Looks like 2 joggers found him on their morning run.
Captain Space.
Oh, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my god! Oh my god, that was incredible.
I can feel it in my whole body. I want to taste it.
Well, Lexi B might have been onto something. 90 giving FaZe a run for their money on Nuke, but unfortunately for them, it is Karrigan and Co to reach 16 first. A W is a W, but
yeah,
is this the way you wanted FaZe to be getting a win, Hugo?
FaZe, procrastinators, Freya.
Okay.
I mean, they've done
Got
it
like 10 on me.
in the words of Mark
Nigga,
Twain,
I'ma rip
never
the seat.
put off till tomorrow.
Feel
the
like
things
I'm
you
G.
can do the day after
I'm
tomorrow.
on the sprees. Yeah.
That's FaZe all over. But they get it done. Ultimately, they get it done. They take a win, 16-14. Rops with that CS2 warm-up is looking crispy, and Karrigan had to carry again. I'm still a little worried for FaZe in this current form.
Yeah. Same worries?
Not
Chad?
really, and I'm
No?
just still, a W, I know a win is a win, but a W is sometimes a V if you're in Germany.
It's actually 2 V's put together, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's Volkswagen. But I guess that's spelled with V's, W's. Anyway,
it is spelled with V's.
We're not
So
really
we're just gonna quickly scroll over to this next stream and watch that again.
Reinforcements can come through as well. Bomb has been planted, and Fnatic are going to start this one the hard way. It looks like very difficult indeed. Dexter's found himself opportunity at 1 frag, not quite getting a clear enough shot. So Imperial.
Okay, so it wasn't that round.
We'll see the full spot out from Fnatic.
Game of Counter-Strike.
Okay, well, I don't know where that came from.
FaZe haters are winning right now. They're on the forums. They only won by 2 rounds. You know, so we
And then FaZe fans are also winning because they ended up winning in the end.
Yeah, so we all win.
Everybody won.
Besides 90, who definitely lost that map.
They definitely did. And it kind of came down to Rops in a lot of those situations. He started off very hot, continued in that as well. And we mentioned it before. He's been grinding CS2 with Twists, actually. They've been doing all their placement games together. He's pulling in some fat numbers.
Surprisingly, Rob's had a very good map, and Twist just had an okay map, right? So what's the difference? Who's learning what?
Rops is a bigger nerd in the best way, right? He has been nerding everything to do with CS2.
87% win rate.
Yeah, that's not even the highest, Chad. To be top of the world, you've got to be up to 96% win rate, and I think
96.
Yeah, that's what some of with 100+ matches. There are people up there right now. They have about 25 to 30k on the Premier rating. Rops is certainly up there with the right 5 stack. I think you can do it. He's having fun, man.
Okay, so Twist is actually bringing Rops down. Is
You
your
said that,
theory
Freya,
from
not
that?
me.
That's what you were gleaning from the information.
I saw some movement out of Rops there. He tried to do this little jump peek and hut, and he didn't. It didn't
Right
land
outside
there.
a shoe
So,
store.
you know, definitely his movement has been negatively affected here today.
You know, FaZe aside, I'm really impressed at 19.
I can only imagine going shopping and casually seeing an entire team getting practice because the arena's literally just right down the block.
But you know, 90 held on, and even they said in this interview coming in, like, yeah, we expect to, like, I think a lot of the teams in this group, even M80 said, yeah, we're going to get slapped around a little bit here in Europe, but we're here to get experience.
To get slapped around. Some people like it rough.
They do, Chad, but
Don't
you know,
shame them.
where was I going with
It
that?
doesn't matter
90
where
knew
you
it was
were going
coming.
with that.
90 knew it was coming,
That
and they
was
still
crazy.
showed up and put on a good game. So I think, like I said in the pre-game, they're going to get some wins here in Malta.
It did get a bit chaotic, and you know what somebody famous said? All great changes are preceded by chaos.
Thank you, Freya.
And we have to be moving on to the next change, which is going to be CS2 at some point, in some way, in some shape or form. And what changes are we going to see coming into CS2 externally?
Plenty
with
of
stuff
changes.
that we can control.
Plenty of damn changes. Now, did you come with a quote about change? I asked for a quote.
I've got a few quotes about change.
Hit me with
Did you
one.
miss it?
Oh, I did miss it. What did you
Wait,
say?
You didn't hear that,
oh,
that
the
change quote?
Oh,
No, that wasn't about. That was about procrastination.
That came from you.
That was a quote.
Well,
That
it came
was
from
Mark
Mark Twain,
Twain. It
but
was about procrastination.
it came through Hugo.
Dinko closed that map with, you know, FaZe the procrastinators.
Yep.
Get it done.
And you
so
picked it up.
So I opened it with that, and then I threw in a line about procrastination.
But now, as we've changed pace,
yes, we have
at?
changed pace. The measure, Chad, of intelligence is the ability to change, and that's Albert Einstein. He was smart.
He was smart.
Maybe the smartest.
He was smart.
One of the smartest.
A saying that comes from my family back at home. Well, maybe it doesn't come from them, but one that they'd always say is change is as good as a holiday. I don't know how that kind of. I don't know. I never
it
really.
stops there. That's
That's it. Yeah, kind of left it at that.
I don't know. Not all change is good, but change is inevitable.
It's true. Change is painful, but not as painful as staying stuck in where you don't belong.
I don't know if I belong
said
in
that,
CSGO, but
I guess we don't belong in CSGO.
But all of these are putting us in a similar frame of mind, right? Is that things are definitely going to change.
I got one more chat.
Yeah,
I got one more. This is a good one. This is apparent. Winston Churchill.
Yep.
To improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. And I think that goes out to Valve because they've been putting out a lot of updates.
Okay.
They've not been slowing down. They know they got to keep pumping them out, Chad, and give us what we want. The people.
Change.
Give the people
Something about Obama in there as well.
Yeah, that's a longer one. I can do it if you'd like.
No, let's start discussing some of the changes.
I have some other presidential changes.
Let's discuss some of the changes, shall we? Okay.
Yes.
So Subtick is a change.
Yes.
One that right now the jury is still out on, but maybe one that we don't need to focus on too heavily right now.
I can't speak for it.
Let's move on.
I'm not a server expert by any stretch of the imagination, but skins will change in terms of the way that they can be made with the new lighting, and I'm sure that there's, I'm not an expert on this either, but I imagine there's a whole bunch of new tools of what the skin creators are able to do.
I can tell you about maps, at least, because maps are changing, right? Like, again, also not an expert, but the tools.
I love this.
You know how, when we went to Seattle, I know, a bunch of idiots.
They're not an expert,
but
see,
I don't really have a
sounds
clue
like a
what
Joe
I'm
Rogan
saying.
podcast right now.
That is a very good point. Let's talk about politics and science. Something
and
none of us understand. No, but when it, when we went to
Jamie,
Seattle,
put
we
up
saw
some.
the way that Valve, for example,
What the fuck
changed
is
the
it?
models and play with the data. And
I can't say change seriously
no,
now.
I know, right? and basically the tools were easier. They didn't have to go into the spaghetti code, as we always say, to make that change, Chad. I think the same thing can be said for map makers as well. The hammer editor, it's all smoother now, I hear. Maps will be easy to make. So for map makers, that's great. I still feel like, for me, what I want from Valve is for them to
shut the fuck up.
Utilize the map makers and the workshop people more efficiently. Because I feel like, for example, in Wingman, we have so many people pumping out Wingman maps, and I'd love to see Valve have a more active rotation of community maps. It doesn't cost them anything, and also make, I feel like if you're going to make more maps if you think, oh, my map could be in the game. So it's only gonna
well,
benefit
it
the
does
whole
cost them
scene.
something, doesn't it?
Do they pay them when they put them in?
I think
I'm sure
so.
they bought Anubis, but I don't know if they. I don't know if again.
Not an
I don't know
expert.
what I'm talking. I'm not an expert. I don't think they pay them if they throw them in.
Now, can I
for a couple of
interject?
weeks.
I want to interject. I was planning on going over the PC to do stuff, but these rookie casters, Jason Moses O'Toole and Dinko,
Young veterans.
they're using
we might
the
have to
space.
skip
So
over
we've been
that.
using the PCs.
Yeah.
They're not going to happen if their space is going to be taken for their bloody dinner.
That's fine.
So we can talk about something else.
Yeah, we can talk about something else. It was going on some other stream. Apparently the B stream. That was Fnatic taking on Imperial. That was
Another good
overpass.
game. Another good game.
Pretty banging. It got very close, ending up 16-11.
Another sleeve wearer, Afro here, just for the tally that we.
It's all these like younger kids, right?
I do
Zoomers are
like the
wearing
jerseys.
sleeves.
What do you make of the jerseys?
Oh, they're fire.
Drip?
Fire. Yeah, dripped
they are
out.
fire.
Perfection.
No, that's
I was worried for Fnatic because Imperial started 4-0 off on T side, overpass. I'm like, oh god, here it comes, and then they got 11 forward.
Well, you were drawing our attention to this one, Hugo.
This was
We
a big
were
round.
watching the A stream, and then this happened on the B stream, and you said, hold up, check out this replay. So the tag through the box, bloody beautiful. But watch the D work, Hugo. Give us the sauce.
Oh, Afro now in the 1v2. He's got to pull out the pistol. They are low. If only he knew, Chad. One body shot would do it. Afro, patient. And will they overplay it, Chad? Will they cook the pooch? Do we have this replay for a reason?
Oh, Afro!
That was freaking sick, if you ask me. That second shot, look at his hand. Woo, it's hot.
Good knife as well. I respect
Yeah.
that choice.
Okay. Oh, you have that knife?
Yes, I do.
Did you unbox
I
it?
opened that. The stat track live on stream.
Little bit of lore, Chad, for the people at home.
For the
and a
people
little
that are
bit of
learning.
lore for Afro.
And we're also learning that Afro is indeed the real deal. That's been the question.
In my fantasy
on everyone's
team.
lip.
Oh, good
Actually,
choice.
Yeah, picked a bit
I
of
had
Afro.
Mezzy, UK Massive, shout out Mezzy.
He also played sick.
And,
Him and
24 frags.
Him and Roy coming in big in map 1, and that's what we wanted, because Mezzy looked really good in those opening games in Cologne, but then we got to, I'm pretty sure it was like their last match, and he disappeared, Freya.
Well, you know what they say, Hugo? The best time for new beginnings is now. And also the best time for a break is right now as well, because his face is Pit coming up on the other side. It's Inferno after this.
Both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Nope.
Throw then gets back to mid. Really looks like he could be the signing that helps this Fnatic roster have that bit of extra firepower. Imperial invest a fair bit into this round, leave some money in the bank. Not great though, and that's not a great start either.
Fnatic threatening to start taking control. Unless... Okay, well this one escalated real quick. And Afro will appear once again, but will it be too late on this occasion? Indeed it will. Phelps is everywhere that he needs to be with a 3k to clear Fnatic off the map in that round and really break their economy. See the urgency dropping from the bridge, but Imperial had the angles. They were ready for that one. That will be quite the setback for Fnatic. Great chances afforded to Imperial. Many thanks
okay,
to as well.
last map, and then we're
The
chilling.
right time there, making sure he had the support for his team where necessary.
Then I'm hop off and chill for the rest of the evening.
Fantastic start for Phelps here. 9-2. He's had some struggles. I don't think he's been in his best form really on this Imperial roster. Seen him playing at his best, but
2 minutes.
this is a good start on Anubis, which is
I
absolutely
don't think
helping.
Imperial wins this year. I think they win this round. I don't think they win this series. I don't think they win map 2.
Thought he might drop those to his teammate, considering he has the dig, but it's a flash in for the default pistol, which won't work that well. Still, the digs have a small chance. As he gets a couple of kills, but damage is all they can find. It's Imperial up to 5.
Not long for Fnatic to get the guns back out once again.
I couldn't even tell. I don't believe that at all. This is way too stereotypical alien look. I think there is no way. I think there's absolutely no fucking shot. I just don't believe that though. If this looked actually less like all of the movies depict aliens, I'd be far more on the side of possibly. But this actually just looks like a prop from like Arrival, or not Arrival. What's the oh my god, what is the one that has the really quintessential grays from back in the day? I can't remember now. They even made like little postcards for them. Like, you're invited. Okay. Pretty cool. It'd be wild if these were real and our movie depictions of aliens were spot on. That would be a crazy. That would be big. But I don't see why they would bother faking this. I don't see what the gain is other than like a good joke. Humano? No Humano. I understand that.
Making magic when they need it most. Oh, Fallen. Making magic
After a
when they need it
dicey
most.
finish to Nuke, FaZe are 1 map up in the series, and 9Z looking to bounce back on Inferno. It's not going to be anything easy, but at least 9Z are somewhat comfortable on this map as well. We have to see if they can bounce back, though, as FaZe just about break it through. Their CT sides are looking fantastic today, but let's see what 9Z can show us as we head into the second map of this best of
At
three.
the very least, if you're 9Z, at least you know you don't have that like cutthroat phase. You're able to bring that comeback to bear on Nuke, so at least you know you don't have that phase bounce hitting a peak that you just have no chance again. What you do have to be worried about is Rops, because his map 1 was absolutely monstrous, and another map here where it's on the T side, he can have a huge amount of impact as well.
Yes.
Yes. Slow pistol round from FaZe, gonna open things up, chilling, calmly waiting at the base of Banana. Rops is gonna be on his own towards Halls, playing underneath the balcony. And FaZe starts to make their move up towards the B-bomb site.
While Max plays at first oranges, they got boot out towards CT. He's got a bucket full of utility, so he'll be able to block with that smoke as soon as he spots them. And throw the smoke out. Nate will follow up in behind it. They'll try and hold FaZe at the door for the time being. We'll see how long they respect this for. It is just a few seconds before they leap right through it, right into the waiting arms of the CT defense. Max and the Jewel Berettas finally overrun. Are we on for a brokey clutch in the 1v2? We'll have to find out.
That smoke bought them so much time, 9Z, to rotate players over. That was massive. Even negated the flashbang thrown over by FaZe.
Piece into our CT.
Oh no.
Spawns a couple of heads running towards him. Brokey doing damage on the first and the second now. Just a couple of bullets away from confirming this 1v2. And now he can reposition, he can get out of the danger zone, back into the ruins. And the tap on the defuse is not just the tap, it's the full stick, it's the full send, and Brokey will get that fourth.
Dang. Nice clutch from Brokey. 2 gooshes. Had to have been frustrated not getting that second connection after you know you brought both of them down low. But that's a good win just dancing behind the pillar. And this is what I mean. 3rd player over on defense. 1 flashbang brought in from FaZe. It had been spent already. That defensive smoke did everything to make this round possible. But Brokey just makes himself such a tough target. 1-0.
He also had no armor, and he was just going for that fight.
At distance.
Ballsy, but it pays off.
I was kind of hoping you would full send it on the Kenny Loggins, to be honest, Jason. I was hearing that in the back.
I went for Archer. Ooh, Mac-10's gonna feast. Kerrigan loves that. He's not letting you get away. Twist actually burns the kill and gets one through the smoke with the SMG. Kerrigan gonna keep running through Mac-10. He's passed right by Buddha, who comes back for just 1.
You know, if you rub Buddha's belly, it's good luck.
Yeah?
You want to go over and...
Oh, maybe after the game.
He's dead now.
Maybe his whole team should.
Well, bombs dropped way back at T-Ramp, but at least at the moment, Rain has spotted both of them. They know that it's going to be a nice clear path into Banana, into the B site, and for a plant, and for a victory.
No issues here. Now what's the T side that struggled for FaZe? Well, getting a good start here is it's fantastic to see. 9Z have played Inferno a decent amount over the past 3 months. They had a 16-5 loss against VP. And they beat Oplano 16-10. So
yep, that's always the
roller coaster, really. 6 wins, 2 losses.
This fucking match is gonna be boring, man.
Put that in the context of competition. Who else have they beat? They beat Bad News Eagles?
Yes, they did indeed.
Nice.
That's probably the biggest one. And they lost to 9 Pandas and VP. So CIS teams, not their strong suit, it would seem. But South American teams, they've got them on lock.
Two nothing. No investment in this next round for 9Z, so FaZe should have an easy march to a nice hot start in this first half.
And it's tough. I think on Nuke you could see they also lost the first pistol. They lost the second but won the force, right? So they had a couple of rounds there. But I think on Inferno, seeing how it's FaZe's pick, they really would have liked to have won the pistol and converted, right? I think it's going to be much tougher for them here to just beat out FaZe in straight up gun rounds. I think FaZe are more proficient on Inferno, very good at adjusting on the fly, just like stuff like this, you know. What we see from the best Inferno teams in the world is just the individuals that are in Banana or in apps just have a very good, they have very good intuition for what does the opponent's Banana take look like, or how they're trying to take Banana, and then asking at the perfect time for a flash, for a smoke, for a molly, and just finding openings. And it looks kind of simple when you watch it just from the outside, right? Oh, Twist just swung and like killed the guy with the nade out, but that's because he understands the timing and is one step ahead and creates that situation for himself, really.
Yeah, the chess match and the method of like utility being thrown out, how you like you counter which Molotov with which smoke, it gets really complex over in Banana.
And I like we're seeing some of that, you know, bravado from FaZe. Even in the second round, they're sort of just going for maybe a little bit stronger Banana control, putting some extra bodies there. But 9Z pretty much had 4 players there. You know, like 2 guys close, 2 guys waiting in the wings to sort of see what's going to happen, and FaZe just got the kills, got the trades, and made it look easy. And Brokey already at 8 kills in 3 rounds. When he catches fire, he can be incredibly difficult to shut down.
And obviously, if you put it in your opponents, if you put it in the defense mind that you can bully them in Banana from the T side, like over and over again, like that gets really frustrating, really hard to play Inferno when it always feels like your Banana is at risk. That one might have been a bit much, but Kerrigan only had a Mac-10. Twist has taken a lot of utility damage.
Yeah, fire at his backside. There's 25 health left. He might get caught here by Try heading further down Banana. Twist will maintain position behind the half wall and Try is getting ever closer. The bomb is on the T-stairs. Twist needs to land that shot, and oh my god, that's so quick from Twist.
That's a really frustrating timing for Buddha, who's just making the call to rotate back. They have the AWP in position, then you lose your teammate. You've got to come back and recover. Rain on Rep side, spots 2. And meanwhile, Lane is lost, Short is lost. So there's access into the bomb site for FaZe, but the bomb is very far back.
They just have to hold for Arch, and that's long as they get across past brackets, which is easy money.
Plenty of time, and it's the rotation over towards B, which will eventually.
It's more
turn
the
into
porch
that
hold right now.
So
it's just there's so much happening at once in this round for 9Z.
See what
like you're trying to come back
just
towards B
clearing
bomb
it.
site and establish a defense after your offer just went down, and then Rain's challenging on Rap side, and then Brokey's challenging you at Short. And like you have 3 different parts of the map under attack at the same point, and 9Z could never get their defense set. FaZe made them feel real uncomfortable. And now we've got a 4-0 start.
The problem there was they never fully had banana control, really. Like, they just killed Carrigan and sort of bailed, and then Try is coming over.
Kind of on his own.
Low-key understands that, but it's just greedy. You know, he just wants to take that deep angle, saying, if a guy is here, I'll kill him. But Twist is just sort of punishes him, and that's where things start really falling apart.
We've probably got a lot of new viewers who are like excited about the release of CS2 and Yanko. So, I mean, we're talking about banana control. I think a lot of people are in this sort of school of thought of if you break it up right into different pieces and quadrants, people talk about taking banana in. How do you view, taking banana control? Because I think a lot of people have a different philosophy on how it works.
I think at this point, it's not even about having control. It's about trade-off of utility when it comes to tier 1. If you... Let's say you're on the T side and you don't necessarily get banana control, but you bait out all the nades from the CTs, with just using a couple yourself, then you can come back to it later, and then they'll be in a tough spot later on in the round to just hold B.
I really don't think this matchup...
I think a lot of it is just sort of... Yes, you're
I
trying
don't know
to get
about
control, but let's say you get banana control as T,
but what I do know about
your utility, you've eaten HE
FaZe's T side Inferno is that to me, they're a better CT side Inferno team than they are T-sided, but their strats on T-side are a lot more explosive.
Well, is it really worth it? All this
is case in point right now.
This
is a good buy round. This is their first contention buy round. Even last round, you saw Rain kind of taking arch control and it was being fought back, but they were able to take all of lane and have site control. And even though Rain goes down in that situation, they're too scared to take up brackets, they're too scared to fight for site, and when they cross library to take one duel,
FaZe even have the option now with that library smoke going out.
It was an immediate bust. And look at that, they're already giving up. Now they're going to be focusing, now they're going to be splitting up into 2.
Back to cover off that archway play.
Double smoke.
Thankfully, as Yanko just kind of touched on, forcing utility out from the T side, both B defenders had a smoke
but he doesn't
play,
expect,
so
I don't think
Buddha still has one more after the smoke and the choke point fades. He chucks it out just now. So B not an option, and FaZe is relocated.
Like, watch Try.
Wow, the pit
Try is just...
certainly stacked up with players. There's 2 inside of the pit, 1 in mini, and that's DGT. Well, he's got to really step up now. His teammates got range, just taps him all around. Try from the library. Biblioteca with the kill on Rain. He'll run away. He'll get out of dodge.
At least it's a 3-on-3, and you've kind of got somebody who's about to take halls, brackets, halls.
Max is a long way off, but he's now entering the apartments, and Twist has that.
But you got no kit. So you're reliant on Max getting this one right here so that you can at least advance and watch them back out.
We've seen it too many times before. Twist with the headshot up to the left side, and that's going to be enough. That was their kind of secret move coming through the apartments.
Yeah, no kit as well. You really needed him to open up that second front for the retake to actually have any chance of happening. So 5-0 for FaZe.
And there was a kit site.
9Z across the map.
It looked like there was. I might be tripping.
Right now,
I might have been tripping. I saw something on the floor that was highlighted.
You can see they're taking top banana, but also at the same time, they're coming back to mid as the
let's see.
Smoke.
As Yanko just kind of touched on, like forcing utility out from the T side. Both B defenders had a smoke to play, so
and he was a pit player, so yeah, there was a kit site.
If you're 9Z,
but they would have had to
retake. Like you just dealt with one thing already. Something else is happening. You have to keep talking through all of it, keep adjusting. So FaZe is playing really good on T side right now.
Brokey's 10-0 as well.
I think one thing you can do as well, what we used to do is, if you know a team uses a lot of mollies in their default, obviously they won't have many in the late round for the execute. So you can count the Molotovs from your opponents, and if you see that they've used 4, late round, just send the Opper B and let him play dark. Because if he doesn't get mollied out, that position is pretty strong to get at least a couple of kills. You know, have a setup with a rifler where the rifle can play maybe second. So, you know, usually they have one molly, they're molly new bugs.
Yeah, relative safety.
And that's something you can see also in preparation. So that might be something for 9Z to sort of...
That's a miss molly for FaZe. It falls to the base of Banana, so it won't be any aggressive take on that part of the map in this round.
9Z really haven't capitalized on it though, right? They're still around the corner. They're playing the first orange boost already. So FaZe have full Banana control for the time being. Now the apartments take. Rain is up here checking the end of the hallways. They've got it. They've got everything you could want right from the beginning of the round here, FaZe. Just sitting ducks at this moment in time for 9Z, and it's not the best position to see an AWP in. When you're playing on the railing of the balcony, you gotta feel worried about Try here. You have to feel worried about the sniper. Doesn't feel like he's gonna be able to get away with much here, especially with Rops around the corner.
Rops is just waiting for a moment to make a play. He's waiting for someone else to force a distraction. He's gonna back away now. But if someone else is able to find a pick, if there was one just little miscue,
oh my god, they got CT Crosshair again.
He has, and even if you start to rotate now for 9Z, which you're going to need to do very shortly, you got to deal with Carrigan, who's just cut you off. So it's so tough to see how they do anything in this round. 9Z, Max would have to pop off with a 5-7, and in fact, they're not even committing it towards the start of the map. Because of that kill from Carrigan, they're going to run back over towards A in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was an A defender rotating into him, so he's called them all over to the other side.
And now Try at the pit. This is the one weapon that could get a lot of damage done here. We need a collateral or multi-kill of sorts, and it is going to be Twist.
When you need Twist to pop off, that's when he goes crazy.
At the back of the pit, they'll just leap into the site, put that bomb down, and 9Z a long way off doing anything here.
And that's a painful loss in a round like this, because if you're 9Z and you have this like sort of like half small investment around an M4 and a native UP, obviously at a certain point you want to get into a situation where you can protect the AWP and keep that weapon alive for the next one, and just no chance with how ruthlessly FaZe called that off the Carrigan kill.
Carrigan's on a bit of a hunt as well. If he can get rid of Buddha's M4, that'll be worth it, but he's not going to do so. And actually is an AK for Max. He'll take that.
And Twist didn't just get the kill on Try, he was the one who threw that smoke in pit. That was a T smoke, and it basically covers it so that you can't one way around it. You can't really see anything from bike. The only way you could do anything is to swing left or just hide in the smoke. So nice awareness from him with low time and just limited utility to still use it that way.
Carrigan, the round where he finds some impact.
Bang.
Yeah, that was sick from Twist.
Yeah, he's on point right now.
All right, how long do we think Brokey's going to survive for? So he's 10-0 so far.
He dies now.
This would be the moment, wouldn't it? Oh, Try. Hot and heavy. Here it comes Carrigan, swinging right into him. Nearly gets that second kill too on Max. Had a shot at it, but Max will put a stop to Carrigan's antics, and perhaps FaZe will now turn their attentions towards this A play. DGT, swings in the middle, no flash connecting onto Rain, so that's going to be a pick for Rain with no issue. And now they collapse upon the
This is it.
Davideus has really struggled so far, yet to get on the board, but this is his first kill, and striking onto the second.
The flash was perfectly placed.
Brokey now, well, really is up for grabs to take him and take that first death on the board.
Still 2-on-2, still doable, but I don't think.
Looking to close out this 2v2.
I think this has to be the round that they win. And oh, do they catch the timing? Oh my god!
Rops the other, nice, clean, and efficient.
Just as you say it, Jason, they just
bro, the timing is so immaculate.
It's the most in reach you've been. I think DJT pushing middle like that too. I think that's like an element of frustration of not really knowing, probably not feeling comfortable in this game yet. It's been really hard, I feel like, for 9Z to start feeling the flow of this game, because FaZe have given them a bunch of different looks, really mobile, swinging between bomb sites, and they haven't played with a whole lot of intel for most of this half. And I think that's just DJT just trying to get into a situation where he knows what's happening.
Yeah, the way FaZe play Inferno T-side looks fun. Like, it would definitely be fun to be a part of this T-side on Inferno. There's so many different looks happening. You're taking top mid as you're taking Banana. There's always something happening.
They've been pretty consistently able to find a pick in Banana or at the B bomb site. Carrigan's done some good work here. Twist obviously had a trade off at one point, but I mean, it just when you're able to find an early kill in Banana a number of times, a multitude of times, in the early game, yeah, the Inferno gets a lot more fun.
In the DGT play, he got a flash from his teammate. He just didn't flash the
Rain being that close.
The player who was like hugging the right side wall. But that just speaks of the pace. You know, they got still caught off guard by the pace of FaZe. Right, he didn't maybe expect them to be so close.
Oh, Brokey finally dies. Survived 7 total rounds. And Rain gets caught looking for a frag, but DGT swings him and Robs. Oh, nice shot through the side of the hay bale cart.
Karrigan's looking for a fight on B.
He might get it too, but he knows the AWP is over here. If he gets information that it's still here, if he gets this pick, that could be a really, really massive kill because they can just rush in on the back of that. And there's the shot. Karrigan, known to be an AWPer.
Game changer.
As he runs in towards the site, it is going to be Twists to put that bomb down and Karrigan to the back of new ball.
Come on, Karrigan, style it.
Where's Try going? You just need to hold that one thing.
Yep.
Where are you moving left and right?
Well, rolling back the years here, Karrigan.
That's it, round over, save again. Like, I don't know, sometimes it's like so strange.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like 9Z just, as individuals, they feel really uncomfortable in this game right now because they're just never sure of what's happening. It's perhaps feeling a little bit like A pressure once Rain falls on Rap side, tries thinking he's going to get a new
Inferno is just the worst possible map to have chosen.
Why? Like, I don't get it. Even there was a smoke first box and it cleared, and then once the smoke cleared, he started moving. Where? What? Why? Where are you going?
You already lost half.
Why would you move anywhere from dark?
Your CT, you already lost half. I mean, this is a T-sided.
I don't know, man. It's like sometimes.
This is T-sided. A is a little bit rougher.
Yeah. Because no, I had players who used to do this, and I would just be left like, just stand still.
Yeah. Just hold the angle.
Just watch this one thing, right? If they come somewhere, if they come from behind you somehow, it's not on you, you know, like. But with the information that we have right now and what the position and whatnot, just don't overthink it.
Well, still a goose egg for 9Z.
Yes, indeed, and it's not a golden goose egg. It is completely worthless. And Brokey,
well, actually, Brokey's one of the. He had that problem. Like, in the sense
yeah, I was waiting. I was like, who could it be? Here we go.
No, this wasn't that. It's just like, I just some things that I don't understand. But like, he is a guy that likes to move around a lot, and sometimes he creates a bad timing for himself.
Sometimes
or at least
constant stimulation.
Or at least used to, you know, by just going up and down the ladder on Nuke, for example, where nothing is happening. I'm like,
gotta keep moving for your brain to stay active. You know, that's why like Stewie did the whole little jiggle wiggle.
That was Pasha originally.
We've gone full circle back to that.
Yeah.
And then someone will come who's watching and say, oh, timing. Like, no, it's not timing. That's not timing. You didn't get timed. You timed yourself.
Well, now it's about saving these rifles.
Yeah.
Wow,
FaZe
is absolutely terrible for 9Z, isn't it? 9-0 up for FaZe Clan.
Yep.
It's just not being competitive on any front, really. Oh, that's sick.
Max.
That's a nice little pair of kills. Rops is still coming, though. You still got to deal with that. Max is rotated back around. Hard clear of the corner. Rops wins that fight. And Max desperately trying to save the weapon. It won't happen because Rops is on point.
He's got 16K. He's having the time of his life.
Twist is on 15K before.
You know what the problem is? The problem is, like, right now you're like, okay, how does 9Z win a round? Well, the problem is it's not like they weren't getting openings in different rounds or having advantages or anything like that. They were just fumbling rounds when they do get an advantage. So my answer would be, don't fuck it up.
Well, yeah, that's the answer.
That's funny.
Easier
I was expecting a little bit more laughter. Well, now I just look like an ass. Now I just sound like an ass.
Well, no, it eventually came. It was just a little delay.
But, you know, maybe it's just like it's their first game at Pro League, right? You know, they've been practicing for a long time, but they haven't really faced this level of opposition. So those are things that maybe they weren't getting punished for to the same extent.
Oh, wow.
Right? And now here you're feeling it. Like, you're feeling the hurt of overextending, of, maybe he's not there.
Wow.
And then he's
Okay,
there,
so
you die, and you lose the round because of it, and you're 9-0 down.
Eventually, it hurts so much.
Imperial 4 second hoping that they were gonna get that
We don't want to hear about
transfer, and they would have the lead. But instead, now it's a tie series, and they're just only able to buy.
Well,
as funny as that is, I want to watch this match right now. Because now this is interesting. Now this is where I was looking for.
And he's got that CT up. See if he's going to be fighting close quarters.
And you have Messi on the MAC-10. Below, double AK.
Roy had a decision to make. He ducks into the smoke instead.
And Bolts is ready here.
Damn, he's so lucky
Already
that they
half
landed
health.
just around that little corner.
Really is.
That is so annoying.
Tidy cover there.
And with the way
This is a
that
pretty
they're
important round for the short
smoke
term.
into
For the next
deep
4 or 5 rounds, let's say.
deep mid con.
This could have a lot of
I don't
impact,
know what
especially for
that con
Fnatic
is.
if they are to win this round.
Like
They
B
have
con.
more money in the hole than Imperial do. This could certainly set some momentum in the short term. We can see Henny and Vinny being active. The sound of scopes, though, will certainly be heard. Could see Mezzi dancing. Bomb carrier Mezzi, no less. Now repositioning, but Crims is deep in the corner. Henny will hold position at the very least now. Does he try to hold on to this bomb? He's being compromised from multiple angles, but he is ready
Wow.
for the task.
Wow.
Big frags from Henny, making it a 2-on-2.
But they don't have to come in here. Dexter.
Oh, what is that timing? How is Bolt alive?
Dexter!
Not any longer. And Jota can't arrive to the bomb site quickly enough. It's Imperial unable to win the round despite Henny's best
What the
efforts.
fuck?
Just said that CT AWP in Henny could be a lot of fun. Playing these
He on
close
bike.
angles.
So he understands if this guy is
Just to not
waiting
do
for
any
me
damage while
from
Rob's
that
with the
position
grim.
in the corner, then my teammate will be able to get on his head from Grave, or the other guy from Apps will trade his, or if he's not, I'll just get the kill.
And he got the kill.
Wow.
So maybe,
one game is damn near
I don't
already
know.
in
Nice
already
at
in
least a
end.
couple of rounds here
Was
so
around
far,
20.
but
The other one's only half
FaZe
rounds.
is playing really well. I feel like that has to be
Yeah.
stated.
So
It's much better
nine-round
than what
gap,
we
right?
saw from them
on Nuke.
I feel like not just on Nuke, but
So many
feel
down
locked in,
flashes,
you
bro.
know?
Awkward fight.
Especially Kerrigan. Like I hear a little bit of it. Try. Perhaps don't try, bro. Give this man a mag 7 and put him in apps.
Get him a Nova. We seen that earlier today.
This is a 5-on-3 that's falling apart completely.
Oh, they've become pacifists. That's what's happened to 9Z and
What?
the all back shot. Oh my god. Oh, it couldn't get
And Kerrigan's
worse.
coming behind him.
Kerrigan's got him.
Yeah, if you just pick up the bomb and you might as well go towards, like, just chill here. Ooh, out in the open. DJT. Brokey never expected that, but again, Kerrigan.
Ooh, he dinked him.
He nearly died. Nearly went down, and Dennis will fall to Robs at top mid. 11
That's just also, if you're David
Wasn't
Davis,
the
like,
strongest confidence I was reading in the body language, but things are looking good now for Fnatic.
Oh, it was a double save. Did they force here? They did like a light. They did a buyout. The pistol
I'm
buy.
actually just so excited. This Afro Mezzi combo, I feel like they're both consistently putting up very good numbers now for Fnatic. I really think that is something that Fnatic fans can get very excited about. Mezzi's always been pretty consistent. That's a pressure from Phelps. He's trying to keep his form up. Oh, the drop down.
Wow,
So
the timing.
poorly timed, but Roy gets aggressive. Now Phelps again rotates back in time. He's just going to try and move forward, but Pro behind him, low on health.
Yeah.
This is Imperial finally getting a CT round if they can convert this.
Like, see how Afro does this right here?
Noise cut.
It's up to him right now.
It's on the clock. Jota with a lot to do. Bolts on the way. 3v2 on either bomb site for Fnatic. Afro going in first in red health. Creating space, and there are the trades that Fnatic were looking for. Mezzi will be in the clutch now. Get that bomb planted fast as you can, because Phelps is basically already here. There's some util for Mezzi as well. That'll give him some space as he has cut off the positions that were
And they
being
do a
held by
CT,
Imperial.
CT palace push.
Vinny quickly rotating over, showing some presence. This angle from Mezzi. Will he be ready for Phelps in that smoke though? Oh, that's such a tight angle from Mezzi!
Oh my!
He's instantly ready for Phelps as well. He's just so good.
Mezzi most consistent. He's
Wow.
so good in the late round. Smile on Dexter's face. Delighted they were able to turn this one around. How the hell does this happen though? Last kill, boom, and then emerging through the smoke. It almost looked like Mezzi
Considering
would...
the macro of the round and sort of, hey, bro, we love you. You know, you do you, but maybe not if we're 5v3 and not every single time, right? Like,
yeah, I think you touched on it. It's like it's the adjustment between level of competition as well as, I mean, that's something that obviously in review will get picked up on.
look at this guy. He's a genius, man. Robs is a genius. Just know. Like,
he's a genius that's up 12 to nothing.
It's so crazy.
It's so unfair.
I know, but it's like they're up 12 to nothing. They've conditioned them so hard. Yeah. It's like, yeah, sure, he maybe doesn't expect exactly this setup or something, but he's hoping for like good timing, and then it's the perfect round to do it.
Kerrigan's just having a great time.
The round's not even over. The round's not even over.
Yeah, but does it really matter?
No, of course not. But that's what I'm saying. It's so over already.
Well, 13 to nothing. What more can you say about it? This is very clinical, very impressive from FaZe.
And I'll tell you, boys.
And Twist is only 8-5. Well. Kerrigan's only 8-7.
On the other side,
Robs and Brokey 14 each.
You just win one round. Let's just win one round.
Yeah, the best chance usually comes in the pistol, right?
Let's just have it at 16-0.
When was the last time you felt that way in a competitive game?
Last night.
When I lost 16-0 to Astralis in Beijing.
Okay. Yeah, I played 2013 NIP. That was I was crossing my fingers at a certain point in that game.
Sometimes you just have a game like that. You know, your opponents are, everything is going well. They hit that flow state, and you feel like you can't do anything right. Every gamble, every decision you make is not the best one.
And then when you feel like you have the right call, someone just walks out of holes when you don't expect it. And you're just like, oh, this is the round he decided to just go out of the playbook and just do whatever he wanted. Great.
But credit to Vinny.
Well, it's a stack.
Real anchor there on the bomb
I mean,
side.
I can see why they had to fly Robs out and see if he was actually cheating. It's a little crazy. Another one for Robs. Kerrigan down at range. The 5-7 DGT comes in, and maybe this is that one round. The one round they're playing for, and it is going to be a couple of kills away from doing so. But Robs is still up, and Robs is perfect yet again. A shot into the site. Max alone in the 1v2, running up middle.
5 deaths combined between Brokey and Rops.
Yes, and 9 for Max. That would
Make it 7 now.
And might get a 10th added to the tally here as he comes back in. Rops looking the wrong way. For the first time ever, he's looking the wrong way. And now it's Brokey who has got the turn.
Well, make it 6 now.
14-0. This is the easiest job in the world for Neo. Nice little warm up into pro.
That was a big jewel to win. Vinny delivering, coming to life now as Phelps did in the first half.
Boy, oh wow.
Nice shot from Afro, very nice indeed, but more work needs to be done for Fnatic if they want to be competitive in the remainder of this round. 3-on-4 for them, and there is still plenty of position for Imperial. Close game of Anubis we have. Surely this one's for free for Pulse. No messing about. Not going to hold the advantage, just pop him immediately. And then there were 2, Mezzi and Crims. Even shoulder to shoulder. Do they have enough to find a way in? Cutting noise, likely to be a 2v2 wherever they go. Look at these angles though. Phelps may have warning if they start to creep in. Easy for Phelps, repositioning now, dancing, but Mezzi's a hard man to put down. Pagey looking for the second one. Look at the confidence, no doubt on that grenade, but Bolts will finish off the job. Lead is reduced to 1. No bomb plant for Fnatic, no money for
Max
a full
holding on to a
buyout.
ton of utility, doing a good job. He's got a smoke in his back
Well,
pocket
3
as
of them
well.
already
This is the
have.
anti-expo setup, right? Like
If this is ever around for
first has a
for,
volley
you know,
out, so
for
as
you to
soon as he
win,
hears anything,
this
he will
is a
have dropped
setup.
it, and then the second player is just shoulder peeking.
They have another smoke and 2 mollies to defend this bomb site.
And they are getting a good read on the
looking
stat.
great, but now
Twist at
Try
1
is here.
HP.
Oh my god.
This is it.
He even turned
This is
around
the
and looked
one.
back.
Yeah, Twist doesn't worry
Wait, they're
about
leaving that
that.
other smoke on the ground. He's just going back to get it now.
And they're running in. FaZe sending it into B. Max with the first kill. Carrigan replies, but there's 19 seconds left. And you still got Buddha at the back of the site. And you still got Try hiding in the darkness. And from the darkness he will rise. It
Finally.
will be 1 round for 9C secured at the turn.
Look at that
of the
smile by
round.
Max,
The
bro.
crowd is going.
So inspirational. Sometimes you just
Most
gotta be
control.
motivated, and sometimes you just gotta beat these
Was on
fucking
overpass.
Brazilians, bro.
That kind of control
South Americans, to be exact.
and display of excellence.
Well,
has been somewhat
Henny,
absent
Bolts, Joda,
on
Vinny,
Anubis.
Phelps, yeah,
Imperial
Brazilians.
not having any of it. Bolts and Henny on 19, Phelps on 24.
I think
continues to deliver.
One
Far
of
behind Afro, of course, on
9Z
23. NZ with
is... Oh no,
22.
that was... Oh,
Both teams.
that was Amedi.
Oh boy, but Phelps, nasty work.
Amedi had like a Danish person and a
Urgency rising.
Guatemalan.
There is fire everywhere for Roy, barely finding a place to stand. Maybe he's found a way into this round.
Love that smoke down. It's forced Jota to feel like there could be an A split because the bottom mid has been lost. And look at Phelps
What a
repositioning
flick.
again. But now Henny is alone towards B. They are where he's here. They molly, but Henny hits
And he
the
gets
shot.
second.
He
Yep.
gets another through the flames. He fights them again. And now Roy is left in an almost impossible
Henny's just
position.
having a different
Not only is
energy,
no one
bro.
on three, but
Back
he
to
doesn't even have the
2019
ball.
era. 18, 19, bro. Immortal days, fucking just out of nowhere popping off like a mother.
How expensive can he make this? Oh, Roy, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. He got a second 1v1. But there is no doubt, just pure decisiveness from Imperial as they take the lead. Never put it past them. The ingredients were there. But Imperial are the ones in control. You can see the body language tells a story. They are being frustrated by this Brazilian squad. Beautiful frags from Henny.
You are absolutely right to point out Henny to watch on this map. I know Phelps has been their best performer, but Henny's shots close range, they've been exquisite at times. A lot of fun to watch. Pistols now. Can this be dangerous though? A crunch onto B. Here we've got to be careful here, close range.
Massive fights. 3-on-3 early. Maybe some more rifles to collect for Fnatic. Chaos could favor them. What do they have to lose in a round such as this? Bomb's been planted. Worst case scenario ticked off. How much money can they force Imperial to spend even if they lose the round? They could just wear them down for the rounds to come. Or try to. Then there were two. Only one with an AK, but the Tech-9 is just as dangerous. With the CTs forced to close the distance. Util coming through. Roy repositioning, trying to dance with that Tech-9, and now it's Crims. 1 versus 3. That bomb is so far ticked. 1/3 of the way there. Flash is coming through as well. Crims!
Wow.
Oh my days, they've actually
Wow.
done it. The score is tied.
Good old
And
Crims.
they take everything away from Imperial.
What a play from Crims. And whenever Fnatic needs someone to step up when they're struggling, Crims so often delivers the big moments for them. He may not normally be the massive fragger on this team. He's such a rock. When they needed him here, flashes through, perfectly played. And a big release from Fnatic, who know how much that round could mean. Imperial spend all their money now on this round. They go for double AWPs. If they lose it, they could be broke. That's a good shot from Jota though. Afro maybe not ready for the AWP on that angle there. So they have to fight from behind again. Next brings it back. He finds Phelps, who's been having such a fantastic map here. It's a huge kill to find. Oh no.
That's a big miss, but it's still very awkward to try and deal with this. Messi finds a way though. Fnatic are collapsing on the B box by only bolts is here. Drops the bomb carrier, that buys time for the rotation. And they better get their skates on. Henny moving slowly, Vinny starting to pick up pace now as they need to get on this B bomb site before this bomb is planted. But Bolts gets one more, traded by Grims.
This
down
is really
to a
tight.
2-on-2. He's bought so much time for Henny and Vinny in this situation. And Fnatic
No
don't know how
util.
close they might be.
One kit. Double smoke flash for
Sure on the positions, but it just means the bombs in the open.
for Imperial
They
right
don't have
here.
nades, they don't have the smokes. They didn't realize they had time to get that bomb down. Now it's out in the open, but Crims goes for the AWP.
No.
Pay off for long range.
Dead.
Oh, it's not gonna do enough. It's only a tag through the wall, and Mezzi can't find anything. It's Imperial who find 14 first.
Fuck.
This is so interesting.
Oh, and your
Money
money.
is so rough for both these squads. Even
What are
at this
you gonna
point,
do
Henny will
right
have to
here
drop for
with
his
your money
teammates.
right now? Do you want to play for 15 and try to go double OT
Focus is still
into
there.
OT?
See, Keita is talking to the teams.
Is he looking at the money? I think he must be.
A great absorber of information. Really got the smarts for his position in Counter-Strike. How does he solve this problem? What is the info he can give? It's a very rough situation for Fnatic. You can see the numbers on the screen. Quite the hunt there from Mezzi. Not enough at the end of the day, though.
Really a game of inches, Counter-Strike. Land the shot through the side of the wall. The other AWP lands it on your shoulder. That makes all the difference. Well, they have force. They've fully gone for it here, Fnatic. Everything spent in this round. Mezzi drops down, but gets dealt with. And here comes the B play.
Wow.
And he is here. Seems that B is closed. He's not going to allow any of this nonsense. Imperial are about to head towards game points. Fnatic have got to find a way to plant the bomb at the very least, and even then that might not be enough.
Double AK, one Molly.
Likely to be 2 rounds.
Tech 9.
Fury with all the advantages now. Bolt's playing the off angles, playing relatively safe.
And watch that op just flick.
Build their plan, Fnatic. And Vinny and Henny will deal with them. So hard to bait Henny's AWP. Grim's doing his best, but when he fires, Grims is on the floor. And there's game point, and there's the pop-off from Henny.
Knows that Imperial are now so close to pulling off what seemed so unlikely. Fnatic's map pick, but a great start from Imperial. Starts to fall apart, but they've brought it back. They've won, I think, 6 out of the last 7 rounds here,
Yeah.
Imperial. It's been a fantastic
tough.
turnaround from them.
0 nades.
And they deliver just
Four
one
smokes,
here.
5.
It's not a
4
good
smokes,
buy
4
from
mollies,
Fnatic.
8
It's
flashes.
only 1 premium rifle.
Oh,
It's an
so like
excellent
5
chance for
5
Imperial
smokes,
to
3
try and
flash,
take us to a third
and
round.
I think it was like 4 nades.
Util is there for
Yeah.
Fnatic though. That is
What?
the strength
No, it's
that they
2.
have in this round, in this buy.
4 smokes, double molly,
Approach
1 flash, double nade.
taking some control over towards B, down into connector. Taking control of mid as well, slowly moving forward. It looks like an A split might be the end goal, but Imperial are pretty well set up to deal with that.
Numbers are here
And
for
pop,
Fnatic, but
one
Henny
more.
is here for Imperial, and that continues to be a problem if you're on the T side. Messi doing what he can to make this work. Bolt is out in the open, and the MAC-10 continues to deliver. Fnatic are not done with this game of Anubis just yet. 2 remain for Imperial. Tough decisions to be made. This breaks their money if they lose this round. This really breaks their money. So what do they choose to do? Is Phelps falling back, or is he looking for lurkers? Only a HE grenade for him, and his M4 poking in once again. Next up, will show presence, get the information for his squad.
Oh no.
Both CTs have kits, they just need to find these frags, but Fnatic will not give them up easily. There is the trade though, and that will be the game as well, I do believe. Phelps will secure that last kill and the game. We are good.
Right? Wait out the Molotov, you only have dualies, see if you can
That's
walk
so
down,
tough.
pick up the rifle.
That's so tough.
Based on the hand slaps,
That Dexter info changes everything. And yeah, off the carry, they get into 15 with 1 round win on CT side, but the double round for 9Z right now.
It absolutely could. Oh, little shoulder peek. Do they notice that it was off its mark? There's Rops pouncing from Boiler, only gets the 1, but massive damage, and that's going to make it much easier for the scout.
Yeah, well, and Brokey could end it right now, but he misses the first shot, goes to USP instead. And maybe all you need is the sidearm, because Brokey's got it done. 16-3 phase into, and 9Z show up to Pro League, and they feel the wrath of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, close first map, but a really nice Inferno that almost had a 16-0. That was dominant start to finish. Kerrigan's calling
Probably gonna be
FaZe's game
another
plan
hour realistically until we see this next one, and I've got some stuff to do. Yaga yee. Okay. So we're gonna watch this video
Evil geniuses
and we'll
have
end it on
climbed
this.
to the very top of the Valorant world, winning champions less than 3 weeks ago. Now, according to a new report, they won't be re-signing that roster unless the players agree to significant pay cuts. The situation seems absurd, so what's really going on here?
Just when EG was building their reputation.
So less than 3 weeks ago, EG won Valorant Champions 2023. The team and its players were on top of the world.
Demon one on the other side, Ethan's found, Mind Freak is down to 2. This could be it. Another chance for G, it's all over! EG are your Valorant World Champions!
But this week, well, that all seems like a distant memory. On Monday evening, Valorant reporter Max Katz tweeted that, according to his sources, EG would only re-sign their championship.
If they can stay with the word, they would be subjected to a significant pay cut.
Winning roster if the players agreed to a significant pay cut. EG has allowed the roster to explore.
That was on the 11th. That was 2 days ago.
There was a sequence of vague tweets by the roster about how winning.
No matter what you do, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just love this year and the people I was around.
Anymore. Even Calm's dad got in on it. We reached out for comment to both Riot Games and Evil Geniuses, but didn't receive a response by time of recording. On Tuesday afternoon, EG Valorant player Calm went live and in a now deleted live stream explained that he felt like his experience with the org left him feeling like he was disrespected.
I literally just wanted to play with my brothers. I was willing to give up so much to play with my brothers, and now I don't have that opportunity. So we went through so much to just not even get the respect we deserved.
And listen, lots of other esports personalities got in on this thing. On Tuesday morning, Deserto journalist Jacob Hale tweeted that no one should be surprised that organizations are trying to push salaries down. Look, the specific numbers became a matter of discussion, but ultimately, I don't think they matter that much. As Bryce Bloom pointed out in this Twitter thread, if they're outstripping the ability to bring in money, that just can't happen long term. So I'm gonna focus on a different question. What does this actually mean? Well, for one, it shows a startling lack of power for these players to advocate for themselves at the highest level of competitive Valorant. I mean, you'd think winning a championship
Not really.
would entitle you to some amount of job security, but it kind of seems like that.
Job security is one thing. I think they have the security, but in terms of pay cuts, it's not like it's been unknown that the industry has been losing money left, right, and center for all companies. And EG is one of the biggest orgs with some big investors backing them who are just starting to comprehend the idea that putting these 15-man teams, 20-man, like 10, 15-man teams on multiple orgs or for multiple games is not vital for that community, nor is it for the amount of money that they're spending trying to make back in return. If you're having 5 people as your main roster and then 5 people playing in tier 2 organizations, not organizations but in tournaments, they're not going to be bringing as much profit to your tier 1 teams, yet you're still going to have to be spending them as you were for not necessarily a tier 1 top tier 1 players, but let's say sub tier 2 or sub tier 1 players. That's still on average like 5 figures, you know, like for what you're going to be bringing in a month, about 5 figures, maybe 4, but you do that for CS, Rocket League, Apex, Valorant, and etc. for all these tier 1 games, which require a lot of money to invest into. You start to realize that like they're gonna be shitting the bed with all this. It doesn't fucking matter who gets affected. I mean, they're company trying to gain profit, and nothing about them is gaining profit. So why it doesn't make sense for it to be the players? It doesn't. It would never will. But is it unrealistic? Like, was this an unrealistic idea? Like, no. Like, this should have been expected.
It's not really the case here.
Not expected. As championship winners, yeah, you deserve like at least to maintain, if not get more money. You deserve more money for winning VCT in Valorant. Especially with all the upsetting that and all the way that the press has been taking this team from the year before leading to now. But with that, it's not unexpected, because any top tier person is just considered another pick of the litter when you realize how like what kind of money we're talking about. We're talking about somebody's contract. But we're also talking about people like organizations and companies and parent companies, investors who have way more money and power over all these people than we're talking about. It's stupid, but like same thing for the NBA, same thing for like all these player associations and all these sports. It's no different. You look at EuroLeague in basketball is one of the scammiest. Is like Europe in a whole, for all the competitiveness in Europe, like there's a lot of scummy shit when you're going into the tier 2 and the sub tier leagues, but especially even at the tier 1. Like you're talking about EuroLeague basketball, you have tier 1, like you have NBA players who transition into the EuroLeague. Maybe they're not at their best. Maybe you have some of the top EuroLeague players, like just below that. All of them know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Like there are massive pay cuts when you are expected to get X amount of money, and for all of a sudden 2-3 years later you haven't received like a certain amount of that money. It's not to be unsurprised. It's just how the name of the game goes. Scamming is natural and everything. And the one thing about esports is that the kind of community esports has are people who, you have those who can comprehend the logistics and the understanding of outside influence in this industry, and people who want to live in a fantasy, thinking that, oh, if I grind for the rest of my, like if I grind so hard, I'll get that opportunity and I'll become a top tier player, and you know, if I just had the ability to grind, the ability just to put time into it. Like there's so many more like little things outside of it besides just the player. And a team, a club, is way more than just management, social media people, content creation team, players, and then like head coach and all the people that the head coach needs. You know, like analyst, they're like fucking psychology coach if they want to have a psychologist, etc., etc. It starts to file up. Food nutritionist, like, you know, health nutritionist, somebody who's able to get them active, and then you're gonna need a boot camp for all these locations, get their visas all organized. All like shit adds up, and so, you know, thank God that they're on the tier 1 team. But like, damn, bro, I don't think it excludes you even if you're a VCT champion. It's just like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And that might be taken out of context and be like a what the fuck statement. Being a VCT winner is always gonna be like memorized in the Valorant world, right? But when it comes down to like we're talking it's bigger than it, you know? It's bigger than Val. It's bigger than Valorant.
They have a lot of power. They are essentially gatekeepers to the highest levels of competition in a given Valorant region. A tweet from Exalt seems to exemplify this attitude. If you want to play in franchising, well, there are only so many options. Some people alluded to this power imbalance, others accused actions like these of threatening to ruin Valorant. If the reports are accurate, then evil geniuses are seemingly more concerned with cutting costs than, well, most other things. And salaries are unfortunately a natural place for corporate eyes to fixate. The org CEO Nicole LaPointe-Jameson recently stepped down from her position. She spoke with Digiday's Alexander Lee, and when asked if the org's LCS slot was up for sale, she kind of dodged the question more than anything else. Evil geniuses, despite facing several controversies, also arguably did achieve a lot of their goals in terms of reaching new fans in new games. Maybe they view this tumultuous time as a moment to cut back and ride it out in the games where they found fans. Still, it's hard to stomach the symbolism of a championship winning roster getting railroaded because their employer controls their access to top level competition, if that's what's happening here. Now, these franchising partners were chosen by Riot based on what they called a competitive process with financial reviews. And honestly, if you go back and look at the LCS and LEC in the early days of franchising, they had this same stated long-term focus. I guess you need those partner teams to be able to survive too, and more generally, we're still feeling...
Everyone taking cheap shots at Evil Geniuses as if they won a Valorant World Championship and didn't pay the guys. Have you ever thought that maybe EG just can't make any financial sense to pay them, given the current economics in esports? If there's no orgs in 10 years, then 0 players are getting paid.
The effects of the...
Now, if EGR is leveraging their contract, saying the players gotta take a pay cut, or another org will have to make a massive buyout for them, yeah, that's bad. Still think salaries need to come down, though.
Downturn. The last thing we need to talk about here. Evil geniuses are looking to cut costs, even in their championship-winning roster. So what does that say about the rest of the landscape?
So with very few exceptions, all of your favorite esports orgs are still riding the high of that venture capital investment, all while trying desperately to find ways to make money and paying salaries of players that are probably deservedly very high.
To Keith's point, salaries are again something you can expect to see companies.
I don't know why they're screen tearing on
for the most part
happening.
They've gone up. That's a good thing, mind you. If we want the best possible competition, we need players to be able to make a living from it. And we need to be able to protect those players.
Yeah, it's only getting there. Yeah, I'm gonna call it after this.
Salaries will feel the sting at some point.
We're already at 5.5 hours.
I can't say that it's necessarily fair in this case because I don't have access to all the numbers behind the scenes, and even then, fairness might be a subjective sort of thing. But what I can say is that given everything that's happening, I'm not sure this would be entirely unexpected. That it happened in exactly this way at this moment is still surprising, and perhaps points to the urgency that some of these teams are experiencing. Could we see Riot step in and do something directly?
No.
Frankly, that's pretty hard for me to imagine, but at the same time, it's hard to deny that this vertigo-inducing headline looks pretty bad for the league. Riot already risked a lot when they implemented the changes that led to the disruption of the start of the LCS season. Now, in this case, it seems like their inaction may be viewed as taking the side of the companies over the players. But at the end of the day, only time will tell.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest, I'm getting a PSL after this.
That's what it'd be like. Anyways, I got some stuff I want to do at home before I go and get off on the road. Anyways, for today, that's it. 5.5 hours. You better have enjoyed it. Goodbye, my niggas.